everyone. Welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thanks for joining me. I'll be your astrologer this year in 2025. This is going to be the January horoscopes for all 12 signs. And if you guys are joining me for the first time, welcome. My name's Candice. I'm a Western astrologer. I like to work with tarot as well as astrology and the Sabian symbols to try to make sense of what's going on in the cosmos. I hope you guys will continue to join me throughout this year and talk about all the new exciting astrological energies that are going to be taking place. Finally, we have some new astrology to talk about in 2025. Now, a little bit about the offerings for the month. Come and hang out with me on New Year's Day. I'm going to be doing a live webinar presentation on January the 1st, 2025. This will be private on YouTube, and we're going to be discussing all of the astrology of next year. You guys can buy now or watch it live or watch it later. And if you guys are watching this later in the month in January, this is for sale on my website. So if you guys are watching after New Year's Day, you can purchase the link on my website and you can play it back. We're going to go through everything. We do a highlight of all of the 12 rising signs. We also talk about the major planetary themes. We'll touch on the eclipses, the retrogrades, and all of these outer planets going into new signs. I give you my predictions for how this is going to affect the collective as well as you. So bring your PJs, your hangover snacks, your champagne, and your 2025 planner so we can talk all about what's going down next year. Now, if you need more astrology in your life in 2025, I've got you covered. We have a brand new, beautiful 2025 astrology calendar. It's hanging on the wall back there. You guys can kind of see it. I put one out every year. This one is full of goodies. It is jam-packed with lots of recommendations. We do a month-to-month on each individual sign. I give you recommendations for oils, herbs, rituals, and I talk a little bit about the themes revolving around the signs. So you can learn more about the zodiac and also ritualize each month. This year, I decided 2025 needs a little bit more tarot, so we included a QR code each month where you can scan the QR code and you get a quick overview reading for the month ahead. It's pretty cool, beautiful artwork. We make it here ourselves. We offer this in a digital version as well as a printed version. So if you're wanting to pick one up, check out my online store. And if you guys like my work, you can support me in a number of different ways. Consider joining my YouTube memberships. I've got 3 different levels. 1, if you want to support my work. 2, if you want to get a shout out. And 3 is going to get a reading with me. You get a reading with me, hello, once a month during one of my Friday lives. Now, we're generally here around 6 o'clock p.m. Central Time on Fridays. That's going to be around 4 p.m. on the Pacific Coast and 7 p.m. on the East Coast. But it's cool because you can kind of come and pick one Friday if you want a tarot reading or an astrology reading. So it's super fun, and it's a great way to be able to kind of hang out and learn tarot and astrology as well. We've got an awesome community that comes and hangs out with us on Friday, so I hope you join us. You can also consider donating if you want to give me a tip. There's a QR code up there. That's my digital tip jar, and that's going to go directly to being able to have time to create this content. You know, it's amazing to see my YouTube channel grow. I think we're going on like 3 or 4 years now, and we're just hovering around 40,000 subscribers. We're just a little bit short. So please do not forget to click the bell button below. Do subscribe to the channel. This is going to help my channel grow. It's going to help me get out into YouTube and also give me the opportunity to create more content. So every year I try to create more and more for you guys. Always open to your comments and your recommendations. So don't forget to leave me a comment below. Come back and let me know how the month of January went for you. Give me a thumbs up if you like this video and consider sharing this on your social media channels if you would like. Share it with other astrology enthusiasts as well if you think that this can be helpful for them. I love reading your comments when you guys come back after the month and talk about what happened. So other than that, if you guys would like to book a personalized reading with me, my books are open for 2025. I would love to work with you. I do sessions live on Zoom, one-on-one with my clients. Things like solar returns for your birthday. We do election readings if you want to pick a special date for things like a wedding or a business launch or a move, all of those things. I also do synastry and natal chart readings as well. So check out my website at beyondtheveiledtarot.com. You can see all of my availability. It's live. You can go in and click which day and time you want to meet with me and book a reading to start 2025 off the right way. I am now opening readings. It looks like we have openings in March. So you guys want to get in there if you know that you've got a birthday coming up. If you're an Aquarius, a Pisces, or an Aries, it might be a good time to book. For all of that, my courses, my products, and much more, check out beyondtheveiledtarot.com. And while you're there, sign up for my newsletter if you want to be alerted as to when we have new courses or webinars that are coming out in 2025. All right, so you guys know the drill. Those of you guys who have been here for a while, you know that this list gets longer and longer every single month. But there's too much stuff going on. It's hard for me to narrow it down. So I'll try to do this in a timely fashion. I'm not going to spend too much time going over the general meanings of these transits, primarily because this is the horoscopes that I'm doing for the 12 rising signs. If you guys want a general overview with all of the transits, catch that probably either at the end of January or the end of December or the beginning of January. I'm not sure when that's going to come out, but I always do a general overview, usually as the last astro weather of the month. Now, we got lots of stuff that's going to be happening in January. I always start with this to let you guys know this is everything that I will be touching on for the 12 rising signs. You can find all of the dates for these transits in the description below. So if you click that, you'll be able to see an expanded version of all these dates, and you can copy and paste them. You can also take a screenshot of this if you want to save this. And that way you can take my little French bulldog with you all month long. He always makes an appearance every month. Anyway, so this is going to be what we're going to talk about. I always start first with the ingresses, planets going direct, along with the new and the full moon. So when we have an ingress, this means that a planet is changing signs. It's going into a new sign, and it's going to be putting an emphasis on a new area of your chart. What we're going to be seeing in January is on the 2nd, Venus is going to be entering into Pisces, okay? So I love this. I love Venus in Pisces. Obviously, Venus is moving into its exaltation. It does very well in this placement. I just want to give everybody a heads up, and I did not put this on the slide, so I apologize. Maybe I'll edit it. We'll see. But Venus going into Pisces, it's going to be in shadow. Okay, so you will see at some point closer to the second half of the month, Venus is going to be going into some of the aspects and some of the degrees which she will retrograde through in March. You might not think that's a big deal, but I think it's a big deal because Venus is going to be making so many aspects. As she goes through Pisces, she's going to reactivate the eclipse that we had in September of 2024. So she'll hit that 23-degree point. It'll reactivate the eclipse from last September. So you're going to want to look at where Pisces is in your chart. Equally, as Venus goes through Pisces, she's going to dance with Saturn. So she's going to be coming into conjunction. There's karmic things going on with love and relationships. And we will also see Venus coming into conjunction with Neptune. On one hand, really dreamy, great if you're an artist, a creative, a designer, if you're involved with film, music, anything that requires feeling your way into expression and creativity. It can be really, really good for some people. But anytime we're dealing with the North Node or Saturn, there can be karmic repercussions in regards to love and money. Anyway, Venus won't go retrograde to the beginning of March, but you can start seeing some of the effects of the Venus retrograde that's going to be coming up this month. So I just want everybody to be aware, especially if you're a Venus ruled chart or if you're a Pisces rising. So Libra, Taurus, Pisces, you guys pay attention to this, okay? On the 6th of the month, we are going to see Mars continue its retrograde, and it's going to dip back into the sign of Cancer. So it's going to be going back through in the same territory, basically, that it has gone through in previous months. Think back to what was going on in October, in November in your life. We're going to be kind of retracing some of those same themes. And I'm a bit kind of sweet and salty on it. I mean, I think that Mars obviously does not do well when it's in Cancer. It gets kind of crabby. So we see a little bit more kind of domestic issues, conflict, moves, challenges with, family stuff. But Venus will be in the mix, kind of making aspects to Mars at some point. We're also going to see Mars, while it's in its retrograde, come into a trine with the North Node as well as Neptune. So it can be very sweet. It can be very compassionate. It can be about forgiveness, empathy, healing, and releasing the past in some way. So emotional healing comes up a lot with some of these aspects. This is going to be the second time that we're going to see Mars coming into a trine with Neptune, and we will see it 3 times overall throughout the retrograde. Mars will also trine the North Node, which will be changing signs as well. We're going to see on January the 8th, Mercury enters into the sign of Capricorn. So our mind is on business, productivity, getting the show on the road, and starting the year off productive. I'm liking it, especially with Saturn direct. I think that we're going to be able to get a lot of work done. Aspects to Saturn are going to provide us with the ability to really focus on our goals, our dreams, get organized, and be efficient. So that's going to be, I think, a really great transit. We will see on the 19th of the month, the sun enters into Aquarius. So we're going to be starting Aquarius season. Obviously, we know that Pluto is in Aquarius now. So as the sun ingresses into this sign, that is very social, it's abstract, it's futuristic, it's about connecting with groups of people in the collective. There is going to be some major things going on. I will tell you guys all, 2025, I think 2025 is going to be crazier than 2020. As much as I hate to say that, I'm excited because I know it's going to bring change, but I know that this is going to be a year for the books. So as the sun comes into Aquarius, it aligns with Pluto, and it's going to be highlighting the themes of the shadow within the collective. Pluto can be fear, abuse, toxicity, endings or beginnings. And obviously we know it will oppose Mars. So, we're kind of seeing that Mars-Pluto opposition a couple times. Sun in conjunction to Pluto, I think, is going to be highlighting and bringing up themes of the underworld, and it's going to be exposing it, and change is the name of the game, especially when it comes to goals, friends, allies, anything revolving around some of our social connections. We'll see on the 27th of the month, Mercury enters into the sign of Aquarius. So it'll kind of do the same dance, conjuncting Pluto. That might be some jaw-dropping information and some really significant kind of like insights and breakthroughs, and people who are going to be, doing some digging and some research. There can be some really intense communication stuff going on with that as well. I like Mercury in Aquarius. I feel like Mercury in Aquarius is almost, I almost consider it exalted here because it's going to have such strong abilities to connect, intellectualize, share information and data. Could it be a data breach? Could it be some secret information that is dropped or exposed, or things that are made public that is shocking to the public? Possibly, but this is about being able to connect on a kind of community group level. I think the internet's going to be a buzz with a lot of stuff going on there, and communication is definitely going to be more social. On the side of planets going direct this month, we only have one planet going direct. That'll be at the end of the month on the 30th. Uranus will go direct in Taurus. So it's been retrograde in a sign that's Venusian. So maybe there's been lots of upheaval, changes, zigs and zags going on with our finances, our money, our values, our self-esteem, and also banking. So things revolving around banking. It's interesting that Uranus will be stationing when we have a full moon in Aquarius. So that full moon in Aquarius might be electrifying, to say the least. Then we have, in terms of the lunation, so this will be the new and full moon this month. On the 13th of the month, we have a full moon in Cancer, and this is going to be happening at 27 degrees. Full disclosure, okay, this particular full moon is hot. This is a full moon that is going to be conjunct Mars, and Mars will be retrograde in Cancer. One thing I will say is that we always watch the moon whenever we have Mars in Cancer. So it is definitely going to bring up passion. It's going to bring up feelings of making change within the home, organizing, decluttering, clearing, home improvement projects. But it can be very testy when it comes to dealing with other people, and people will probably be wearing their emotions on their sleeve, as they have a tendency to do during a full moon. On one hand, this is going to trine the North Node and Neptune, so we can be compassionate, we can heal, we can, make peace with people in situations, but in other ways it could be a little, intense. So that will be at 27 degrees on the 13th of January. On the 29th of January, we're going to see a new moon in Aquarius, and this will be at 9 degrees. Close enough to Pluto, but not too close. So definitely change and transformation is the name of the game. Uranus is going to be, going direct the very next day. So that does kind of suggest that things are going to get really shaken up right around the time of the 13th and the 14th. But I love that this new moon is in a trine with Jupiter in Gemini. So dream big and really focus on, change when it comes to the future. Be optimistic, connect, learn, travel. It's a very expansive and transformative new moon. Now for the transits this month that we're going to be taking a look at, we're going to start first on January the 3rd, where Mars in retrograde in the sign of Leo is going to come into in an opposition with Pluto in Aquarius. This is the second opposition point, okay? So if you go back to the first couple of days of November, maybe even Halloween, from the end of October to the beginning of November, we saw Mars in Cancer oppose Pluto in Capricorn. I call that the final boss battle. That was definitely pretty dynamic, especially leading into the US election. But this is now in different signs, okay? So remember that fixed signs, they don't want to change. They have a tendency to really kind of stand up to one another, and they will push back, and they're going to be reluctant to getting out of their routine. Mars-Pluto oppositions feels like a situation where there's pressure, there's conflict, there is potentially violence, as much as I hate to say that. There can also be big repercussions for reactions or tantrums or, whatever. Mars going retrograde in the sign of Leo is going to be about our pride. This is about our ego. This is also encouraging us to tap into our inner lover, our inner creator, our inner child, how to have more fun, how to be passionate. And the opposition to Pluto in Aquarius is the kind of like doomsdayers. So it's about how we are reacting when it comes to pressure out in the world. When things get heavy and stuff's kind of going down, that can be scary. How do we react to that? How do we kind of get in touch with our heart space? How do we learn how to tune into our children, our romantic partners, our hobbies, our heart, to be able to diffuse the violence, the conflict, and the aggression? That is the question. However, tempers will flare. Likely we will see this happen. Mars does not stand up very well to Pluto. Generally, Pluto has a tendency to win these battles because Mars is scrappy, but he is not as, I think, capable of being able to kind of manipulate, kind of control the situation. So crime, manipulation, abuse, people who are going to be a little bit more aggressive come up with these aspects. So be mindful of that. We will see this happen again also in mid-April of 2025. So this is the second kind of phase of this. On the 6th of the month, we see Mercury and Sag come into a square with Neptune and Pisces. Raise your hand if you've been personally assaulted by the Mercury squares in the month of December. I know I have. This is the last aspect. So if you think about when Mercury went through Sagittarius this last month, yes, there were delays and setbacks in connection, communication, test of faith, changes with travel. And we saw Mercury oppose Jupiter, make things bigger. Mercury square Saturn, which we created some delays and some challenges of communication. It's almost like Mercury comes into the square with Neptune, and not only is it confused, and there 100% will be distorted information, guys, okay? So part of me is looking at January 3rd going, okay, shift hits the fan somewhere in the world. We are very quickly being bombarded with information, with media, with news, being told what happened, and that it is a certain narrative, it is a certain way. Don't ask questions, just watch the video. Don't look into the details. And it definitely deals with foreign relations. It's also going to deal with like religious conflict or cultural conflict. And people can literally get lost in translation with Mercury and Sag square Neptune and Pisces. There can be translation issues. People also, are probably going to be a little bit more sensitive. It's important to kind of question the information that's coming out. Don't make any serious decisions, agree to anything, sign anything, and watch for weather issues on the 6th. On the 12th of the month, Mars is now back in Cancer. It is coming into a trine with Neptune and Pisces. So the positive of this is feeling inspired, resting, recuperating, spending time with home and family, being compassionate, forgiving. Okay, that's the positive side. The not so positive side could mean that we are being passive aggressive or isolating. There can be a tendency to also indulge more in self-undoing kind of habits. We can be a little crabby. I don't know about you guys, but I have really been feeling like something is coming, like there's a shift coming. And I keep getting like this hit that's like, yeah, like we need to slow down. We need to slow down, that there is a need that, you know, for us to not be so overly consumed with our day to day, and whether it's working, making money, running around, worrying about things that aren't necessarily important, and not feeling bad or guilty about needing to like take downtime. So, you know, North Node's going to be in Pisces, which is going to be highlighting that. Saturn and Neptune are going to be kind of dancing along the North Node the next couple of months, basically. And I think that with Mars coming into a trine here, it's saying that we need to kind of like reflect, and we need to take time to think about our emotions, and really where we have misaligned, or maybe emotions and things that we're kind of holding on to, you know, anger, frustration. Anyway, so use this day to focus on like emotional healing, and to try to forgive and be sensitive and compassionate towards other people. And when we deal with those emotions, we recognize the frustration that's coming up, we can use that as motivation to kind of get to where we want to go. On the 14th of the month, you're going to see Venus in Pisces square Jupiter in Gemini. So this is a possibly overdoing it type of day, right? Like Jupiter is overly indulgent. It's like all the extras, the spending, you know, and then Venus can be sweet. It can be money. It can be purchases. It can be indulgence. It can be pleasure. So this is a mutable sign. So it can be saying that, you know, there could be double trouble. Venus in Pisces could definitely be where we're sacrificing too much, or we're not aware of what's going on in relationships. And the square to Jupiter in Gemini is like, are we getting by just by what people are telling us? Could there be a sense of overdoing it, overindulging, overspending? Yeah. But, you know, it's not the worst aspect, especially because, you know, Jupiter is the dispositor of Venus in Pisces. So lots of like romantic words and exchanges, and maybe talking to people about how we feel. And maybe there can be some people coming out with talking about their feelings that you weren't aware of. So that's possible. You might actually get some positive praise and words of affirmation with that. Just watch the credit cards. On the 15th of the month, Sun in Capricorn opposes Mars in Cancer. So it's interesting because the full moon is very like similar to this energy, which obviously is happening on the 13th. So when we see the full moon, you're going to see the sun and the moon in opposition, and then the moon's conjunct Mars. And then 2 days later, then we're going to see the sun in opposition to Mars. At least, you know, the sun in Capricorn is like, let's get down to business. Let's focus on, you know, the long-term goal. Like, what are we doing? And in order to get to where we want to go, especially with some of our professional goals and aspirations, we may actually have to like check our emotions. We may have to move. We may have to make changes with our family or our domestic or our home life. This is a day where we're being asked to overcome the obstacle or the challenge, to show up, to suck it up, to get our emotions in alignment, and stop crying about what we do or do not want to kind of get done. On the 18th of the month, we're going to see Venus conjunct Saturn in Pisces. Okay, so be mindful that once you're getting to like the third week of January, now Venus is coming into, like I said, shadow. So Venus will hit Saturn several times throughout the retrograde starting in March. So Venus, love, money, relationships, intimacy, pleasure, right? And in this very watery Neptunian sign, the conjunction with Saturn for some people can mean that there is a serious commitment, and we're committing to something bigger than us. We're committing to something that we love so much that we're willing to make a sacrifice. Venus loves Saturn, and Venus likes being in Pisces. So I'm not really worried about this conjunction as much. It can actually bring people closer together. It can help people get engaged, you know, agree to business contracts, agreements, and really feel our way into the fact that sometimes love requires patience. Sometimes it requires us to put ourselves, you know, either first in some situations, especially if you're a Pisces rising, or in some cases, making sacrifices for the people and the things that we love. But pay attention to what comes up with this particular transit, guys, because it'll happen several times. On the 21st of the month, we're going to see that Sun conjunct Pluto, where I think there is going to be major exposure. The Sun can be about power and leadership. Obviously, here in the United States, we're going to be seeing some kind of significant change when it comes to our leadership with a new president kind of stepping in. But This can also talk about exposing crime and corruption when it comes to politics, when it comes to leaders, when it comes to groups. And obviously, Aquarius is a sign, even though it's very forward thinking, it can also be like kind of like the angry mob. So we can definitely see tensions rise this month with Mars in opposition to Pluto. People who are opposing certain changes that are going on. We can also see changes in direction with war. So when the sun comes into conjunction with Pluto, sometimes we see some major scandal revolving around a leader or the death of a really prominent man. Sometimes we can see dangerous situations for leaders. It really just kind of depends. I think it's a little bit more intense because we've also been seeing the Pluto-Mars opposition happening earlier in the month. So I'd be lying to you if I told you guys that I didn't think that there was the potential for there still to be some attacks on leadership. And this is globally. I'm not talking about this locally. We have seen a lot of this in recent months, from last summer when we saw the Trump assassination attempt. Just recently, we also saw a Russian military leader who was getting ready to come out and expose some stuff and talk about things that was going on with the pandemic. He was killed. So you're going to see more of this stuff. My eyes are really on Biden. My eyes are really on Zelensky, specifically because they have triggers coming up in their chart. Also, RFK Jr. So I'm watching all of these and kind of seeing what's going on. Obviously, I hope I'm wrong on this, but if it's not going to be actual assassination attempts, it's going to be character assassination attempts. Watch for it. We're going to then see on the 23rd of the month, kind of a topsy-turvy communication day. So there is going to be a lot of tension and conflict in the air. This is because Mercury, the mind and the communicator, will come into an opposition with Mars retrograde in Cancer. Mercury in Capricorn is militant. It's like, this is what you're going to do. This is how you're going to do it. This is the order. And the opposition to Mars, which is retrograde, means that somebody outside of you is going to get kind of pushy, direct, militant, telling you what to do, and then you're going to have an immediate emotional kind of like crabby reaction. So fighting words are in the air. Be mindful. Don't push communication contracts. Don't be rushing around places. Take your time. But at the same time, while Mercury is opposing Mars in Cancer, Mercury is trining Uranus in Taurus. So this can be a time where, possibly government, officials are addressing nations, saying, "Hey, this is the plan that we're gonna be kind of implementing in regards to our country, our homeland," right? And it could be military operations, it could be things revolving around defense, Department of Defense, Homeland Defense, that kind of stuff. And Mercury will then trine Uranus and Taurus. So it's going to talk about physical changes, financial changes. So I do anticipate major statements revolving around, innovating, changing, transforming financial systems, government spending, things revolving around tariffs, things revolving around investments. And then obviously a couple days later, on the 30th, then we see Uranus go direct. So there is some big financial banking changes that are going to be kind of coming about, new legislation or new direction from leadership. For you, the way out of arguments or conflicts is saying, let's find a loophole. Let's change. Instead of arguing about it, let's do something different. So let's be about solutions, not about problems. On the 25th of the month, you're going to see Venus in Pisces trine Mars in Cancer. Passionate, romantic day. This is a day where we can be very much in alignment with relationships. There can be some romance, some time behind the scenes, making dinner, spending time, watching movies, cuddling, all of these kind of like Cancer, kind of like Venus related things. And we may find that there's a brief moment of where we have a little bit more peace and harmony and the ability to kind of like work together. On the 29th of the month, you're going to see Mercury conjunct Pluto in Aquarius. So you may have like deja vu for when the sun came into conjunction with Pluto on the 21st. Obviously, Mercury is the mind. So I'm waiting for some expose, some revealing of documents, information, something like that. And remember, Uranus is about to wake up. So this is connected very much to the conjunctions happening with Pluto. So it could be financial crimes, it could be stock trading crimes, it could be things revolving around money laundering. I think that we're actually going to see more of people kind of having an epiphany and waking up. because it's going to conjunct Pluto, and it's also kind of been in opposition to Mars. So there's a lot of arguing, no, this isn't working. And then there's this like realization at the end of the month that's like, oh my God, you know, maybe that information was true. Mercury conjunct Pluto, we want to watch for snooping, spying, data breach issues, issues revolving around the internet. We might see people responding and reacting to whatever news has been coming out earlier in the week quite wildly. And we can see some like mental obsession or kind of like fixation, or people being really kind of forceful and not really having a lot of tact in how they communicate. So this is also a day you want to be careful with communication. On the 30th of the month, we're going to see the Sun in Aquarius, trine Jupiter in Gemini. So this is a nice aspect. This is a more social, lucky kind of day. Maybe we're feeling a little bit more chatty. It can be great for connecting with friends, networking, you know, getting online, launching websites. Business-related things can be really positive from this particular aspect. But also, I think it's really where we might just feel like we have a lucky streak. Maybe we are able to achieve one of our goals. And yeah, just this is a day where things kind of, you know, naturally kind of come together. Same day that Uranus goes direct. So it can be actually a really positive turning point for people, especially when it comes to like traveling with friends. Maybe it's going to mean that there's some good news that comes out in regards to like tech or stocks revolving around transportation vehicles, something like that. One thing I did not put on here, and I'll probably end up adding both of these now that I'm realizing it. Forgive me, Mercury's in shadow while I'm filming this. On the 11th of January, we are going to see the North and the South node change signs. So I have that in my notes to talk to you guys about in the rising signs, but that's a big deal. The North node moving into Pisces is going to put an emphasis for the next 18 months on, well, are we maybe focusing more on mysticism, spirituality, intuition, our mental health, rest, our dreams, otherworldly things? Guys, just so you know, aliens are not connected to Aquarius, okay? Other realms, whether this is ghosts, aliens, vampires, things that are otherworldly or supernatural, that's Pisces, that's Neptune. So all of this stuff that we're hearing about aliens and drones, although drones is really kind of like Pluto in Aquarius and Jupiter in Gemini, but that's another video for another day. This stuff revolving around aliens is really very much connected to Pisces. So whether this is aliens in the sea, because obviously Pisces is the ocean, or this is going to be things that are extraterrestrials that are in other dimensions, which I do think are real. We're hearing about all kinds of crazy stuff that supposedly stuff is coming out in leaked data information revolving around like CERN and some of these other places that are apparently bringing entities through portals that they're opening. So now you start to kind of think about Stranger Things and where some of this context kind of came from. Over the next 2 years, we're going to see eclipses happening in Pisces. We're going to see Saturn go in and out of Pisces. We're going to see Neptune go in and out of Pisces. And we're going to see the North Node there. It's just so much Pisces stuff. So it's going to be hard to tell fact from fiction. It's going to be hard to see things clearly. There are going to be some things that we're going to see that you're going to have to rub your eyes and go, is this real? Am I seeing this? People are going to start noticing that the veil is thinning, that they can see apparitions or that their intuition is getting stronger. But we're also going to see an uptick in people with mental health issues, drug-induced psychosis, unfortunately depression, suicide, things revolving around the breaking point, because Pisces is where we kind of have that break with reality, and some of us can handle it, some of us can't. So there will be an uptick in people just being very, very sensitive and absorbing things. So you're going to want to look at where Pisces is in your chart, because this is going to be a hot zone between now and April. Retrogrades, eclipses, outer planets, North Node. It's like the universe is like, hi, we need to really drive the point home here. Anyway, you will also see the South Node go into Virgo. So interesting that Pisces and Virgo, they both deal with health and wellness. Pisces is more spirit, right? It's more, how are you sleeping? What's going on with your soul? How do you feel? How are you doing emotionally? Do you need to cry about it? You know, do you need to just be alone and rest? Versus Virgo, which is going to be of service. This could be the medical industry, more in a sense of the service workers. We think of the nurses, the CNAs, people who are working with veterinary science, people who are working with the elderly, service jobs in general is Virgo. But the South Node is going to be talking about what we are both remembering and moving away from. So in a way, we're moving away from what makes sense. We're moving away from facts, from details, Virgo. Maybe we are clearing out, decluttering. Maybe we are turning away from kind of Western medicine, and we're turning towards, with the North Node in Pisces, exploring more about psychedelics, exploring more about the soul, learning more about life after death, new developments maybe that are happening for hospitals, especially I think things revolving around like cancer and dementia. But yeah, there's a little bit of having to get out of this things needing to be perfect, things needing to be pristine and organized. We're going to learn that like life is messy. It is. It's messy. It's not going to be linear. That is not Pisces. So South Node in Virgo, we'll see with eclipses, and especially we'll see, Mars go through Virgo this year. There is going to be a real need to kind of get clear with our habits. Drinking, smoking, drugging, isolating, not taking care of ourselves. South Node in Virgo is also very much connected to diabetes. So we're going to be talking a lot about some of these themes throughout the next 2 years. Yes, it may feel a little messy. I apologize in advance, but it almost seems as if we have to kind of deal with the emotions, deal with what's going on a soul level, collectively all go through this sense of kind of like release, purging, clearing, cleansing. And you'll see Saturn and Neptune go in and out of Aries. And the truth is that 2025 is the year that we have to get out of our own way. We can't be victims anymore. We can't blame other people for why we're sick, why we're poor, why we're unhappy, why we can't get to where we want to go. We have to get in the driver's seat. So yes, there will be services and things that are going to come for people who are in need. North Node in Pisces. I think that you're going to see more support for veterans, more support for people who are terminally ill, more support for senior citizens. We're going to be helping the homeless. Things will get better. But with the South Node in Virgo, lots of job changes, lots of having to give up our bad habits, lots of needing to focus on mind, body, spirit balance. Maybe we feel a little disorganized, but that's okay, because being a little messy is going to be part of the process. So yeah, that's basically 2025, part of 2026 in a nutshell, to be honest with you guys. So with that being said, this is what we're going to be kind of covering for you guys in this next month. If this is your first time here, obviously welcome. So these will be the January 2025 12 rising sign horoscopes. Now, I am a tropical astrologer, so I practice Western astrology. I am not a Vedic astrologer. People ask me that every month, and I keep telling you guys I'm not. Maybe one day. I don't know. That would be too much for my brain, I think, to take on both. But I do use some Vedic techniques. I just use it with Western degrees. I like to use the whole sign prediction method for you guys, okay? So you're going to see me use the whole sign for the 12 rising signs. If you want to break out an ephemeris, or if you want to go and look up the degrees, you can, and you can look at this for Placidus, but you're going to have to probably listen to more than one rising sign. Especially those of you guys who are a late degree sign, you may want to listen to the following sign, because that can be really helpful for looking at the transits, okay? So obviously, Happy New Year, Happy 2025. I'm excited to get this year kicked off. I think that this is going to be a wild ride this year. We've got a numerology 9, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so we're going to be wrapping things up. We're going to be phasing things out, completing things, and yeah, just so much is going on. So cheers to 2025. Listen, please, for your ascendant, your sun, and your moon sign. Your rising sign is going to tell you quite literally what's up, what's going on, where it's happening in your life. Your sun sign is going to apply more to your career, your overall happiness, and then your moon sign is going to be more what you need to hear emotionally, what's happening on the home front. And honestly, all three can be actually really helpful. So if you got the time, stick around and listen to them. All right. With that being said, let's go ahead and get into the 12 rising signs. What's up, Aries and Aries rising? Happy New Year. Welcome to January of 2025. Are you ready? This is going to be one hell of a year for you guys this year. For everybody, but it's going to be a big one for you. So we're going to kind of first start off with talking about what's happening in the beginning of the month with your chart ruler, okay? There's lots of stuff going on with Mars. There is this ongoing back and forth, Mars in opposition to Pluto, Mars in opposition to the sun, type vibes that are brewing. So you may feel like you're wanting to retreat, okay? Mars is actually going to be retrograding back from your 5th house of romance, children, creativity, self-expression into your 4th house. So many Aries and Aries risings are re-evaluating a situation with children. Do I want kids? Do I not? How do I deal with my kid? What's going on? Or you're going back and forth with a romantic partner. Where are we going together? What are we doing? You know, do we need to pause and reflect? Do we want to reconnect? Are we moving in? You know, what's happening? If not, you're going back home. You're focusing on home and domestic stuff, or maybe you are considering going and making some changes to your living situation. Something like that is happening. So while Mars is retrograde, and it will be retrograde till February, there is this back and forth that you're kind of doing, revolving around what's going to make me happy, what changes do I need to make internally or on the domestic kind of home front in order to make that happen. Throughout this month, you will see some positive aspects with Mars as well. Like Mars will connect with Venus, which is going to be good for relationships. You're going to see Mars also kind of connect with the North Node. So that can be really about taking space, pausing, reflecting, going through some kind of emotional or spiritual clearing stuff, which can give you some perspective. Okay. So yes, Mars will be changing signs. That's basically the big one. Let's start first with your ingresses for the month. I apologize. You see me like looking down. I'm looking at my notes here so I can kind of do both. So don't mind me. You're going to see on this 2nd of the month. So Venus is going to be entering into Pisces, and Venus is going to be in the sign where she loves to be. Okay. So the 12th house is like helping those in need, being generous with, maybe donation of time, services, money. There can be a very spiritual kind of reflective period going on here. You could be having some romantic times, behind the scenes because Venus is in your 12th, that kind of stuff. So, with Venus being there, she's going to make a lot of aspects. She's going to come into shadow. So you'll actually see a Venus retrograde in March that will go from your ascendant to your 12th house, which makes me feel like there might be some stuff stirring with relationships. You might be calling somebody in. You might be connecting with a soulmate. You might be deciding that you want space or time from a relationship. I don't know. It depends. But just know that Venus in your 12th house is just very sensitive, very emotional, and it's a great time for like romance and inspiration behind the scenes. On the 6th of the month is when Mars is going to retrograde back into Cancer. So, you could be, like I said, more focused on domestic stuff. You can also be a little bit more crabby. Be mindful of some tension that can kind of come up with home and family here. On the 8th of the month, you're going to see Mercury enter into your career zone, which is going to be really highlighting the need to kind of get out there, connect, communicate, go, have meetings. Now the South Node is in Virgo. So some of you guys are going to be coming into work being like, okay, we need to clean up staff. We need to organize. Maybe some of you guys are looking for new jobs. Maybe you're thinking about quitting your job. Maybe there's a change in your schedule. That's something you want to watch for. On the 19th of the month, the sun's going to enter into Aquarius, highlighting for about 3 weeks your social zone. This is going to put an emphasis on parties, gatherings, connections, networks, meeting with other people. Now, keep in mind, the sun has been doing this conjunction to Pluto in the midst of also in opposition to Mars. It almost makes me feel like there's this sense of being like, I'm going to kind of pull away from what my focus has been, whether it's your own job or hobbies, your own romantic relationship, what have you. And now it's placing you and putting more emphasis in, well, be with other people, connect and network, go and socialize, hang out with your friends. So it's kind of pulling you into that part of your chart where there can be lots of opportunities to socialize. And then you're going to see on the 27th of the month, Mercury is going to enter into Aquarius. So it's going to do the same thing. Strong for like team building exercises. It's going to be good for like having new meetings with people at work. It's going to be good for incentivizing groups of people. It's also good for some kind of group fitness or health or wellness related theme. And maybe planning or scheduling some travel or some time with friends. That could definitely come up there as well. Now, in terms of planets going direct this month, you're going to see on the 30th, Uranus will go direct in your money zone, which basically means that there can be some big realizations, shifts, or changes revolving around your finances, or shocks and surprises in regards to spending money in, money out. I think that maybe you're just spending more money on socializing. So if you're going to parties and gatherings, you're giving gifts, you're buying things, you're making food, you're bringing stuff. But it could also mean that there are some changes revolving around what your future financial goals are. And these are becoming a little bit more obvious to you. We have got Mars that will be in retrograde this month back into Cancer from Leo, and we have got Jupiter that is still retrograde in Gemini. So you're reviewing what have I learned, what's going on with a potential move, what am I learning in terms of my beliefs. Maybe you're going back to old programs, going back to old books. Maybe you're reviewing something that you've been writing. You might be putting on hold, making a decision like buying a car or movement. You might be reconnecting with a sibling or a relative. So that can be happening with that retrograde. And then the Mars retrograde is going to be more about changes emotionally, internally, and things on the home front. Now, in terms of the rest of the transits this month, we see Mars in Leo oppose Pluto in Aquarius. That's going to happen on the 3rd, okay? I'm just going to tell you right now, haters are going to hate. That's what's going to happen. You're going to see situations where somebody outside of you, and it could be a friend, it could be somebody online, like a troll, it could be somebody who you thought had your back, and then you're going to be like, wait a second, like, why is this person like giving me a hard time? Or like, why are they criticizing what I'm doing? Or like, why are they coming for me, And I would just say, like, let it go. Pluto can be a bully, and it can be somebody who is jealous in some way, or somebody who is being competitive, or somebody who is like envious. And remember, Mars is your chart ruler. So they're going to be envious of something you have, a romantic relationship, a successful business, something in terms of your own pride, your own sense of like confidence. And somebody's going to take a swing at that. Okay? So don't let them get you. On the 6th of the month, there's some confusing communication because you will see Mercury, while it's in Sagittarius, in your 9th house of the higher mind, square Neptune. Word to the wise, if you don't know something, don't suggest that you do. Be careful with scheduling travel. There could be some travel mishaps, misplanes, miscommunications, misunderstandings, documents and paperwork could go missing, and you could be kind of losing momentum when it comes to booking a trip, planning a trip, something in regards to education. So that's a hazy communication day. On the 11th of the month, this is when the North Node enters Pisces, the South Node enters Virgo. You're looking at what's going on with your 12th house now, which is behind the scenes rest, recuperation. A lot of Aries and Aries risings this year will really benefit by meditating, going to a private healing studio, going back to church, getting into a spiritual practice. Obviously, Jupiter is the ruler traditionally, and Jupiter is in the 3rd. So go back to listening to your meditation, your guided meditations. Go back to reading a self-help book. Maybe get on a stationary bike, go for a walk, and like listen to a motivational or a spiritual speaker or a podcast. Some of you guys will start reading the Bible. Some of you guys will start reading sacred texts. Whatever it is, it's meant to be kind of guiding your soul and helping you when it comes to communicating and sharing information with other people. Obviously, the South Node in Virgo, time to get rid of those bad habits, time to be mindful that it's not all about eating your veggies and, putting your laundry away and making your bed and going to the gym. We need to have spiritual balance as well, and that will positively impact your physical health. On the 12th of the month, you're going to see Mars trine Neptune. This is where you're learning to forgive, be compassionate, sensitive, heal, and release something. On the 14th of the month, you're going to see Venus square Jupiter. So Venus will be in your 12th house and it's squaring Jupiter. I think that you may feel like you want to give back or be very generous with other people. You might want to donate time, energy, money, resources, food, something locally, okay? Or maybe you're just feeling more sensitive and compassionate and you're wanting to share how you're feeling with other people and you're kind of like more open-hearted. Be careful with like overspending when it comes to gadgets, okay? So it could be phones, cars, laptops, things like that. I would say be cautious with that. On the 15th of the month, we're going to see the Sun in Capricorn oppose Mars in Cancer. You're getting beat up this month a little bit, Aries. Sun in the 10th house can be about a dominating figure, like your boss, your job, your responsibility, a parent, some kind of superior that is challenging you. And you're like, please don't beat me up. Like, you know, just let me be. Or, you know, I know that I need to get out there and get something done or be really productive work-wise, but emotionally or home and family wise, you know, you're kind of feeling the pressure of being in two places at one time. And so it's also about having confidence in putting yourself out there and not like retreating and hiding away and not sharing your creativity with the world, and feeling confident about being on the stage and showing people what you've got. You've also got on the 18th of the month, Venus will conjunct Saturn in Pisces. So this is the first of several times. Well, Venus rules relationships and it also rules values and money. So when it goes into the 12th house, there can be the sense of like feeling like, okay, I love something, but I may need to let it go. Or I love something so much that I'm willing to sacrifice anything for it. Be careful with relationships and financial stuff. Like there can be relationships with people at a distance. There can be potentially you getting wrapped up in a relationship or something where you're going to be generous or supporting another person. But Venus is in a Neptunian sign. It's going to come, you know, obviously into conjunction with Saturn and Neptune in the North Node. So there can be something that is kind of missing. Or it could be that you're romanticizing something about relationships. You're having dreams about somebody from the past. You're thinking about somebody from the past. You're doing meditations on soulmates and other people who might be kind of coming into your life. You're going to see on the 21st of the month, the sun will conjunct Pluto in Aquarius. Similar vibes to when Mars was in opposition to Pluto. This is when you can actually feel like somebody is either A, putting you on blast a little bit, or B, it could be somebody is wanting to connect with you in a networking or in a social way. Maybe somebody's saying, hey, we want you to be a part of a group. We want you to be a part of a team. We want you to join, you know, this association. And it can be a really significant kind of powerful invite to share what you have, what you create with other people. But there's also like a dark side. So there's like this sense of like being like, is it a good idea to make friends with this person or join this group? It's hard to say. It's going to depend on what else you got going on in your chart. But, you know, this is where you might kind of see the darker side of others or friends or other people. So just be mindful of that. You will see on the 23rd, Mercury will oppose Mars. So then there is maybe some back and forth that you're having with a boss, with a relative, with a parent, and there is some tension, some heatedness with Mercury in opposition to Mars. But you're going to see Mercury will trine Uranus. So it's just kind of like, you know what, let's agree to disagree. You have your values, I have mine. Otherwise, if there is some tension with somebody at work or some sense of like popping off, or somebody gives you an ultimatum, you can get, what's the word that I'm looking for? You can get conditional really quick, or somebody can get like that with you. It's like, okay, either show up or you don't have a job, you know, and then it's impacting or affecting your work, your resources, your values, or, you know, if you do this, I'm going to do that. It's very tit for tat. So you want to kind of just like agree to disagree on this day. That's like, you know what, obviously we have a different perspective. That's fine. But somehow money can be affected revolving around some kind of a disagreement that you're having with somebody else at work. On the 25th, you're going to see Venus trine Mars in Cancer. So this is kind of like at least, you know, healing, therapeutic, sensitive, releasing. You have support from another person. You're more accepting of things that are naturally coming to an end or some kind of conclusion that's taking place in your life. Maybe feeling more inspired or more tapped in. On the 29th, you have a Mercury-Pluto conjunction. So there is definitely, see, we gotta watch Mercury now. This is weird for me. I'm like still adjusting to this. We have to really pay attention to what the chatter is at work, because Mercury is connected to the South Node in your 6th. So it can mean that there is like lots of people who are also disgruntled with a boss, or people who are also kind of like not happy with something that's going on at work, or you're having a conversation with a group of people online or a network of people, you know, about fixing something or some kind of problem. If you're looking to find a job, or if you're like, you know what, I'm over this job, you know, get online, hop online, put your resume out there, something so that way people can kind of see you, because with the Mercury-Pluto conjunction, somebody might pick it up and have an interest in working with you, or you may find like another opportunity professionally. And then on the 30th of the month, you're going to see the Sun in Aquarius trine Jupiter in Gemini. So the Sun trine Jupiter means it's a great communication day. It's a great travel day. This is where there could be some good news, or, you know, you're kind of connecting and having a lot of back and forth emails, messages, phone calls with friends. And there could be good news that can kind of come your way from that. And you may be feeling a little bit more optimistic and getting some good feedback from other people if you've been having a bit of a month. You will be seeing a full moon in Cancer that's going to happen in your 4th house. This will be on the 13th. Aries. This is a full moon that's conjunct your Mars. Okay. Or I guess Mars, which is your Mars. It's your planet, whatever. So this means that there is some highlight or big conclusion or sense of awareness going on with your home base. And it can mean things like your mom is coming to stay with you, or your lease is ending, or you're buying a new house, or whatever. But it's about rapid pace, something picking up very quickly. And I look at this and I go, you are going to have to be home, or you're going to have to be there for a family matter, or there is some kind of like sudden quick action you need to take at home. Don't fight with a parent. Be mindful of, you know, people who you live with, which can be a little bit difficult. Obviously, Mars is also the ruler of your 8th house, so it's about some major change and transformation at home, and it's emotional, and it's at 27 degrees. So an argument you have with a relative or a roommate, it can be something involving a sibling, it can be signing a lease or a document, or reviewing a lease or a document. Mars is heat. Check your ovens, make sure that your stoves are off, keep an eye on your heaters, don't leave fireplaces unattended. I'm not joking, okay? This is something that you're going to want to watch. Hopefully I'm wrong, but you guys will have to come back and let me know. Otherwise, there could be just like hot, angry tears that can kind of come with this full moon. The good news is we're clearing it, we're purging it, because it's going to trine the North Node in Neptune. So, you know, water can heal all things. On the 29th of the month, you got a new moon in Aquarius. It's in your friend zone. This is also focusing on socializing, joining networks, focusing on your goals, and it's going to trine Jupiter. Plan a party, call your friends, get together, do something, you know, plan a trip. Try to join some kind of online group. Great time to send a newsletter out, or to let people know what you're working on or what you're doing. And I feel like this is also setting the stage for radical changes, because Pluto is involved in regards to either your financial goals or your social circles. Okay. There will be more coming, obviously, in the spring. You know, in 2025, Saturn and Neptune are going to be going into your sign. Very important. There are big new things brewing. It almost feels like the next 3 months is preparation, where you go through your cocoon phase before something emerges in the spring. Could be a brand new you, right? But just stay tuned for that, because I'm definitely going to be doing a webinar on that ingress. Card that I get is the 3 of Coins. Working together, team effort. Yes, team effort this month, especially considering the fact that there's like so much tension and back and forth with your career zone, that I got to be honest with you, we got to work together. We got to find a way through. And whether that's with work, with your family, with your friends, we want to be trying to be a team player, encouraging other people to kind of connect and collaborate. Part of your lesson in 2025 is like you're going to be like a leader of some kind. Like you're going to be inspiring other people to do some of the things that we need to do. You, Gemini, Aquarius, you're all kind of in the hot zone. Pisces too, because you guys are all getting activated. So it means that you guys are going to have to be kind of showing the world where we're going. Aries is action. So be more about taking action, solutions, not problems. 3 of Coins means you can get a lot of work done, and there can be a lot of productivity, which could be positive for you, especially financially. Okay? I hope that's a good one for you this month, Aries. I'll catch you back here in February. What's up, Taurus and Taurus risings? Welcome to 2025. Happy New Year. I hope it's a good one for you guys. I'm excited to talk to you about what's going on this month. You know, I'm going to talk to you about Venus, and Venus is changing signs this month. So the good news is that Venus is going to be going into a sign where she does very well. Venus is obviously about beauty, harmony, socializing, money, values, and relationships. So wherever Venus is where you are. She is going to be coming into shadow this month, all right? So that means that closer to the second half of January, Venus will be going through degrees, which she will retrograde back through in March. And some of you guys are like, Candice, why are you telling me this 2 months early? And you guys know at this point in time that I'm a complete psycho, and I will tell you guys things way before it happens. And I tell you this so that way you're aware. You're more impacted by Venus retrogrades than other signs. So this tells me that you're going to have a lot of work to do with Venus being in this part of your chart. She's in the 11th house, which is friends, allies, groups, networks, goals, especially when it comes to making money. So Venus going through the 11th house is great for socializing, going to parties, indulging in events, hanging out, having good food, good wine, good music, good company, okay? And she loves being in Pisces too. She's exalted there. The thing that I think about is that Venus will come into conjunction with Saturn. So this tells me that there's like a lot of professional networking opportunities. Like you may have the opportunity to join groups or work with groups, promote yourself, socialize, and it can be fun, but it can be work as well. And there could be like a really cool blend of people that could be spiritual or kind of bohemian, or people that are into mysticism or art or music, and people who are just very eclectic, basically. So Venus will come into conjunction with Saturn, which is why I think there could be a really significant meeting of people, or you're meeting somebody socially, which could promote your career. And Venus will also come into a square with Jupiter, which means that, this meeting could be lavish. There could be lots of good food and drinks and stuff, but there could also be an opportunity for you to make more money because of the connections that you're making, or because of the association with this group. Venus will also simultaneously come into conjunction with Neptune. So there's also this sense of like, is it too good to be true? Like, how did I kind of meet this person or connect with these people? Or, maybe you're starting in the shadow to assess and take stock of like who your friends are, what your goals are, how you want to make money. The 11th house is the money that's derivative from work. So knowing that the North Node is there, Venus is there, she will retrograde with Saturn. It's like there's like the sense of clarity of trying to figure out, well, what your financial goals are and who or what you want to be spending more time with or investing time in. Okay, so we start with that. January 2nd, Venus enters into your 11th house. On the 6th of the month, you're going to see Mars is going to retrograde back into Cancer. So if you've been watching for the last month or so, Mars has been in your 4th house of home. I would imagine it's been creating some pressure. Mars has been in opposition to Pluto in your career house, and both of these signs square you, which basically means you're like, I'm between a rock and a hard place. My career is going amazing. It's blowing up, but like my home feels like it's a shit show. Or there's something going on with your family, or there's some kind of drama, or you're trying to move, or there's a partner that you're kind of having tension with, and you feel like, whether it's a business partner, a family situation, a romantic partner, you're having to kind of just really be on right now out in the world, but inner world stuff is changing, or stuff is changing with your family. So now Mars is moving into Cancer. So at least it's coming out of that pressure with your sign. And when Mars goes into the 3rd house, then the reviewing, reworking, rethinking, especially when it comes to what you've learned, rethinking something about a contract, reworking something about a vehicle, changing direction with, education, changing direction with travel, rethinking or delaying a move, right? So you're also having to really reflect and kind of take time before you emotionally react and respond to something. That's something else I would think about. Mars rules your subconscious, and it's also about relationships. So I think some Taurus and Taurus risings are actually learning to bite their tongue and like not say things that can provoke other people, but simultaneously also recognize and realize that if there are outbursts, these are coming from a place of like, repressing anger. So walking, journaling, doing some breath work, literally, doing some tapping and kind of like grounding your energy on your chest can be helpful. And watch for tension and conflicts that can kind of come up with siblings, with neighbors, cars overheating, phones overheating, that stuff can kind of happen here. You're going to see on the 8th, Mercury is going to enter Capricorn. So it's going to enter into a fellow sister earth sign. Mercury is going to be about self-expression, creativity, spending money. You might be getting ready to plan a trip. Maybe you are talking about taking a new course. Maybe you are learning something new from a new teacher. It can be about children's education, traveling with romantic partners, spending money on travel, and just wanting to be more kind of like philosophical in how you're kind of connecting and communicating with people. On the 19th of the month, the sun enters into Aquarius. So you've got the sun that will enter Aquarius. It will conjunct Pluto. Taurus, now you have Pluto fully in your 10th house for the next like 20 years. So all eyes are on you. The sun is your home life, and it's also revolving around your children or your family. And so something about your private life, your family, whatever, can definitely be like out in the open. Like there can be like a sense of, airing dirty laundry with that conjunction. Your private life somehow is put out into the public life. So you can kind of do it willingly, or it can go the hard way. This is also where there's like a major change and transformation in regards to your family, and now there is some big responsibility that you may be taking on, or changing your status, or changing your job. So it's interesting that Mars has been retrograde through this house while the sun is conjuncting Pluto. It's like something major is changing, and maybe you're going to make some public kind of announcement about it, or somehow it changes something about your career. On the 27th of the month, Mercury enters Aquarius. So it's a good time to be speaking out, communicating, sharing, connecting with other people. This can be a time where, you're doing a lot of business. Mercury is about business and making money. It's also going to be about creative projects and, putting your own flair on things. So it's going to be a good time to be making statements. It's going to be a very busy career month, actually. The first half of the month is going to be more relating to travel and education. The second half of the month into January is much more kind of career oriented. On the 30th of the month, you're going to see Uranus go direct in your sign, okay? And so something I think about with Uranus going direct is like there can be like this tension, like you've been kind of holding on to something and you're like, okay, just get through the month, or like let's just kind of focus on this. And Uranus does want freedom. It wants to give you more space to be yourself, to be authentic, to break free and kind of break some of your norms or get out of your comfort zone. So it's going to be going direct right around the time that there's a new moon in your 10th house. So maybe you're going to be making some announcement about, I'm changing something about the way that I look, or look at what I, have decided to kind of go and venture out in work-wise, or this is what I'm walking away from to give myself, more freedom. So that's a huge theme. We're also going to see in terms of planets that are retrograde, we talked about Mars retrograding from your 4th to your 3rd, but Jupiter is retrograde as well in Gemini. So you're still reviewing and rethinking your money situation, how much you're spending, also your values, you're reassessing what you possess. It's kind of funny because Jupiter rules other people's money. So it can be a sense of like going back and forth with other people revolving around how much are we spending? What are we buying? What are we getting rid of? What are we investing in? And like, what do we need? And even though Jupiter is retrograde, it doesn't mean that it slows down the money, but you may be reevaluating how you want to make it. And in February, Jupiter is going to go direct. So you're going to definitely see an opportunity to bring in more resources. Don't worry about that. Right now, you're just reflecting. We have got, in terms of the rest of the transits this month, on the 3rd, you're going to see Mars in Leo when it's in your home zone oppose Pluto. This could be a bit of a standoff where there's tension between your relationship with either your home or a family member or somebody that you live with and your responsibilities. Like you can be feeling like a little like pulled in both directions where you're like, okay, I'm having to take care of stuff at home, or I'm dealing with a home and family matter, but there's also like this need for me to like focus at work, and maybe there's changes going on at home which impact how you work, or maybe there's changes going on with your job, which is allowing you to make changes at home. This is a day that you just want to take a step back and you don't want to go toe to toe with anybody, especially with parents, relationships, or bosses, because it can be a make or break situation. And if you think back to like what was happening in November, this was happening in your 3rd and your 9th house. It was in different houses. Now that it's in angular houses, it seems a little bit more intense. On the 6th of the month, we've got Mercury in Sag, and it's going to square Neptune and Pisces. So Mercury will be in your joint money house, and it seems like there can be some confusion revolving around Money invested, joint finances, and your goals, or maybe somebody who's trying to give you some kind of advice about finances. Just a word to the wise, like be careful whose advice you buy. Whether this is you getting advice online, you're following forums, you're part of financial groups. Maybe this can also be about like friends and money. But something here with like the square, it makes me feel like, yeah, I would be careful about how much information you're relaying to other people or where you're getting your information from, okay? Then you're going to see on the 11th of the month, the nodes are going to change signs. So the North node is going to go into Pisces. It'll be there for the better part of like the next, obviously, you know, almost 2 years. It's going to be 18 months. And the South node is going to go into Virgo. That's going to be in your 5th house. So you've got the South node that's going through a familiar, you know, sister Earth sign. So this basically means that, you know, it can be a little bit more friendly for you. There can be more positive kind of clearings and changes that are happening. The South node going through the 5th house means that there are changes going on with your children, with your romantic partners, with your hobbies, with also, you know, maybe your schedule and like making time for fun, because that could be very Virgo in the 5th house. Could there be reconnections to old romantic partnerships? Yes. Can there be changes with your children? Yes. Can there be a sense of reconnecting and like maybe doing hobbies that you used to love doing when you were younger, going back to creative projects, making maybe changes when it comes to self-love? Yeah, all of that stuff is very Virgo in the 5th house. The North node in Pisces is going to be in your 11th house, which means you're focusing on how can I build community? How can I connect with friends? How can I focus on my goals? There's going to be a draw towards being around artsy, spiritual, or kind of compassionate people. And so whether this is like you're joining or you're starting a grief group, or you're going to yoga classes or meditation classes, or you're deciding that you want to go and do retreats, whatever, there's this sense of wanting to be around these type of people. What's cool is that you'll make new friends. You could join new networks here, but there's also this sense in the spring that's like, who are my friends? Where is my tribe? And you will see Saturn and Neptune kind of go in and out of Pisces, in and out of 2025. So on one hand, you'll like connect with a group of people, but then Saturn and Neptune go into your 12th. And you might be like, actually, you know what? My friends are all kind of crazy right now, you know, or they're avoidant, or they're going through their own things, or maybe they're having emotional issues, or maybe they're drinking, and you could kind of realize like, I don't want to be around other people who are having problems. I would like to have some peace and quiet. So you're kind of reevaluating where you stand with some of your friends next year. And that's the long and short of that. So we'll do more on that in the future. Now, in regards to the 12th, on the 12th, you're going to see Mars in Cancer, trine Neptune in Pisces. So Mars will be in your 3rd house, trining Neptune. You know, reevaluating, rethinking, reconnecting, and communicating maybe with partners about how you feel about your friends, about how you feel about your financial goals. Maybe you're deciding you want to, you know, go back home and visit and hang out with friends and see people you haven't seen in a while, right? So Mars and Neptune when it trines, you know, they feel very sensitive, sympathetic, you know, caring, intuitive, that kind of stuff. So maybe you're having a conversation with somebody about something that they've got going on or what they're going through, and you're, you know, hopping on the phone or talking about spending some time with them. You're going to see on the 14th of the month, Venus in Pisces will square Jupiter. So this is the overdoing it, overindulging, overspending type of vibe, being overly generous. Maybe somebody is being that way with you, or vice versa. We're spending a little bit more money when it comes to socializing and maybe becoming a part of a club or an association in some way. But that can benefit you financially. The squares to your 2nd house means that through the right connection, it can actually bring you more money. And when we look at the 15th, you're going to see the Sun in Capricorn in opposition to Mars in Cancer. So the Sun will be going through your 9th house of travel, education, and philosophy, and it will oppose Mars. It almost looks like a day that's going to be challenging seeing eye to eye with another person. Like it could be a spouse, it could be a client, a business partner. Maybe you're feeling like it's a challenge, trying to get on the same page in terms of something that you're really passionate about. It's definitely a very debate type aspect where you're trying to kind of get the point across to somebody about something. And Cancer and Capricorn could be about home and work, or about, you know, mother and father related things, or about parenting related things. And there could be some reevaluation in how you're communicating with another person, or coming back and having a conversation again, readdressing something and trying to connect with someone. On the 18th of the month, you're going to see the Venus-Saturn conjunction in Pisces. I feel like this might be about you committing to a really significant kind of like humanitarian type thing. Maybe you're committing to joining a group, or maybe you're committing to helping manage a team. Maybe you are wanting to get involved in some kind of spiritual community. Saturn is going to be about commitment and your status. And it's also going to be about teaching and philosophy and kind of connecting with people. So it's possible that you're either bringing together a group, creating a group, joining a group, something like that's going on. And it's going to be really important because it's going to require some kind of a commitment. Then you will see on the 21st of the month, the sun will conjunct Pluto in Aquarius. So this is where I said, be very careful, because something about your private life can be made very public. And also some kind of major transformation when it comes to either your home or your career. You will see on the 23rd of the month, Mercury will oppose Mars in Cancer. More of this kind of debate, philosophical, going back and forth. And, you know, maybe it means that there's a back and forth you're having with a partner about traveling, about children, about kids going to school, some, you know, kind of getting them ready to get back into school, that type of stuff. The ninth house can be lawsuits too. So if there is some back and forth revolving around children, or it can be about like maybe even like travel documents or visas, passports, that kind of stuff. But basically when Mercury and Mars are in opposition, like there is tension, especially in the third and the ninth house, with communication and kind of seeing eye to eye with another person. So what's going to happen is, to get out of that, Mercury is going to trine Uranus in your sign. You know, so this might just, instead of like fighting with somebody and going back and forth with them over the same thing over and over, you might just be like, you know what, forget it. Doesn't matter. We don't need to have this conversation. We've been here, done this, you know, and you might just be kind of like very Uranian about it. It's just like, I'm freeing myself from this. I don't want to do the back and forth anymore. And that's probably the best way to navigate it, so that way you're not having the tension. Otherwise, you're going to kind of like get a little frazzled. And you might be feeling like you're like casting pearls in front of swine. You're like just trying to teach somebody something or trying to share something with them, and they don't want to see it. They don't want to get it. And you're just like, forget it, you know. On the 25th of the month, Venus in Pisces will trine Mars in Cancer. So you're going to have your chart ruler trining Mars, which is like traveling, connecting, socializing, communicating, either with friends or with a partner or with a sibling, can be really positive. I like Mars retrograde in the third house for like exploring your neighborhood more, you know, going places to shop or eat or explore that you haven't seen before with a partner or with friends, or maybe even, you know, just spending a little bit more time in communication with them and enriching your relationships. On the 29th, you'll see Mercury conjunct Pluto. This could be about a big announcement, like a big potential partnership, a big money-making opportunity. Mercury rules your second house of money. There could be some talks about maybe partnering with somebody investing in you, you accepting an offer. It might be that you're making an announcement that you're like, hey, I'm going to be a parent, right? Mercury is connected to your fifth house. Hey, I've launched my own business. Hey, here's this new creative project I'm putting out, you know? And then you're going to see on the 30th, you're going to have Sun in Aquarius trine Jupiter. So Sun will be in your career house, trining Jupiter in your second house. And, okay, you're also going to have around the 29th, there's a new moon in Aquarius. The 29th and the 30th are your best career days, because not only do you have, you know, the Mercury-Pluto conjunction, which is some big announcement or decision, but you're going to have the new moon that's going to trine Jupiter. Okay, that's a big deal. So 29th and 30th, watch that. Really good days for work. You're going to have two moons this month, as always. On the 13th, you'll have a full moon in Cancer. So that full moon will be in your third house, and it's conjunct Mars. So for everybody, I'm telling you guys, this is a heated moon. There can be, with Mars retrograde, things that we regret doing, things that we regret saying, things that we regret kind of taking swift action on. So watch your words, Taurus. Be mindful of how you communicate. Mars obviously can be about things that's going on subconsciously, but it's also in regards to relationships. So you could blurt something out. There could be a sudden quick need to travel, a sudden quick need to have a conversation, sign a contract. Be careful with driving. Take your time, go slow, don't rush, okay? And there is some major conclusion or major highlight on third house themes like your siblings, signing contracts, learning, vehicles, and also the mind, just how you're thinking and how you're communicating. On the 29th of the month, you're going to see a new moon in Aquarius at 9 degrees, and this will be in your 10th house. New moon, new opportunities, planting seeds. Okay, so in regards to career, your status, and your reputation, it's going to trine Jupiter. So what new intentions you're setting in regards to your work and your career can bring you more abundance. It can bring you more money. It can bring you a second income stream. Something like that can kind of come about from that. Okay. All right, let's see what the cards say for you, Taurus. I got to tell you, 2025 is going to be a year of reflection, especially when it comes to navigating these major changes in your status, whether that's your relationships or your career. I kind of feel like it's going to be a really spiritual year for you, where you have a lot more peace with Saturn, Neptune in your 12th, and with Uranus leaving your sign. But you got to go big or go home with your career right now. Card that you get is the Justice card. Okay, so balance, harmony, and the fact that we want to work well with other people. We need other people. We need that balance. Karmic things happening in relationships and partnerships, which is very obvious with Mars retrograde. It rules your house of marriage. So whether you're going back with a business, partnership or a romantic relationship or, whatever, you're reevaluating things and you're rethinking things. And so I think that the Justice card coming up is very fitting. I think that there's a sense of like maybe needing to have conversations about things that you've been holding back, that you have been needing to say or kind of get off your chest, telling other people what you need more of, or letting other people know how you're going to be kind of showing up better in relationships. And I also think that this is a time where really significant relationships can be coming into your life. It's not just romantic. It can be, balancing out the relationships that you have with people in your third house, your siblings, or your extended family. Maybe there is some reconnecting going on with friends that are going to be happening over the next couple of months. But regardless, we're seeking kind of balance in relationships. And a lot of this is like showing up and trying to be the best version of yourself. So that way you can also bring that in your partnerships. Okay? Good luck. I'll catch you back here in February. What's up, Gemini and Gemini rising? Welcome to 2025. Happy New Year. I hope you're well. I'm excited to talk to you about the transits that are going to be going on this month. And I'm going to talk to you all about Mercury. Well, good news is that Mercury is no longer retrograde in January. So that's working in your favor. What you are going to be having happen, though, is there's going to be a Mercury square Neptune. So it can be a day where you don't see everything so clearly, or you're not able to communicate as well with other people. So you're going to want to watch for that. And then we will see Mercury change signs. Mercury will go into Capricorn, where it's going to be highlighting your 8th house of taxes, inheritances, joint money, psychological themes, negotiations, healing. But I think Capricorn is like career, responsibility, and then obviously the 8th house is change in these departments. And I got to tell you, there's a lot of that coming here for you guys pretty soon. Anyway, when you hear the Mercury square Neptune, when you hear the Mercury oppose Mars, when you hear the Mercury trine Uranus, Mercury is your chart ruler, so you're going to have to pay attention for that. And I think at the end of the month, having a new moon trine Jupiter in your sign is going to be really good for you guys as well, especially those of you guys who want to travel, or if you're wanting to start anything legal, or if you're wanting to publish anything, or if you are wanting to find a new teacher or a mentor, or you just need to feel more optimistic, because I think a lot of you guys have been really feeling the heaviness of the Jupiter-Saturn square in December. I think you're going to like that new moon. Okay, so let's start off with the ingresses this month. On January 2nd, you're going to see Venus enter into Pisces. Venus will spend a lot of time here. Okay, so she's going to be going through degrees where she will retrograde through in March. So you'll see the second half of July. She's going through the shadow, which means she'll come back through those degrees during her retrograde. Venus is a positive planet. Venus is about love, harmony, resources, pleasure, abundance, okay? So Venus rules creativity, self-employment, children, and romance. It also rules the hidden talents, subconscious, kind of hidden realm. So there can be this sense over the next couple of months of like your creative side really coming out to play and getting into a position at work or finding your kind of like dream position, or maybe, you know, coming out with your own business. Something that's kind of like really showing your skills to the world. And Venus loves being in Pisces. So having Venus in your 10th house is love can be found at work. You can have better kind of creative opportunities at work. You can be mixing and mingling with people at work. And that there are things changing behind the scenes, and you'll see that during the eclipses and the retrograde in March. On the 6th of the month, you're going to see Mars turn retrograde in Cancer. So it's been retrograde in your 3rd, and now it's going back into your 2nd. So Geminis and Gemini risings. When Mars is in your 2nd house, usually we spend, okay? So we're spending on stuff. What are we spending on? It could be social stuff, hanging out with friends, going out to dinner, parties, gatherings, and it can also be health, fitness, wellness. But Mars is retrograde, and it's retrograde in a sign that it doesn't like to be in. So you could be re-evaluating, okay, where am I spending too much money? You know, where's all my money going? And Mars in the 6th house is like, you know, I'm spending a ton of money on gym memberships, on supplements, on fitness clothes. I'm eating out all the time, right? And so Mars retrograde wants you to cut back on some of this stuff. Maybe you're spending too much money on staff if you have your own business. Maybe you are spending too much money on pets. You know, maybe there's just a need to declutter and get rid of things with Mars retrograde in your 2nd house. So you can be kind of freeing yourself up, and maybe you're selling stuff and finding a way to make more money. You will see on the 8th of the month, Mercury will enter Capricorn. So this is where your mind is on change and transformation of joint assets. Maybe you start collecting all of your stuff to do your taxes. In the spring, I know this is a good time to do it though. Maybe this is a time where you start kind of assessing what your goals are financially, start thinking about investing, and kind of looking at some of your investment money or some of your savings or some of your debt. And you're going to see on the 19th of the month, the sun enters Aquarius. So the sun will go into the 9th house, which is great for setting the stage for being more optimistic, traveling, learning, connecting with teachers, connecting with people internationally, legal related matters, that kind of stuff. And then you will see on the 27th, Mercury, your chart ruler, will go into the 9th house. Honestly, Sun, Mercury, Pluto, when you hear all these planets going into Aquarius, they are dancing with your sun, moon, or rising sign. So it's good. It's going to promote more opportunity to communicate, being more optimistic, you know, being a little bit more free, getting out there. 9th house could be going to college, going to airports, you know, going to kind of like lectures and like learning something new, or like even retreats maybe. So it's definitely going to be very much about your philosophy about the world changing, because Pluto is there. Obviously, Mars has retrograded out of your communication zone and into your money zone. So I would say when it comes to buying new laptops, computers, cell phones, gadgets, cars, spending money on travel, spending money on education, moving, you know, you're kind of going, okay, I got to reassess my budget here. You know, is there money in the budget for the new car? Is there money in the budget for the move? And maybe you're wanting to spend money, or you're wanting to do those things. So you're either freeing things up to make a move lighter, or you're freeing up some of your resources so you can spend money on that stuff down the road. You also see Jupiter retrograde in your sign just for another month. It'll go direct in February. So I know that the Jupiter-Saturn squares have been heavy. Okay, I know that. You had it in August of last year, and you just had it in December at the end of the month. So Jupiter is optimism, growth, and abundance, and travel. So when it's on your ascendant, you want all of those things. But it's retrograde, which means you're reflecting and kind of going like, I can't do as much of that stuff. I can't move yet. I'm not ready to share something with people yet. I'm not ready to travel yet. And it's been locked with Saturn in your career house, which means that you've been maybe a little less optimistic about the fact that you've been bogged down with work, and you haven't been able to maybe get out and about as much as you want. Or if you have, there's been delays and setbacks and challenges. But guess what? It's going to start easing up now. So things will get better. You got planets going through your 9th and your 10th house. This is really going to be about kind of expanding in your career and being more optimistic. And I think you guys are really going to like the latter part of the month because planets will start trining Jupiter in your sign. Okay. All right. So in terms of other transits happening this month, we start on January the 3rd. You're going to see Mars in Leo. So it'll be in your 3rd house. Okay. I can't move the dial. I can't do everything at one time. Sorry, guys. But you'll have Mars in your 3rd house. And this is going to be going retrograde. And while it's retrograde, it'll oppose Pluto. I want you guys to be careful. I want you guys to be careful with things you say, especially at work. Mars is about your communications with coworkers. It can also be about legal proceedings or legal documents, things that you're signing or agreeing to. I also want you guys to slow down when you're driving. No texting and driving. You should be doing that anyway, but don't be doing this when Mars is in opposition to Pluto. It could be a situation where there is an accident. Mars can be accidents, especially connected to the 6th house, and opposing Pluto could set you up for a legal situation. Things that you say can be held against you. Be very, very careful with communication this day. And also, this could be that there is some tension that you have with other people, some philosophical debates online. You make a comment about something, somebody wants to kind of get into it with you. There's like a back and forth, and kind of like a philosophical, educational kind of like debate that can get kind of heated. On the 6th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in your relationship zone. So Mercury is still in Sag at this point, which will square Neptune. And this means that you may be having back and forth conversations with a partner or a client or another person who's like saying to you, like, what are you doing with your life? What's going on with your career? What's happening with this thing? Or when are we meeting? When are you available? When have time? Or why aren't you making time for me? So somebody can be a little bit sensitive. They can be kind of playing the blame game in regards to whether or not you're taking responsibility for something, or if you're being productive enough. And there can be lots of misunderstandings and miscommunications, especially with like Mercury coming out of the retrograde. There's been a lot of back and forth with relationships. And you may feel like you're just ready to like let some conflicts kind of die down, and maybe you're just choosing like more of like a passive approach, or you're saying, I'm not sure yet, I'll get back to you, and they may not like that you're not giving them clarity. You're going to see on the 11th of the month that the nodes are going to change signs. So for the next year and a half, the North Node's in Pisces, just totally basically building up your career and your reputation. And then you've got the South Node that's going to go through Virgo, that's going to be in your 4th house of home and family. I find it very interesting that the ruler of your career zone is in your 1st house of self, where you have to believe in yourself, and that you have the North Node going through your 10th house, which only happens every 18 years. And then you have Saturn going through your 10th house, which happens only every 30 years. Good God, Gemini. I mean, the universe really wants you to figure out what you want to be when you grow up. And if you have figured it out, it means that it really wants you to make your dream in regards to your career a reality. It wants you to step into that. It wants you to actually really have clarity with how you can, kind of climb that ladder. If not, your dream job, being something you launch or you do, or your dream status, something prominent in regards to that. Anyway, the universe is with you and trying to help get you into the perfect place in regards to your career. If not, maybe you're retired or you're not looking for work. It could be, well, how can I help the collective? What can I do out in the world? I feel like I have a purpose. I need to find purpose. And you're trying to figure out how to do that. So it's a really big time for that. You're looking at Jupiter as we go through those transits. Jupiter in your 1st house means you got to believe, you have to communicate, you got to get out there and mix and mingle and talk to people. South Node in the 4th house, I will say one thing this transit is good for is if you want to move, or if you've been wanting to move at some point over the next year and a half, you might do that. If you've been meaning to sell a property, remodel a house, gut a house, clean out your closets, update your kitchen, that kind of stuff, you can. It's a time to get your home in order, basically. And we're going to be looking at the Mercury retrogrades throughout the next year and a half as the South Node goes through Virgo. So watch for those periods, which you do anyway because Mercury rules your chart. But just thinking about it, having a Mercury retrograde in your 11th house could be about your goals in regards to home and family in the spring. And you'll have another one that's going to be in the summer that's going to be kind of happening in your 3rd house, which may actually be promoting a move. And you may see that the second half of 2025 for some of you guys. The dark side of the South Node in the 4th house is like, if we spend too much time at home, it's not good for us. Like the universe wants you to be out where the people are. And the South Node in the 4th house can bring up and drudge up a lot of like family and emotional kind of things that need to be healed and cleared out. But I think you will do fine with this. I just know that these two signs, they square you. So it's putting the pressure on you to communicate, be flexible, keep an open mind. On the 12th of the month, Mars in Cancer trines Neptune in Pisces. So Mars at this point is in your money house and it's trining Neptune. You know, I got to tell you, with having Mars retrograde in your 2nd house, you could be cutting back not just on spending, but there could be changes in your income. So I think about how Mercury in your 8th house is saying there's a change at work. Venus shadow in your 10th house is saying there might be a change with work. And then Mars retrograde in your 2nd house means there could be a change with your income. A lot of you guys are like either anticipating a job change, you know that you're going to be jumping to something else. Maybe you're saying, hey, I'm willing to take a step back and get paid less or work less right now because I'm waiting for the perfect job, or I'm going to be launching my business, you know, so I'm taking time to do that. But they all are kind of saying the same thing to me. So I think with Mars trine Neptune, it's kind of like, where are you making a willing sacrifice, or you're giving something up because you know that it's going to give you more clarity, or you're going to be able to do more of what you want. You might find a job that you really want, but it's not the salary you want. And you have to kind of say, okay, I'm willing to take it with the understanding that, you know, there is room for advancement, or that I'm going to be able to get, you know, a review or something in 6 months' time, or maybe, you know, potentially get paid more money. But there's a sacrifice that you're going to make in order to kind of go and build or do what it is that you want to do. On the 14th of the month, Venus will square Jupiter in Gemini. Not a bad transit. You know, you may have a lot of creative energy, a lot of fun energy, a lot of romantic interests at work. Jupiter in your 1st house definitely brings partners to you. So if you're single, you might find that like you're meeting people at work, or people who are really interested in kind of being around you, or people who are praising you and giving you a lot of yeah, like positive affirmation. You know, they're saying, hey, you're doing an amazing job, or, you know, you're doing it, you know, amazing. I mean, basically, and really talking about how much they like being around you, or how much they like working with you. So you're going to get a pat on the back. On the 15th, you're going to see the Sun in Capricorn in opposition to Mars in Cancer. This is financial. So the Sun is in your other people's money house. You're going to see Mars is in your obviously in your money house. And when they oppose, there's like a back and forth negotiation, okay? So Mars retrograde is like, well, what are you going to give me, or what's kind of coming back to me? And then the Sun in the 8th house is like, this is what I have to offer you. There could be squabbles with other people over money. There could be also issues revolving around insurance and like trying to kind of get reimbursed or refunded, or exchange something or paid back for something. You could be saying that, you know, you want to ensure that, you know, somebody's honoring a contract, or if you're going back and forth and negotiating something financially, get it in writing is my advice. On the 18th of the month, you're going to see Venus conjunct Saturn in Pisces. So Venus is the 2nd half of the month will be in shadow, like I said, and Venus will conjunct Saturn and Neptune several times throughout this retrograde. So with Venus hitting Saturn, this is about some unexpected or behind the scenes, you know, opportunities to kind of connect with people. Like you might have meetings behind closed doors with bosses. There could be some kind of romantic love affair going on with somebody at work. That can be a superior or a boss. You have to keep it hidden. It can mean that you know that there are new things coming in your line of work and you're being involved in it, but you can't really say anything yet. Committing to what you love also. Having a very significant connection with a woman at work, or a woman that's helping you at work, or, you know, it could be a little bit of like a tough love situation with somebody at work, but you will see this aspect several times, okay? Interesting for parenting too. If you have kids, because Venus rules your 5th house, you might feel like you have to be a little bit more like tough love, you know, with your kids with this aspect. You're going to see on the 21st, the Sun will conjunct Pluto in Aquarius in your 9th. For me, this just means that, you know, if there's a day that you're like, I need to find a teacher, I need to talk to an attorney, I need to, have a one-on-one conversation with somebody who's going to give me some insight. The sun is about where we learn, but it can also be about conversations, contracts, our beliefs. Okay. It could be that you're changing your view or your philosophy about the world, or you're embarking on a life-changing, trip, or, there's something really significant that changes in regards to your in-laws or in regards to a teacher or a mentor. You're going to see on the 23rd of January, there's some tricky communication stuff. So Mercury is going to be in your 8th house of other people's money. It's going to oppose Mars in your house of your money. And I think there's a back and forth. Like, I know a lot of Gemini risings, probably about a dozen of them or so in my clientele, that are all going through lawsuits right now with, Mars retrograde in the 3rd of negotiations, and it's opposing Pluto, which can be about settlements. And the negotiation of the actual settlements going on in the 2nd and the 8th house. So this might be a day where you're playing hardball, and you're going back and forth about what somebody needs to pay you, or whether or not an insurance company is going to reimburse you, or whether or not you're going to get an inheritance that you're supposed to be getting, or if you're going to, kind of square away a tax issue or a divorce settlement, whatever. And there is an argument about who gets what. And if you want out of it, you want to lean into Mercury trine Uranus, which is just basically saying, hey, you know what? If we can't see eye to eye, we'll see in court. Or I'm just going to let my attorney handle it. I'm not going to go back and forth with this person. Let somebody else handle it. It can mean that you leave it up to a judge to decide. It can mean that you decide to just be like, you know what? If we can't handle this amicably, then we're going to go to small claims, or I'm going to file something. That can come up. You may not see eye to eye about an educational center, maybe something you've paid for education or something that you've paid for travel, and it may be a hard time kind of getting a refund with that stuff back as well. You're going to see on the 25th, Venus in Pisces trines Mars in Cancer. So good money day. Venus in your 10th house of career trining Mars means that there is an opportunity for you to kind of have an alignment with career, relationships, people you're meeting at work, bosses, and somebody may come back around and say, hey, we're still hiring for this position. Can we do a second interview? Are you available? And you might be like, oh my God, there's my chance, to potentially have an opportunity to kind of bring some more money in or reconnect with a client. On the 29th of the month, you're going to see Mercury conjunct Pluto in Aquarius. This is a day to watch. Having a powerful meeting with someone. It could be a teacher, it could be a mentor, it could be a guide, it could be a guru, it could be talking to a guidance counselor, it could be, something revolving around college admissions. It could be a time where you're like, you know what, I am booking that trip, I'm going somewhere, I'm going to, go somewhere far away where I can kind of get some peace and kind of rest and heal and reflect. Maybe you're embarking on a new health journey, or you're working with somebody who's going to be teaching you about diet, nutrition, but you have to travel, or you have to take a course to kind of do this stuff. And last but certainly not least, on the 30th, the sun in Aquarius will trine Jupiter. And this is why I feel like whatever is happening, somebody's going to have a conversation with you about it. And then on the 30th, you're like, this is a good thing. I do need to be more optimistic. I do need to be open-minded. I do need to travel. I can better myself, like something is going to kind of actually turn out at the end of the month and be really positive for you. Really great transit with the sun trine Jupiter in your sign. And I think it's going to be about traveling or learning. In terms of the lunations this month, on the 13th, you're going to have a full moon in Cancer on the 13th of January in your money house. Okay. Well, when you have a full moon in the 2nd house, there's money stuff that comes up. Sometimes there's a big payment that you receive. Sometimes you have to, pay for something else. Although the 2nd house is like your spending. So you're spending money or you're receiving money in some way. And it's going to be conjunct Mars, which is why I think it's going to be like, oh, I got a job, I'm working, I'm making money. Like, and it's quick, it's rapid because it's conjunct Mars. Or I'm making an impulse, an impulse spend on, a gym membership, or on fitness related goods or health related goods. And maybe it's something at home. So I could see some of you guys being like, I'm spending too much money at the gym, I'm just going to buy some gym equipment and put it at home. And it's like an impulse buy, Mars is also going to be money that comes from work. So that's why I think that a lot of you guys might actually find out, actually, hey, you might be making more money, or, you know, if you have been making money, you're going to go back to work, or there's going to be an opportunity that's going to come in. So watch for that. Just be careful with the impulse spending. On the 29th, you're going to see a new moon in Aquarius in your 9th house. And obviously this is ruled by Uranus, and Uranus is going to go direct the next day in your 12th. This is why I think a lot of you guys are going to be traveling, or a lot of you guys are going to be going into new types of like education where you're learning more about metaphysics, spirituality. Could be art, could be healing, but it's going to trine Jupiter in your sign. So it's like a really good new moon to be setting intentions for traveling or starting new programs. And if you're going to be going somewhere around that time too, it's good because that sun is coming into a trine with Jupiter for a couple days. So travel at the end of the month if possible. Okay. For 2025 for you guys, I just want you to know this is going to be probably one of the bigger periods for your career. You will see this continue kind of into 2026, but the bulk of the work in regards to major changes to your career, your status, and kind of climbing that ladder will be all year long. Watch around the eclipses, watch around the Venus retrograde in the spring. You're going to see what I'm talking about. Something may end, something new may begin. And Uranus is going into your sign. You guys are going to see that over the summer. So get used to traveling, teaching, having more freedom, and being like, I think, unapologetically yourself. Of course, the card that you would get would be the King of Swords, right? You're like, watch out, I have something to say. This is about mastering the art of teaching, communicating, sharing what's on your mind, being outspoken, feeling heard, being confident, intelligent. This could be you, but this could also be receiving help from a fellow air sign. So an Aquarius, a Gemini, or a Libra can pop in. But I think that if you have something that you want to say, especially I think of that new moon, like if you've always wanted to go on a trip, if you've always wanted to publish a book, if you've always wanted to teach a course, this is kind of like finally mastering that and kind of getting clear with what direction you're going in when it comes to learning and also communicating with other people. Okay, so you're mastering that. So communication is really important this month. Keep me updated. Let me know what happens, Gemini. I'll catch you guys back here in February. What's up, Cancer and Cancer Rising? Welcome to your January 2025 horoscopes. Happy New Year. I hope it's a good one for you guys. I'm excited to chat with you about what's going on. Obviously, you know, I'm going to talk to you all about this full moon that's going to be in your sign and also Mars retrograde back in your sign. You guys ready? All right. I want you to think about what's been happening basically since October. Okay. So back in October, coming into November, we saw Mars going through your sign. And so for some of you guys, when it was direct, you were feeling more optimistic, you were more active, maybe you were working out, you were focusing on changes with your career. Maybe there was just a sense of feeling more assertive and like starting new things. And since the beginning of December, Mars has been retrograde. So it's been kind of retrograding through the part of your chart where you're reevaluating, reworking your money, your spending habits, your eating habits, your self-esteem. And now it's in your first house. A lot of my Cancer risings are getting back in action with working out. They're healing something or taking care of their health, or they're changing direction when it comes to their career. So you could be experiencing all of these things because Mars is in your first house of self and body. It rules your career and it also rules creativity. So now Mars is coming back into your sign. And it's going to be making some rather nice aspects for the most part this month. We will see a couple oppositions to Mars, which can cause some friction with relationships or business partnerships. But for the most part, you know, Venus trining Mars, Mars trining Neptune, Mars trining the North Node, there's some great stuff going on. And I really feel like inclined to tell you guys, you're redirecting everything right now. And it's really about healing stuff within yourself, either physically or emotionally, having some sense of faith and belief and having like a program you're following or a teacher you're following or a spiritual practice, learning something new or traveling that's going to help you redirect some of this energy. So be mindful of that. You will have a huge full moon. Okay, this is one of the, I mean, it's obviously the first one of the year and it's going to kind of kick the door in. So the full moon's going to be around 27 degrees of Cancer. If you have anything 26, 27, 28 degrees, watch out. Full moons create big emotions, especially in Cancer. And it will be conjunct Mars, okay? Which is your 10th house ruler, which is about career, reputation, and work, and your 5th house ruler of children, creativity, and self-expression. Some Cancers and Cancer risings, this is the positive, might suddenly find out they're pregnant, okay? Because a full moon in the first house can do that. It can be suddenly giving you some sense of redirecting your purpose and changes with your health and your habits. Some of you guys are trying to get pregnant. Some of you guys are making a big decision about your children or your love life. Some of you guys are like, that's it, you know, I'm starting my own job, I'm doing my own thing. There's a very entrepreneurial spirit about Mars. And so with it retrograde, you just want to be mindful that you can get very emotional, very heated, and you can react and say some things or do some things like quitting your job, you know, kind of losing it on a romantic partner, you know. But at the very least, you're going to be very passionate. So watch for that full moon because that's going to be significant for you, okay? All right, so let me give you the other moon while I'm at it, even though I'm kind of working backwards with you guys, but that's okay. On the 29th of the month, you're going to see a new moon in Aquarius, and that's going to be in your 8th house of joint resources, change, transformation. Good time to manifest money, good time to think about investments, savings, 401k, anything in regards to taxes. If you want to get a head start on preparing your taxes, I know this sounds so boring, but whatever. Where you're like, I want to get my, you know, all my stuff together. Not a bad idea. On the 27th, Mercury enters into your 8th house. And then on the 29th, you have a new moon. So gathering up your receipts, making, you know, kind of contacts with banking or, you know, people who help you kind of finalize that. Or maybe you're just sitting down to do it. If not, it's a good time to start thinking about savings and retirement and joint resources and also profound change and transformation. Okay, that's going to be the theme. I like that the new moon trines Jupiter in your 12th. It almost feels like there's this sense of embracing change and being excited about it and knowing that clearing, cleansing, healing is going to like help you sleep better. It's going to make you feel better. It's going to give you better like mental and physical health. And you're embracing kind of healing behind the scenes because it's trining Jupiter in your 12th. Okay. Now, besides that, if we go to January the 2nd, you're going to see on the 2nd, Venus is going to enter into Pisces. I really, really like this transit for Cancer risings. You guys are one of the signs that I think is really going to benefit from this. The positive is that Venus is exalted in Pisces, so it loves to be there. It is romantic, it's sensual, it's inspiring, it's creative, it's dreamy. And Venus is coming into shadow the second half of this particular month, which means that she's going to be going through the degrees, which she will retrograde back over in March. Doesn't sound like a big deal, but it is a big deal. It's a really big deal for you because as Venus goes retrograde in March, she will conjunct Saturn, which is your marriage ruler. So many, many, many Cancers and Cancer risings will be planning on getting married. If not, you will be meeting somebody who could be your future spouse, or it's possible you could be connecting with somebody who is a long distance relationship partner. It's also possible that existing relationships, you're going to talk about going to the next level. Maybe you are going to be meeting a very prominent teacher. You're establishing kind of connections with clients who might be in other places. It's really good. Okay. That's all I'm going to tell you is it's really good. So what you need to know is that Venus is going to be making a connection with Saturn. So there's a relationship connection opportunity, even if it's somebody at a distance or further away. If not, you're indulging in travel, you're indulging in education. Maybe you're meeting a significant educator of some kind. Now, the other thing that you need to know is Venus will be kind of dancing with Neptune. So we can't quite see everything clearly. We can be overly idealizing some relationship opportunities or trips or travel, and it will retrograde. So just be mindful of trying to see things clearly, I guess, is my best advice to you. Okay. Now, on the 6th of the month, this is when Mars dips back into your sign. So it's going to leave your money house and your spending house, and it's going to go into your first. I've seen a lot of Cancer risings that are like eating less and working out more. I've seen a lot of Cancer risings that are like, I'm working less because I'm healing an injury, so I'm spending less. Or, you know, maybe focusing on building up the self-esteem. That can be kind of coming up with Mars retrograde. So now that it's in your first house, you guys should be feeling passionate, creative, and maybe a little bit assertive, and maybe you just need to have a morning routine. Okay, you can be feeling kind of sexy too because Mars is connected to your 5th. So now it's in your 1st house, and then on the 8th of the month, Mercury, the communicator, enters into your relationship zone. So the sun is there also the first part of the month, so there can be more action on relationships, connection with people, clients, business partnerships. And then when Mercury goes through there is like a very busy period in terms of meetings, communication, emails, phone calls, you know, connecting with other people wanting to kind of talk to you. So you'll notice that communication will pick up there. On the 19th of the month, the sun enters into Aquarius. So now it's shining a light on change and transformation. And this is about, I think, really looking at not just your finances, especially with Mars retrograde out of your 2nd house, but what other people can give you. So whether this is like money that's owed to you, tax refunds, loans, inheritances, it can be spousal support, child support, whatever. Like there is this theme that's like, no, other people need to give me more. I'm spending less, I'm doing less, I need support. So unemployment, I mean, you name it, there can be all kinds of things that can kind of go on. Or you're dipping into savings. You want to spend less money and you're like, all right, I'm going to go and focus more on maybe not working. Maybe I'm taking from something that I've saved. And then Mercury is going to enter on the 27th, and that can be a really good time for filling out documents, forms, tax forms, things revolving around, insurance matters, especially Mercury is now connected to the South Node. So I'm looking at this like changes with car insurance, maybe insurance claims for phones. Maybe there can be changes revolving around trip or travel insurance for something if you're spending on something that might come up, and changing or transforming your mind in some way. Okay, so it's going to be about maybe like emotional or like psychological kind of like healing. On the 30th, Uranus goes direct, and it's going to go direct in your friend zone. So it can mean that there is some twists and turns and unexpected shocks and surprises going on with other people. It can be involving like friends or romantic partnerships possibly as well, because it is in a Venusian sign. It can also mean that there is some sudden change with a friendship that can happen that's shocking and surprising. Then you're going to see the Mars retrograde from your 2nd to your 1st, and Jupiter is currently retrograde in your 12th. So there is a sense of reflecting, reevaluating, rethinking. You're in your kind of like caterpillar phase. So when Jupiter's in your 12th house, you're getting ready for like a rebirth, which will be coming in June for you guys later this year. So you might be feeling like spending more time resting, meditating, studying. It can be traveling. And some of you guys become either very spiritual or religious during this transit. I call this the guardian angel transit, because even if like difficult things are happening, when Jupiter's retrograde in your 12th house, like as long as you have faith that everything is happening the way that it's supposed to happen, you will be protected. You will be fine. And the 12th house can be about hospitals and healing centers and stuff like that. But I feel like this is more about some of you guys embracing, having a better, kind of spiritual balance, and like needing to have that and that perspective so that way you can heal something about your habits and your health related matters. Okay. All right. So outside of that, we're going to start at the beginning of the month. We're going to have on January the 3rd, you're going to have Mars in opposition to Pluto. So this is before Mars goes into your sign. Think back to what was going on kind of like in the end of October going into November, right? You had a Mars-Pluto opposition in your 1st and your 7th house where there could have been some friction happening with another person. It could have been a business partner. It could have been somebody at work. It could have been a romantic partner, a spouse, a partner, whatever. And there was some tension and almost felt like a power struggle between you and someone else. Now what you're going to see, could have been work related actually because of Mars. Now what you're going to see is Mars is in your money house retrograde and it's opposing Pluto. So now there could be some conflict with a partner. There could be some conflict with somebody at work over money. Okay. So it could be, your partner's giving you a hard time about spending and expenses. Maybe you're going through a situation where you're trying to negotiate a settlement. Maybe you're trying to get child support or spousal support. Maybe you're trying to get reimbursed for something. But this is a time where you're like, no, I'm not going to be funding this, or I'm not footing the bill for this, or this wasn't my doing, and kind of saying to somebody else, you need to change. So you might have people who are kind of fighting you about financial stuff. You know, I would just say that you will see this again in April. So it looks like if the problem started with relationships and now it's kind of moving to money and reassessing finances, you're going to see a lot of back and forth about money that belongs to you versus what belongs to other people. That's going to come up this month. On the 6th of the month, you see Mercury and Sag square Neptune and Pisces. So Mercury will be in your work zone. So it's going to be about work, health, habits, and routines or coworkers. And it's going to square Neptune in the 9th. So this means that it's like not the best time to be, you know, indulging in maybe travel or indulging in, you know, new health practices. Because, you know, it may be a scam. It might be somebody's trying to sell you on, oh, you know, buy these supplements, take these pills, you know, join this program, and, you know, you will reach enlightenment. And it's going to be like bullshit. So be careful, because I think somebody's going to be trying to promote or sell something, and you might watch a video or you might see something that you're like, oh, I got to have that, you know, and it's like, it's not actually really going to help you. So I wouldn't make any major travel or health or job related changes with that square. You will see on the 11th of January that the nodes change signs. Okay, so this is big because it only happens like every 18 months. Now the North Node is going to be in Pisces in your 9th house. So for the next year and a half, the direction of where we're all going collectively, but specifically you, is going to be on Pisces 9th house matters. If you have always wanted to go back to school and get a degree, if you have always wanted to go and get a certification and become a yoga teacher, a Pilates teacher, a spiritual practitioner, if you have always wanted to travel to a foreign land, you know, take courses or classes when it comes to maybe even, I'm trying to think, like, what else? And I don't know. There's so many things you could do with the 9th house, but basically this is where your higher mind expands. Okay, so Saturn and Neptune will be there on and off for like the next year and change. So you're obviously having some kind of commitment or relationship that requires structure, and Neptune, which is going to require like kind of vision. Like this would be great if you wanted to go on a spiritual pilgrimage, or if you wanted to finally, you know, go and learn how to, you know, like really get serious about photography or cinematography or art. You know, that would be wonderful as well. So I'm just going to keep going on and on. So I'll stop. But that's going to be the emphasis basically for the next, you know, year and a half. And the ruler is Jupiter, and Jupiter is in your 12th house of vision, intuition, foreign lands. So it's kind of influencing this in a way. And then you've got the South Node that's going to be going through Virgo, that's going to go through your 3rd house. And like Virgo is the opposite of Pisces, where Pisces is like mystical, magical, you know, doesn't always mean that it's in reality, but it seems very inspiring. It feels good. It kind of lures you in. Virgo is organization and health and productivity and being on time and analysis and service. And so Virgo has a tendency to have it all together. And so when the South Node goes through there, we're moving away from that. Some of the things we're going to experience the next 2 years are going to be otherworldly. We did not see it coming. It's almost going to seem like it was some kind of like divine intervention. So the 3rd house, South Node, you know, we can lose our mind literally in that transit. I'm going to be really honest with you. You need to be really mindful of being too overly self-critical, and like the negative self-talk can really cause some issues. Some of you guys might say, well, I'm ready to change a vehicle, or I am ready to, you know, move, or, you know, I can't talk to my sister or my brother anymore. They drive me crazy, or, you know, I need to get away from this crazy neighbor. There's this sense with the South Node in the 3rd house that we're kind of experiencing some of those things, but we can also become more in tuned and tapped into the South Node, so we can you know, naturally gravitate towards, you know, knowing or having this inherent knowing of what is and is not healthy in terms of communication and, you know, our daily routine. Lots of changes can happen in your neighborhood or with your siblings as well. So we'll be watching Mercury transits as we go through those transits, you know, for the next year and a half. So it's in communication, travel, kind of like information-based houses basically for you, and you're going to see a lot of planets, especially in the spring, dancing on the North Node, inspiring you to believe in something bigger than yourself, inspiring you to start thinking about, you know, what a big world there is out there and what there is to see, okay? You'll see on the 12th of the month, Mars in Cancer in your sign will trine Neptune. And this is where I feel like you're starting to tap into this energy where you're like, I need more romance. I need more experience. I need more travel. And you're just feeling very inspired. You're feeling like you're reevaluating everything about your goals and you're redirecting it towards something that's going to be ninth house oriented. On the 14th of the month, you're going to see Venus square Jupiter in Gemini. So Venus in the ninth house, where it could be about indulging in travel, relationships at a distance, or something you're learning. You're overly idealizing it, I think, with Jupiter in the 12th house. I think there is this sense of being like, oh my God, wouldn't it be wonderful if this could happen with this person, or I could move to this country, like, you know, or I could have this experience. I'm going to be honest with you. We don't see very clearly when Venus is in Pisces in conjunction to Neptune, or when it's squaring planets in the 12th house. So there can be like this elusive person that kind of comes in and out of your life where you're like, it would be wonderful, but they live across the country, you know, or they live in another country. And I would say, like, Venus is going to go retrograde. They might kind of go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. So you might find that there is an opportunity to connect with them, but it's like you can't quite see it clearly yet. On the 15th of the month, this is where you can get into some trouble, so pay attention. Sun in your 7th house in Capricorn opposes Mars in your first. Now, for those of you guys who are partnered, you know, look, Mars is retrograde, and the opposition to the Sun means somebody may try to kind of like, you know, stand up to you or be like, this is the way it's going to go, or they kind of bossy or demanding with, you know, what you have to pay for, or what you have to give them, or what you're bringing to the table. And the opposition to Mars is a challenge. So somebody is challenging you. And the question is are you going to respond and react differently? Are you going to get pissed off and angry? And are you going to kind of fight fire with fire? Or are you going to throw your hands up and go like, I'm not doing this with you. This is not how it's going to go. I'm not going to fight with you, which is what I would encourage you to do, because Mars is trining Neptune. On the other hand, Mars is about passion, and with the Sun in Capricorn, there can be like this sense of being like, oh, I want to go after that, you know, I want something I can't have. And this month, you know, it could very well feel like it's something, the things that you want are the things that you can't have, as much as I hate to say that. You might feel like everything you want is like illegal or too expensive, or it won't text you back, all right? And I know what that's like, but I'm just going to tell you, be careful what you chase after. Literally, Mars retrograde, I'm going to say this now. I didn't think of it till just now, but Mars retrograde in Cancer trine Neptune is like, literally don't go chasing waterfalls. Some of you guys are going to have this crazy story in your head that's going to be like, and I could move to this country and we can make it work together. And like you're building this idea of what it could be with another person. It could be with a project. It could be with an educational pursuit. And I would just say, hold up, there's way too many things that's like in opposition in retrograde right now. Like, don't make that decision quite yet. Let's see what happens in the spring. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Please, somebody write that in a comment so I remember to say that, because it's going to be so perfect when this aspect sets up next month. Appreciate it. All right, so we're going to see on the 18th, Venus will conjunct Saturn. Good love day for you, which is ironic because Saturn rules relationships. So it could be about a significant romantic connection, a client. It could be about a new teacher that comes in. Maybe you start kind of thinking about planning a trip or going somewhere. The ninth house is also about, in some schools of thought, it could be about the father. Sometimes it's also about in-laws. So maybe you want to watch both of those people if you have those people in your life. But serious commitments in regards to education, travel, and relationships. And then you're going to see on the 21st of the month, the Sun will conjunct Pluto in Aquarius. This is really highlighting some major transformation revolving around your resources and somebody else's, and what you stand to gain, or if there is some kind of like, I mean, the 8th house is like all of the karmic wrappings and entanglement. It's like, I will give this to you, but this is what it's going to cost you. I think this could be a little bit more challenging for people if they're trying to settle a tax matter or a lawsuit, or if they are trying to go back and forth over child support or spousal support can be a little sticky. But on the other hand, the Sun Pluto in the 8th house is also a time that there can be some awareness of like resources that are coming to you through another person, and somebody else benefiting can change, you know, your life in a very big way. I could also see this being a time where it can be highly sexual because, you know, Pluto is the connection to your 5th house. So the Sun Pluto connection is just all about passion and pleasure. And this can be a time where you're kind of dealing with like shadow related things, you know, some kind of major transformation of healing trauma and letting something go and like dealing with, yeah, like shadow monsters. All right, so you're going to see on the 23rd of the month a tricky communication day because Mercury in your relationship zone will oppose Mars in your 1st house. So it's like somebody wants to talk to you and you're crabby, like that meme with like the crab with the knife. Like literally that's going to be you, you know, you're going to be like, get out of here. And somebody's going to try to talk to you and you're going to be like, I don't want to talk to you, or there's nothing to talk about. And the way out of that is the trine to Uranus. So Mercury trine Uranus. So it almost feels like, you know, maybe somebody's, you know, if you got a back and forth going on with the relationship, let's say you block somebody, the Mercury trine Uranus is like them trying to get a hold of you on a social media platform, or them contacting your friends and being like, hey, can you have them call me? Like, I'm trying to get through to them. You know, they're trying to find another way. It's like a loophole. It can also mean that, you know, Mercury trine Uranus is like, let's not fight. Like, let's find a win-win. Let's find a middle ground that's going to be best for both of us. It can mean that maybe you're opting to connect and spend time with like friends and socialize rather than going back and forth with a relationship matter, or you're getting some feedback from a group of people. But I think if you're focusing more on the solution to the problem and finding the middle ground rather than fighting, I think that can be the best case scenario, right? There could be like some kind of like negotiation that could happen. On the 25th, Venus in Pisces trines Mars in Cancer. Good, passionate, creative day for you. Obviously, Venus is about like home and family and also friends and gatherings. So it can mean that you're feeling called to travel to go and meet with friends or family in other places. Maybe you're feeling the love at a distance. Maybe you're feeling really, like you're feeling like wanted. Like with Venus trine Mars in your ascendant, you can feel like there's people who want to connect with you and they want to spend time with you. So there could be lots of social invitations that can be coming from far away as well. You've got on the 29th, Mercury conjunct Pluto in Aquarius. Okay, so this is your day to get like down to the nitty gritty, like I said, of like, you know, documents, information, like having the receipts. This is the day that you're like, I have the receipts, you know, or you're having a really intense kind of conversation or communication with something, or some information is kind of revealed to you, especially about joint finances or secrets. Maybe especially involving like, you know, secrets that are coming out about siblings or about neighbors, you know, or there is somebody sharing some secret info with you. Be very careful also. This is a day because Mercury is connected to your 3rd house. It could be secrets about siblings, but this is a day where very sensitive information, okay? Like think like passwords to bank accounts, passwords to online media accounts. If you have cryptocurrency, because Uranus is digital, like be very careful because you're more prone now with having Mercury transits for there to be issues with insurance, issues with hacks to social media, phones, and financial accounts. So be careful with that conjunction. And then on the 30th, you're going to see the sun come into a trine. So the sun in Aquarius will trine Jupiter and Gemini. This is about releasing, clearing, healing. It may feel like a blessing, that there is like a financial blessing that comes in that's like helping you. And it could be maybe not necessarily money, but it could be improved health. It could be, you know, an insurance claim that's covered so you don't have to pay for it. It could be that, you know, work comes in that's going to kind of relieve some of your financial concerns, right? All right, so that's the long and short of it. My thought for 2025 for you guys is that if you can survive the Mars retrograde, which you're pretty much going to be done with in February, you have a whole new opportunity that's going to come your way, that's going to open up in March. And whether that's for travel, education, a change in your belief system. And Jupiter will be in your sign this year, starting in June. So Jupiter will come into your rising sign, which is going to give you so much more optimism, so much more travel. Some of you guys are going to publish books, you're going to teach. Some of you guys are also going to get married, or you're going to have babies. And there is just going to be this whole opening up where you're going to be like, I think you're going to have a total shift in your belief system, and you're going to like start to kind of believe that, you know, good things can kind of happen again, and that everything happens for a reason. The card that I got for you is the Ten of Swords, right? You're like, I don't want to see that after what you just told me. So with this, right, we do see some trines to the 10th house, to the 12th house from that new moon, which can be about, okay, I'm starting from scratch, right? I'm letting everything go. There is a fresh start. The 8th house can also be about Scorpio themes. So betrayal, endings, death, disappointment, which is very much Ten of Swords. So I'm not going to lie to you, like there could be some financial news that comes this month that's disappointing. There could be a situation with, you know, trying to think, like the sun is money, Pluto is connected to a disappointing situation with children this month, or a romantic partner. Some disappointment that kind of comes from a friend because Uranus goes direct. Whatever it is, just know that you are kind of in the season of being like, okay, well that ended, you know, and when planets go through your 8th house and they're trining the 12th, it's like it ends and we release it. So we have to kind of create space. We got to clear space, and watch out for being overly emotional because of whatever is kind of coming up around the time of the full moon. But I promise you, it's actually a lot better than this card looks. But I'm wondering, what is the disappointment that happens this month, Cancer? Like, what do you kind of finally put an end to? You have to let me know. Catch you back here in February. All right, we got Leo and Leo rising. What's going on, Leo? Welcome to 2025. Happy New Year. I hope it's a good one for you. I'm excited to chat with you about what's going on this month. Obviously, you know, we're going to talk all about planets in your sign, and we're going to talk about the sun. Put a helmet on. You put a helmet on because the beginning of the month, you're going to see some reoccurring themes that have been going on really since the better part of the end of October, beginning of November. The reason why I say that is we're going to actually start the month with Mars in Leo. So it will be in Leo before it goes into Cancer on the 6th. So the first couple days of the month, Mars is retrograde in your sign. So you are reevaluating, changing directions, turning within, more self-focused, reflecting on yourself in where you're going, what's best for you, your life plan. These are good things. You can also be thinking about what's going on with your home life or your family life. And while that's happening, Mars is going to now make an opposition to Pluto. Now, this is the second opposition we've seen. However, now it's happening in your 1st and your 7th house, which is very loud. You are probably going to be grappling and going back and forth with whether or not you want to step away from someone or something. The 7th house could be a therapist. It could be Aquarius, which is a friend. The 7th house could be a committed relationship, a spouse or a partner. And Pluto is what has power over you. Okay, so Pluto rules the past. It could be past relationship issues. It could be you know, going back and forth with a family member. It could be that there is some tension in a relationship over a home or living situation. And honestly, all the Leo risings I've spoken to for the most part are actually handling this very well. It's this sense of being like, I know that person's not good for me anymore, or I'm dealing with a family crisis and it showed me that my spouse is not attentive, or I'm really emotionally not doing well and I need to focus on myself and take time away from, you know, toxic friendships, whatever it is. I'm actually very impressed. So I got to give it to you, Leo and Leo risings. You guys are actually, you're leaning into what this is about, which is being more self-focused. Anyway, you will see at the beginning of the month the opposition to Pluto, and that means rather than fighting fire with fire and responding to people's kind of manipulation tactics or ways that they try to kind of like get you down, you take a step back. And Mars will go back into your 12th house, where some of you guys are traveling, you're going to retreats, you're in foreign lands, you're healing, you're focusing more on ancestral work. So there's a lot of like meditations, connecting with ancestors, asking for assistance, asking to kind of clear some of those karmic channels so you're not repeating some of these patterns maybe that you keep repeating when it comes to your relationships or your family. So watch out for the tension at the beginning of the month, all right? You will see also this month that there is going to be a couple of aspects where there's going to be some oppositions happening with the sun. So when that happens, be mindful that that's going to be some challenges as well. Although I really feel like it's going to be more revolving around, you know, Capricorn, 6th house, which is like getting work done versus you'd rather be resting and recuperating or kind of like lying low. When some of the oppositions are, you know, happening in these houses, we also have to really pay attention to our health. You know, the 6th house can be your work routine and your habits, but it can also be your health. So as it opposes Mars, some of you guys are actually like, you know what, I'm feeling under the weather, like I can't be as productive or get as much work done. As for the lunations this month, obviously, I always talk to you about the new moon because it involves the sun and the moon coming together. So we're going to have a new moon on the 29th of January, and this will be in your 7th house of relationships. So if you're single, this is a great new moon to manifest love and relationships. If you're wanting to bring in more clients, or if you have a client-based or a product-based business, wonderful time to be like, hey, this is what I have. Send out your newsletters, make your announcements. I mean, really, really great time to socialize, meet people, and connect. Trust me on this. It's conjunct Pluto, so it means there's going to be big changes, but it's going to trine Jupiter, which is going to enhance your goals, your communication, and your networks. So I love this new moon for you. It's so good. We will also have a full moon that will be happening in Cancer, and this will be happening on the 13th of January. It's in your secluded home zone. You know, 12th house is like behind the scenes in your bedroom or in a foreign land or healing. So it can make us feel a little cagey. And honestly, full moons in the 12th house for me are like, give me my Netflix and my snacks, like leave me alone. You know, like I just want to get in bed. I don't want to do anything. So in Cancer, you may be feeling like you need to be home or in a private, safe, secure space or in bed or with family. So the thing is that this is going to be conjunct Mars. And with a full moon in conjunction to Mars, just in general, it makes us more heated. It makes us more emotionally reactive. It makes us more hysterical, especially Mars in Cancer. And in the 12th house, you could be feeling like it's disrupting your sleep. There can be a lot of emotions coming up. And Mars is connected to your home life or your private life and also your 9th house. So at best case scenario, you're having a wildly amazing time traveling and being in another place, and you're away from home and you can rest and recuperate, and it's like very therapeutic. Worst case scenario, it could mean like there's some things happening for your family, which is making you very sensitive, or some changes with your home and you just want to be alone to process this stuff. Also, the 12th house can be about healing centers, hospitals, private places. Mars conjunct the moon can be cuts, burns, bruises, and abrasions. So fevers, illness, stomach issues, you know, major emotional issues. Like we got to keep an eye on all of that stuff because it's going to need to be in check during the time of the full moon. Because yeah, everybody's they're gonna feel a little Looney Tunes, to be honest with you. So hopefully you're able to kind of find your Zen space and just kind of meditate and take a hot bath, go to a spa, you know, maybe hang out in a hot tub, something like that that can just release some of the stress and the tension would be perfect for you. All right, so this month starts off on the 2nd. We're going to see Venus going into the sign of Pisces. So Venus loves being in the sign. It's exalted in Pisces. It's going to spend a lot of time in Pisces the next couple of months because Venus is actually going to turn retrograde in March from Aries back into Pisces. So what's going to happen in January is Venus is going into shadow, which basically means she's going to go into the part of the chart where she will make aspects and retrograde back. So you may want to pay attention the second half of the month because you're going to start to see some of the things that might be happening during that retrograde in March and April. Venus in the 8th house basically is about passion, steaminess, sexiness. It can be about having more access to other people's money or resources. Themes like taxes, inheritances, investments, spousal support, child support, that stuff can kind of come up. And Venus is connected to your 3rd house of vehicles, communications, as well as contracts. And it's also connected to work. So for a lot of Leo and Leo risings, if you've been anticipating a big payout, if you've been waiting to get a refund, if you've been waiting to be reimbursed, if you know that you're supposed to get an inheritance, anything like that, that stuff can start kind of coming up over the next couple of months. You can be hearing about that. Equally, the North Node is going to be in Pisces now, so it can mean that your partner is making more money or they're starting to bring in resources, and so that can kind of somehow benefit you. Now, we're also going to see Venus come into conjunction with Saturn, which can be very much about the relationship you have with other people and money. So if it's not your business partner or your romantic partner in money, it could be things like wanting more depth and intimacy in relationships. It could be consulting and talking to somebody about making investments and helping your money kind of grow by putting it in other accounts and kind of changing your investment strategy. You're also going to see on the 6th of the month, Mars will leave your sign, yay, and it'll go retrograde back into Cancer. So that is where you're kind of spending more time kind of healing behind the scenes, kind of lying low, like I said, doing more of that spiritual ancestral type of work. As long as you're taking care of your health, for the most part, I think you guys are going to be fine. And this is about dealing with repressed anger and frustration and rage. That can be kind of coming up. It can be a great time to get back into healing or therapy or to be doing some traveling. You will see on the 8th of the month, Mercury enters Capricorn. So Mercury goes into the 6th house, which is a house it really likes to be in. So it really is now going to be focusing on your health and your habits, but Mercury transits need to be watched now that the South Node is in Virgo. So basically, there can be changes financially due to changes with your schedule. So like for some Leos and Leo risings, it could mean you're working more, so now you're making more money, or you're dealing with a health issue, taking time off of work. That can result in a financial loss temporarily. Maybe you're spending more money on health and wellness, or on an office space, or on like productivity stuff, right? Or services, hiring people to kind of help you with services. So that can happen. And then you're going to see on the 19th of the month, the sun enters your 7th house of relationships, where it will conjunct Pluto, lighting up your relationships with other people. And you're seeing like really where relationships are changing and transforming in a very big way. And on the 27th of the month, then Mercury enters into Aquarius, and now you're suddenly communicating and talking to people a lot about second house things, money, right? Financial goals, what you are hoping to achieve, what you're hoping to gain. I'll get into this when I get into the North and South Node, but just know with the South Node going through the second house for the next 2 years, almost 18 months, you are releasing and letting go of this need to feel like everything needs to be like perfect, especially when it comes to finances and spending. Maybe you're releasing the need of feeling like you have to spend for everything, or that you have to work really hard, or that money is hard to come by. Why? Because you're gaining through the North Node in the 8th, support, other people's resources, access to loans, dealing with debt, money that might come from other people. So to me, it kind of seems like this is now a conversation you're going to be having with others. It's like, hey, it might be a time where you're like, hey, my services are now going up. You know, it's going to cost more. Or maybe it's a time where you're talking to your partner more about investment and making your money grow. Now, on the 30th of the month, you will see Uranus go direct in your career zone. So basically, Uranus is waking up, and it's going to show you where there's going to be some wild potential changes now happening in regards to your career or your public reputation or your relationships, as Uranus is connected to your 7th house of relationships. So big changes can be happening in this department. For the most part, I think it's good. I mean, you know, Uranus finally in 2025 is going to briefly go into Gemini. So you're going to feel like whatever turbulence has been happening with your career will stabilize a little bit briefly. Uranus will retrograde back, but it will stabilize a little bit. So you might feel like where there's been a lot of like unsettledness or kind of going back and forth with jobs or people, or even relationships, it's going to kind of calm down a little. Then we're going to see, obviously, Mars continue its retrograde on your ascendant to the 12th house, and Jupiter is retrograde all month long as well. So Jupiter is in your 11th house, where it's retrograde and reflecting on your goals, how you make money, who your friends are, everything revolving around, you know, social connections. Maybe you're reconnecting with friends and people you haven't seen in a while. And Jupiter is about what you create. So there's a lot of like what you create and what you share with your audience, or your romantic relationships and connecting with friends. and sharing with friends. And you're going to see some squares between Jupiter and planets in Pisces this month. So I've said this to a lot of Leo risings. I'm going to keep saying this. People don't know what you're going through until you tell them. So if there are major changes in relationships, if there are major things going on with your finances, if you are experiencing some kind of life-changing situation or moving through grief or fear, if you share with other people, and you'll really see this around the time of the new moon, because it trines Jupiter, if you open up to others and allow the opportunity for them to communicate with you and support you, but also if you're opening up to new friends, you've got some really great transits for you being able to do that this month. All right, so we're going to start at the beginning of the month on the 3rd of January, where you're going to pull out your big red marker and you're going to circle that date because Mars in your sign at around, I'm not sure exactly what degree, I want to say it's going to be around like 1 degree, will oppose Pluto in your 7th. Very often when I see Mars and Pluto oppose each other, Mars can't really overcome Pluto, okay? So with Mars retrograde on your ascendant, it really behooves of you to take a step back and be like, I'm not gonna fight with this person, or I'm not gonna have conflict with this person, or I'm not gonna aggravate this person. Because if you do that, somebody's gonna hit back much harder, okay? This could be a client, this could be a therapist, this could be a spouse, a romantic partner. You know, I don't like saying this, but unfortunately, Mars is conflict and aggression. Pluto can be about violence and death. So when we see an opposition here, there is almost like this tension that is like an ultimatum. That's like either you do this or it's over. If you don't do that, I'm out, you know? And so with Mars retrograde, you're realizing like it's not about other people changing. Because if other people are afraid to change with Pluto in your 7th, if they don't want to go through a shift, if they don't want to be open to that change within the household or emotionally or even family or friends, you're changing your approach rather than trying to fight with them and trying to get them to kind of see the way, right? So I'm hoping that you do that because it can get kind of intense with that opposition. So just be mindful there that it could be quite a squabble. This is the second Mars-Pluto opposition, but this is the first one that we're seeing in Leo and Aquarius. You're actually going to see the next one that's going to happen in mid-April. On the 6th of the month, you're going to see Mercury and Sag square Neptune and Pisces. So Mercury will be lighting up your 5th house of creativity, dating, speculation, investments, and it'll square Neptune. You're not going to get a lot of clarity in, you know, creative brainstorming. You're not going to get a lot of clarity in investments or in love. Be careful what you invest in, whether that's emotions or finances on this day. And money stuff and children or love stuff and money don't mix. Like I could see like a lot of like Mercury in the 5th house, like my kid's asking me for some money for something and I gave it to them, and then you find out like they didn't spend it on what they told you they were going to spend it on, you know, or they told you like, oh, I lost the change, and then you're like, where is it? Something that can go missing or vanish here basically. And remember, Mercury now rules the South Node, so Mercury aspects are going to impact your wallet more, so be careful taking a chance on investing in something that could be speculative as well. On the 11th, you're going to see the nodal changes happen. So it won't be until the 11th that the South Node is in Virgo and the North Node is in Pisces. 18 months of the North Node in the 8th house. I mean, the pros and the cons. The pros are, at least in my opinion, and I had it go through there with Uranus, so maybe it's a little bit different. But by the end of this transit, you will most likely be more financially stable. You will probably have more money than you came into it with. You probably won't have to work as hard for it. You'll get money in strange and unusual ways. With, you know, Saturn and Neptune there, your partner will come into some money. Some of you guys will inherit stuff. Some of you guys will win a lawsuit. You'll win an insurance suit. Maybe something you invested just totally blows up. I don't know, but you're going to get money in really strange and unexpected ways. And that means that you're not going to have to work as hard with the South Node in the 2nd. You'll also be drawn to spiritual sexual practices. Think like Tantra or Kundalini. You'll be really interested in life after death situations, you know, psychics and mediums, occultism, mysticism, emotional and psychological transformation. And then with the South Node in your 2nd house, there's going to be the sense of releasing. Releasing the need to feel like your finances have to be super organized and figured out and everything's planned, because you can't plan things, and you're going to try to plan things and then life is going to happen. Maybe it means that you feel like your finances are a mess and they're not as organized as they could be, and you need some help in that department because you're a little lost. Maybe you're getting rid of things, like decluttering, downsizing, selling stuff, giving stuff away, donating things to those who are in need is a good idea. It's going to be good karma for you if you do that. And this is also going to be about major changes to your spending habits, your self-esteem, and cutting things out of your life or your diet. Like when Mercury's in the second house, I'm looking at Mercury in the sixth, and it's like, you know, maybe you'll say, hey, it's worth spending the money. You know, it's not a loss. It's spending money on my health. I'm investing in health or supplements or wellness, or I'm buying new office furniture. You're going to be like, there are some things worth, you know, spending the money on, even though it's going to be costly. Anyway, watch out for changes with your money though, because sometimes at the South Node, you cut something off. So it's like if you're used to having, two incomes, you might lose one of them. If you're used to getting big bonuses, they might be smaller. Things like that can kind of happen, but at the end of the transit, it's worth it. Like when I went into my South Node transit a few years ago, when it was in Scorpio and Taurus, and I have a lot of planets in the second house, I remember being like, yeah, I could keep working 5 days a week, and I can keep taking clients and seeing clients all day, but I wanted to make time to create content. And at first I was like, okay, well, I'm literally going to cut my schedule in half. So I'm making half of the amount of money that I used to make, but with the intention that in the long run, it would make more money. 2 or 3 years down the road, thankfully, because my channel has grown, because I've been creating content and I'm dedicated to that, you guys watch it, you like it, you share it. I thankfully can get compensated for my time, and it pays for, my husband and I to work together pretty much full time. So that's the 8th house, right, of the assistance that you get from another person. So I use that example just to kind of say that at first you go into the transit going, I have to part with something, but whatever you part with, you're going to end up kind of getting something coming back to you. So it'll play out in the long run. So on the 12th, you're going to have Mars in Cancer, trine Neptune in Pisces. So Mars will be in your 12th house, trining Neptune in your 8th house. This can be about endings, loss, letting things go. Changes with the home and the family is the big one. So maybe it can be like remodeling, moving, major changes going on with parents, releasing or saying goodbye to something or someone. And then on the 14th of the month, you're going to see Venus in Pisces square Jupiter in Gemini. So Venus is going to square Jupiter. Venus in Pisces in the 8th house is about going through some significant change or transformation and communicating and sharing with people how you're feeling or what you're experiencing. And full disclosure, just in general, the late degrees of Pisces is very weepy. Okay, there can be the sense of like tears and emotions and sensitivity. So you can be feeling like you're dealing with that kind of in private, and like you're letting like friends and other people know that you've been feeling really sensitive and emotional, sharing that with other people and allowing other people to gift you the gift of support and friendship. We've got on the 15th, the Sun in Capricorn will oppose Mars in Cancer. So the Sun in Capricorn in your 6th house will oppose Mars. That basically means that, you feel like you have a lot of work and responsibility and things that you got to get done. And it's challenging to balance all of that when in reality, you feel like you really just need some downtime. You really just need some extra sleep, or you really just need some time to tend to yourself emotionally. Watch your health around this transit, please, please, please. You will also see on the 18th of the month, Venus will conjunct Saturn in Pisces. So Venus could be about conversations, contracts, things involving female relatives, siblings, and some kind of support, emotional support, financial support, being gifted something, maybe a document or a letter coming saying that you're inheriting something, or that you're getting some kind of refund or money coming your way. Or conversations you're having with partners that are very in-depth and emotional and intimate, or maybe conversations with a female relative where secrets are being revealed. And then you're going to see on the 21st of the month, the Sun will conjunct Pluto in your 7th house. So this is where there is a profound change or transformation going on in a relationship. This can be the time where you really see people for who they are. Unfortunately, the Sun conjunct Pluto is like you looking at it going like, oh, they're not going to change. Or this has been like this whole time. I just didn't see it, you know, and now I see it. Something like that. It can be a time where you're very strongly drawn to someone. And you see somebody where you're like, what, who is that? You know, and it's just very like tempting. Or you're confronting someone from your past, right? Something, you know, in your family, something in your romantic past, you're confronting someone. Let's see. So what else? We're going to have on the 23rd of the month, Mercury in Capricorn will oppose Mars in Cancer. So where work, communication, productivity is being challenged by, once again, the fact that you're traveling, you're, you know, taking time off, maybe that you're at a distance from work. It's difficult for you to facilitate getting everything done or feeling like you can stay on task because there is something that is different. Maybe you're in a different time zone. Maybe you're in a different house. Maybe you're away from home and you're like, it's hard for me to stay on my routine, right? Sleep routine, health routine, work routine. And then you're going to see the same day, Mercury will trine Uranus and Taurus. So I see this as kind of being like, you know what, there needs to be like a new, it's finding like a loophole. Like, you know, yeah, you're frustrated with the fact that you maybe don't have the same situation or schedule or place that you're used to working, but Mercury trine Uranus says, you know, there can be a way to be able to do something differently, find, you know, a loophole or an unconventional kind of fix, or a change in your schedule, or, you know, maybe you're making some big decision about some change that's going to be happening at work or within your career. And it's some bright idea and you kind of hash it out with like a friend or a coworker or a partner. Problem solving is really what comes through with that day. So you'll be fine. On the 25th of the month, you're going to see Venus in Pisces trine Mars in Cancer. So Venus in your 8th house will be trining Mars in your 12th house. You know, this has the opportunity for, once again, still changes when it comes to your family or your home or your living situation. But Mars and Venus in harmony feels like very sensual, feels very romantic. It feels kind of steamy and hot and heavy. So it could be a good kind of like romantic, passion, intense connection to somebody kind of way. And it's like very behind the scenes or private because it's in the 8th and the 12th house. Then you're going to see on the 29th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Pluto in Aquarius. Mercury rules money and resources. You know, it means that there can be a conversation that you have with somebody else about money on this day. What somebody will or will not give you, what somebody will or will not pay for, what you're no longer tolerating in relationships, what you're ready to let go of. I mean, literally, this is what we let go of. So with Mercury conjunct Pluto, you might be like, you know what, maybe I am stepping away from this person, or maybe I have had a conversation with somebody who's very interesting and very enticing, and we can work together, and there's an opportunity to partner and for me not have to carry, you know, the load by myself, and I could start making more money, or I could have support. Or maybe you have a really powerful conversation with a partner about being like, hey, let's do this. Let's start a business. Let's work together. Let's, you know, build a company. Let's be a team, which could be really exciting. So it doesn't have to be negative. It can be positive. Then you're going to see on the 30th of the month, the Sun in Aquarius will trine Jupiter in Gemini. Okay, so the Sun in the 7th house will trine Jupiter. And this is where 2 is better than 1. Working together is making it possible for you to achieve your dreams, your goals, maybe offer something to a group of people, maybe start a company, maybe do something that's going to be creative or travel oriented. And you're going to be like, yeah, let's do it, you know? And it's very social. So whether that's with your relationships with friends or your romantic relationships with other people, that's kind of building off of that new moon that was also in your 7th house trine Jupiter, really expanding your goals in regards to relationships with others, okay? Leo. In this next year, I feel like 2025 is going to bring you things that you are owed. Your lesson here is about receiving and saying thank you, or I'll take that, and not being prideful and saying, no, I don't need help, or I don't need you, or whatever. You know, it's about learning to receive because the universe is going to be helping you. You're also really strongly tapping into like the bigger picture of your life. And there's going to be some things that are going to open up with Saturn and Neptune going into Aries in your 9th house where traveling, education, publishing, all of these things are going to open up. And so really 2025 is the year that you get the support, the funding, the cosmic kind of interventions that are going to help you make some of those things a new reality. Okay, so you just have to kind of believe, and you may feel like there's some clearing out going on right now. You might feel like there's some healing going on right now, and you are supposed to be kind of turning within and kind of preparing for some of these shifts that are going to be coming in the spring. Let's see what the cards say for you for the year ahead. The card that I get is the Page of Pentacles. This is about financial opportunities. This is about planting seeds and thinking about some of your long-term goals. Yes, there can be messages involving money that can come. Look for that with maybe, Mercury going into Pisces next month. Maybe this could be Venus coming into conjunction with Saturn. This is thinking about how can we make something grow? How can we initiate and start something new? It starts with an idea or a seed investment or an investor or somebody like that comes in. Look for support that can come from Virgos or Capricorns or Tauruses. I think this can also be an indication that there is some reworking of how to make your money work for you, or how you're learning more about finances or resources, or that financial messages are finding their way to you, and that's about some kind of growth and development. Learning new skills, especially connected to business or finance. I hope this is helpful. Let me know how the month goes. And I'll catch you guys back here in February. What's up, Virgo and Virgo rising? Welcome to your 2025 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. I am so excited to talk to you about what's going on with the changes in your sign this month. Here's everything you need to know, starting with some of the Mercury aspects. Now you're going to be seeing that Mercury is going to kind of kick off the month with a square to Neptune, where there can be some confusing conversations with family in regards to home or living situations and relationships. You may not see things very clearly in terms of where you're going to be living or what's going on with the future of your relationships, or you might feel like you're not getting a lot of direction from other people in regards to domestic matters. So don't make any big decisions around that square. Mercury is then going to be going into Capricorn, which is a fellow sister earth sign. So it's going to be friendlier for you. It's going to help you think about creativity, children, romance, dating, all of that fun stuff. And the other big news that's going to be happening is you're going to see the North and the South node move into Pisces and Virgo. So now for the next 18 months, we're going to be seeing an emphasis on your relationships, growth in regards to partnerships, or some major changes in relationships. So karmic things happen with the nodes in the 1st and the 7th house. The North node is redirecting you towards partners of destiny, or some major changes going on in the spring where there can be, dissolving of relationships, marriages, and partnerships, and feeling a little lost. So it depends on what's going on with your natal chart. We'll kind of get into it as the year goes on. But when you hear that Mercury is making aspects like conjunctions to Pluto, oppositions to Mars, that kind of stuff, just know that those are going to be more important days as you're ruled by Mercury. Now, the month kicks off in a very beautiful way. Even though a lot of that stuff sounded kind of overwhelming, you have got Venus that's going to be moving into Pisces on the 2nd. So it's going to go into your 7th house of relationships. Venus loves to be in the 7th house where she can meet people, mix and mingle, and find love. She loves to be in her exaltation in Pisces. So this is a really good transit. If you are a client-based business, if you offer services, if you offer products, if you're looking for love, if you want to get some extra love from your significant other, this is a good transit for that. At the second part of July, we're not even in July yet. The second part of January 2025, you're going to see Venus is going to go into shadow. So this is important because when we see Venus in shadow, we can see some of the things that are getting kind of wonky, and we're prepared for it during the retrograde, which will come at the beginning of March. It's sweet in a sense where I think you get extra time to focus on your relationships and love. But the 7th house is your astrologer. It's me. It's also going to be about therapists. It's also going to be about your marketplace and stuff that you sell, or your business partners or clients. So you're going to spend more time in that kind of arena. Venus can be about advertising, it could be about travel, it could be about learning, it could also be about making money and opportunities to connect with people. So just know with Venus going through there, you might spend more money on travel, education, you might have more opportunities to kind of find love. Venus will conjunct Saturn, so it's going to be about the sacrifices you make for love, or for your children, or for your home, your own business. It can also be that relationships are maturing through having children or talking about having kids. That's very possible as well. For those of you guys who are single, it's like you're looking for love. You're looking for something real. And you'll see a huge theme revolving around like March and April with eclipses and retrogrades, that there's stuff kind of going on. For those of you guys who have been in relationships that are kind of like rocky, it could be a time where you're reevaluating relationships and you might change direction. It really just depends on your own natal chart. On the 6th of the month, Mars goes retrograde in Cancer, so it'll leave your 12th house where it's been kind of hermity, and now it's going to go into your 11th house of friendships. So you might get back into socializing, seeing friends, connecting with people you haven't seen for a while, parties, gatherings, having fun, and also focusing on connecting to your audience. So if you're in a business where you share things with people, like how I'm sharing this video with you, if you have to give presentations or you work on social media, it's a time to kind of get back into that and also be reevaluating your goals. On the 8th of the month, Mercury will leave Sagittarius and enter Capricorn in the 5th, where your mind is on creativity, dating, having fun. But remember, you need to make it happen. Capricorn is like you need to take the initiative. So if you want to date, you got to treat it like it's a job. You might be a little bit more serious in your communications with children. You might be a little bit more serious about your hobbies. But generally, this is a time where you can have fun and express yourself. And on the 19th of the month, the sun enters Aquarius. So there's going to be an emphasis on your health, your habits, your daily routines, and changes in your work zone. New offices, new jobs, new team members. Also, maybe you're joining a new gym or you're focusing on some new health habits. And then on the 27th of the month, Mercury joins and it goes into the 6th house. So it's like, okay, I'm willing to kind of like deal with some of the stuff that's been bothering me behind the scenes. Maybe I'm not retreating, I'm socializing, I'm changing my schedule, I'm focusing on my health and my habits. And when Mercury goes into the 6th house, you're probably going to find yourself in, a new schedule. Maybe you're focusing on how you're communicating differently with people. Maybe you're going to the gym, you're focusing on your health, you're checking in with your health practitioners, you're doing all of that stuff at the beginning of the year. Okay. Now, on the 30th of the month, January 30th, you're going to see Uranus go direct in Taurus. So Uranus has been retrograde in your higher education, travel kind of belief zone. So when Uranus goes direct, there may be more opportunities for travel. There might be sudden surprises and spontaneous travel or trips or learning opportunities that can kind of come up for you. We will also see Mars continue its retrograde, like I said, from your 12th to your 11th. And Jupiter is retrograde in Gemini in your career zone. So, Jupiter will go direct next month. I know you guys have been feeling the effects of the Jupiter-Saturn square where you're like, okay, career is expanding, but relationship is having problems, or there's been a sense of being like, I don't have a relationship, but I'm not making time to find someone. Or you're super consumed with what's going on with your partner that it's like kind of making it difficult for you to focus on work. So that's easing up now basically as you get into January. And next month you'll see that there's going to be more growth when it comes to your career stuff. Okay. Now let's get into the transits and then we'll wrap up with the moons. But what you need to know is on the 3rd of the month, Mars in Leo. So before it goes back into Cancer, in your 12th house will oppose Pluto. Mental health stuff, unexpected stuff happening with driving, where mental stress and communication issues are creating some health problems. And it's self-inflicted because it's at a 1 degree. So it's like, where is negative self-talk or doubt affecting you? Where is there some stress going on about movement or communications or contracts or siblings coming up? Where are you maybe holding back and having a conversation and, it's kind of creating some unnecessary stress or health-related problems, okay? Specifically the lungs or just thinking or communication kind of come up. Then you've got on the 6th of the month, Mercury and Sag square Neptune and Pisces. So this is where you're like, oh my God, like what's going on the home front, or where am I supposed to be like living, or like what's going on with my partner. I need them more at home. Or, you know, I feel like I'm overwhelmed with things I'm doing at home, and that's because they just can't handle it, or they're kind of mentally out to lunch. And if not, then it's like you going, I wish I had the support of a partner. I wish I had somebody who could help me figure out a home situation, or someone to share space with, or having support from someone, and you're feeling that lack. On the 11th of the month, this is when the nodes change. And for the next 18 months, the focus becomes 7th house Pisces. Okay, so I'm going to tell you guys something. When the North Node goes through your 7th house, it's not just about, oh, where is my forever person? Okay, be careful, because the North Node can be tricky. People can come in that you think are meant to be, and then you realize there's something completely different. And you're like, oh my God, I thought I knew this person, and now I don't. And even people who have been married for a period of time, when you go through that happens. What you can see is that therapists can come in, coaches can come in, new clients can come in, new astrologers can come in. Some of you guys are Virgo and Virgo risings who are probably seeing me for the first time. It could be me. Hi. But I think that this is really saying that you need, and you're going to see an amplification of, you know, Pisces related people. So people can be really spiritual. They can be photographers, artists, people who are really sensitive. Or I'm seeing a lot of Pisces risings, Virgo risings who are like meeting people, and they're like, oh my God, they're amazing. And then you're going to see like, oh my God, they're having some mental health issues, or they're not all there. There's a few screws loose, or like they're drinking, they're drugging, or like, oh, I just found out they just got out of prison. Like, I'm not even kidding you. Some of you guys will experience these things over the next couple months. So ask all of the questions, get clarity. You know, even though it can be a really good time for love, Venus is going to be dancing with Saturn and Neptune. So it's like you're really going to start to see in relationships where you're just meeting people who they really are over the next couple of months. And for committed relationships, just how either sensitive, lost, emotional, or isolating your partners can be. Unfortunately, I hate to say that. So there may be some things where you're feeling like they're keeping secrets from you, or they're not being honest with you. And you're like, what is going on? There's something shady here. So keep your eyes out. The South Node goes through Virgo. I just went through this transit as a Libra rising. Well, I lost 50 pounds. I mean, you know, I guess closer to 60, but I'm not counting anymore. But I mean, literally lost a ton of weight. The South Node going through the first house can be like this clearing where it's like you just want to get rid of stuff. And some of you guys will be like changing my style, cutting my hair, whatever. And like also the South Node going through your first house, you feel kind of disheveled. Like you don't feel like getting ready all the time, or putting on makeup, or combing your hair, or like there's a sense of like losing yourself and not being so attached to your body. So that can happen. You got to take care of your health. Virgo is about health. And as we go through this, we're going to be watching Mercury transit. So Mercury transits you're already watching if you're Mercury ruled. But, you know, the Mercury retrogrades this year are going to be in Pisces and Aries in the spring. So this could be where secrets are coming out in relationships, or you're thinking about changing relationships, or meeting significant people. You're going to see it in Leo, which is going to be over the summer, which could be a time where you're kind of like reflecting and taking time away, and you need to travel, or you need to go to retreats, or you need to heal. And then you're going to see one that's going to be in Sagittarius, and it's going to go into Scorpio, which could be about moving or changes with your home or your family. So you'll want to watch those basically. But Virgo, I love you. Virgo and Virgo risings, God bless you guys, because if it wasn't for you guys, I feel like a lot of us like would never get our clothes tailored. We would never organize our homes. We would never get our health in check. And I think this can be a little challenging for Virgo risings over the next couple of years. Nothing is going to make sense. I'm going to tell you this right now. Nothing is going to make sense. You're going to look out in the world and you're going to be like, these people are fucking crazy. And the truth is, yes, people are going to be pretty crazy over the next couple of months. And you might be like, the world has lost their mind. What do I do? How do I deal with crazy? And the truth is that the only way you're going to understand it is if you dance with it. Okay, Saturn and Neptune in your 7th house. You need more inspiration. You need people who are dreamers. You need people who are spiritual and sensitive and all of that stuff. They need to be honest. They need to be sober, ideally. But they can have this vision that can inspire you and make you realize, you know, you don't have to have it all together all the time. You don't have to be perfect all the time. And it's okay if you're not perfect, because life is messy and we don't want to strive for perfection, which I know you do and you meet most of the time. So it's going to be a little all over the place. So just be mindful that the eclipses get really interesting. And what you'll see with the eclipses is changes with who you are in comparison to other people. But the North Node wants you to be in partnership with others. Maybe it's working with a therapist. Maybe it's working with a hypnotherapist. Maybe it's meeting somebody who's foreign or somebody who hangs out by water all the time. You might see that. Saturn and Neptune want that as well. And real relationships that are not real, if they're not genuine, if there's something phony or, Neptunian, kind of deceitful about relationships, it's going to be revealed. Or where they're just lost. I don't know. So on the 12th, you're going to see Mars in Cancer trine Neptune in Pisces. So Mars in your social zone is trining Neptune in your 7th house. So good for hanging out with friends, socializing, going out and maybe meeting people through going and doing social stuff. You will also have on the 14th of the month, Venus square Jupiter Gemini. So where support of relationships and partnerships or clients are pushing you to expand in your career, to do more, to go big, you have support or people who want to collaborate or who want to work with you. You might have like a lot of clients or a lot of people who want to, connect with you and collaborate. You're going to see on the 15th of the month, the Sun in Capricorn opposes Mars in Cancer. So the Sun in your children, dating, creativity zone opposes Mars. There could be a little friction between your love, your hobbies, maybe your love life or somebody that you're dating and a friend. Like there could be some friction or some jealousy here, or somebody who's like pushing you to kind of hang out with them and do something, and you're like, no, I'm good, I'm doing my own thing, or like I've had enough socializing, I'm gonna keep to myself. The Sun is kind of like where you want to hide and do your own thing, so maybe you're not feeling as social that day. And you're gonna see on the 18th of the month, Venus will conjunct Saturn in Pisces. This is not a bad transit. I mean, it can be that there are significant turning points in relationships where love is being tested. And it can be because of children, or maybe it's saying, okay, are we going to the next phase, or are we going to, get married, or if we are married, are we having kids? What are we doing? Something like that can happen, but it can be a time where you're meeting karmic relationships and partners as well. And it can be people who are culturally different. And Venus is connected to your money house as well. So it can be having heart-to-heart conversations about financial matters with existing relationships. You will see on the 21st, the Sun will conjunct Pluto in Aquarius. And this is about major job changes, major changes with your health, major changes in regards to maybe the office or the place that you're working and the staff. And on the 23rd, Mercury opposes Mars, where there could be a little bit of a squabble that you could have either with a romantic partner or a friend. And the way that you want to get out of this is it's going to trine Uranus. So instead of being like, let's fight over something, or let's have some kind of conflict over, what you want to do versus what I want to do, it's like, let's just kind of keep things flexible. We don't have to have a defined schedule. Like we'll figure it out when we get there. And it can mean that there is some new exciting opportunity to kind of like travel. So you might not be seeing eye to eye with a friend if you're planning a trip, or they may seem like unreliable when it comes to making plans. You're going to see on the 25th of the month, Venus will trine Mars in Cancer. So Venus in your relationship zone trines Mars. This is a good time to be getting together with friends, actually. Like if you want to socialize with friends and bring a romantic partner, or if you're having some stuff going on with a partner and you need to see your friends, kind of break away and get some space, because there's going to be a lot of planets going through your 7th house. And so, if you're single and you want to meet people, I'm telling you, the Mars-Venus trines that are taking place are going to really enhance the likelihood of you being able to meet someone. You just have to go out there and connect. Mars wants you to do that too. Wants you to change something about your friendships and how you're connecting with people and where you're going and where you're socializing. On the 29th of the month, you're going to see Mercury conjunct Pluto. This is a day you need to watch your health, because Mercury is your body. It's also your job, okay? So it can mean that your health and changes with your health or your schedule are impacting your ability to work. You become aware of unhealthy habits. You need to tend to a health issue. Maybe you're fixing a problem at work and it seems like a critical issue, especially involving like the internet, tech, diagnostics, anything like that. There could be a malfunction that can be kind of going on with softwares and other things. Watch for your communication and things that you're saying with people at work too. That can be big. And then you're going to see on the 30th of the month, you will have the sun in your 6th house of work and routine trine Jupiter. So whatever's kind of going on, you know, you end up kind of seeing your way through that. Part of it is also the new moon in the 6th house, which can be about finding solutions for work issues, health issues, whatever you're able to kind of master and overcome, because Jupiter is trining that. So as you know, Mercury, Pluto, the sun are all coming into your 6th house. You got to watch what's going on with your health. Aquarius is your ankles, by the way. It can also be your nervous system. So there can be stuff going on there. Ankles, kind of like maybe even shin and calves. You can be seeing some stuff there with that particular part of your body. Dietary changes and really addressing health habits and stuff that needs to really, really change. All right, so then when it comes to the lunations this month, you're going to have on the 13th of January a full moon in the 11th, which is generally bringing you around your social groups. It's presentations to other people. This is parties, gatherings, get-togethers. So full moons, you're generally with others, and it's going to be conjunct Mars. So it means that there's a big change or transformation happening with your community, with your friends. Mars cuts, it burns, it severs. Like I kind of feel like you could have a friend that gets really upset and takes something personally, or you know, you get into an argument and they're like, that's it, I'm done. You know, especially because Mars has been in opposition to Mercury. So there's been a little bit of tension going back and forth where maybe friends just want to reconnect with you and they feel like they're not getting time to see you because you're either consumed with a health matter, work, or a relationship, and they're trying to connect with you, and you know, they can be taking it personally. So yeah, so watch for that, you know, but the 11th house is goals. So it can also mean that there are some kind of goals coming to fruition. That's possible as well. It's just rapid. Things happen quickly. There might be short, you know, last minute plans and invitations and things that come your way as well. And then you're going to have a new moon on the 29th, which will be in Aquarius in your 6th house. And so this will be a new moon in the area of your chart where if you're looking for a new job, if you want to get a new pet, if you're wanting to get a new office, if you're wanting to get back to the gym, focus on your health. For me, this is like focusing on your mental health and your routine and committing the mind to it. And the 3rd house can be like gadgets. So I really encourage a lot of Virgo and Virgo risings. Use apps that track your food, track your fitness, track anything in regards to, you know, like your productivity. That would be helpful. And remember that we're watching Mercury. So Mercury is going to come into this house as well. And it means that you need to be more aware of self-undoing habits. You know, are you stressing out too much? Are you worrying too much? Are you not working out enough? Are you working too much? These are going to be things that are going to come up that you're going to have to address throughout this month. Okay. Hopefully that's helpful for you, Virgos. You know, my prediction is that if you're open in 2025 to making some very big changes within yourself, your career zone is going to expand like you will not believe. You're going to see some really big career breakthroughs in February as well as May and June of 2025. I also feel like for you guys, a lot of this is learning how to say, I don't know how to do this, or I'm confused, I'm lost, I'm hurt, you know, and this is about learning to lean on other people and admit when you need support, when you're the person who's always taking care of everything. And it's going to wear on you if that's something that you continue to do and you don't lean into your 7th house. So whether it's a therapist, a friend, an astrologer, a partner, bringing somebody in that is going to be there for you and be compassionate and sensitive to your feelings and your needs, things can get a little challenging. So you want to kind of stay open and obviously focus on your health. Pluto is now in your health zone. The card that I got for you, Virgo, is the Fool, which I like because it means that maybe you're embracing this sense of being like, I don't know where things are going, but that's okay. You know, the Fool is very Aquarian, like a Uranian and Aquarian. It's just like, you know, shocks and surprises on the horizon. You're going to have Jupiter in your career house, you know, throughout this year into the next spring. You're going to have Uranus going into your career house next summer. Expect the unexpected. Know that when it comes to relationships, when it comes to your career, anything goes. Anything can happen. Stop trying to control things. Stop trying to plan things. The universe has other plans. There are people coming into your life right now, and all you have to do is just kind of keep an open mind, because if you keep an open mind, you're going to know that something about your career and your relationships are intertwined. That if you make a career change, you'll meet somebody. If you meet somebody, they're going to influence your career, and there's going to be a major shift. And a lot of this is just about letting go of the need to feel like everything has to be planned, because some things I think are predestined. Okay, so let it go. Don't make me sing you the song. I hope that's helpful. I'll catch you guys back here next month, and you enjoy. What's up, Libra and Libra rising? Happy New Year. Welcome to January 2025. I hope you're doing well, and I am ready to deliver your horoscope for this month. You know, I'm going to talk to you about all things Venus, because Venus is your chart ruler. So we're going to talk about what's happening with Venus this month. And there is a very, very important Venus transit that's kind of setting up for you. All right, so big news is Venus is going to be changing signs, okay? So she's going to be going into the sign of Pisces. Good news is Venus does very well in the sign. It is magical, mystical, spiritual, and sensitive. And wherever Venus is where you are. So Venus is actually going to be moving into your 6th house. The positive is Venus here wants to prioritize all things relating to health. But Pisces is emotional. It's also about your mental health. And Venus going into the 6th house wants to perfect things. It wants to make things better. So what you need to know is that Venus is actually halfway through the month going to be going into shadow. So this means that Venus will be basically going through the degrees, which she will retrograde in March. And while that doesn't seem important now, it's very important for you. This means that she will be backtracking through this territory in just a few months, and you're going to kind of revisit some of these topics. Venus brings good things. So this is all about improving your health. This is about improving your daily routines. The 6th house is like doctor's offices, vets, taking care of pets. It's also about organizing or taking care of or beautifying your workspace. So if you're looking for a job, Venus in the 6th house is wonderful, because it means that you may actually be bringing in some work that can be very emotionally beneficial for you. It can also mean that you're really prioritizing your health and starting off the new year right with trying to find a mind, body, spirit balance. Now, the tricky thing is sometimes in the shadow, things come up that you'll deal with in the retrograde. So if you're having health issues, relationship issues, if there's something going on revolving around restructuring or changing your health or habits, it's going to be addressed over the next couple months. Now, in the 6th house, this is where we air out issues. So this could also mean that you're trying to deal with relationship issues, you're trying to deal with issues revolving around coworkers, your daily routine, that kind of stuff. So be mindful that this is definitely a house where we have to do work. We also have to be of service. So you might hit the ground running in January and feel like you have a ton of work to do. Now, outside of that, Venus will be dancing with Saturn, and this will be an aspect we'll see several times throughout the retrograde. Saturn is karmic. Saturn also is connected to your home and your family, your roots. Honestly, as a Libra rising, I'm treating this as my spring cleaning. Like, I'm literally setting aside time in January to go, I'm cleaning out all the cupboards. I'm going to organize everything in my office. I'm going to kind of spruce things up a bit and get back into my health habits and routine. So I hope you can do the same thing. It also means that you may be feeling called to be of service and do some kind of work that is going to kind of help those who are in need. Venus will also kind of dance with Neptune. Sometimes there can be some discrepancies or issues revolving around diagnosis or issues in regards to your health. So be mindful that that can kind of come up. And you will also see Venus start coming into conjunction with the North Node, which is going to amplify some of these themes now that the North Node is in your 6th. Outside of that, not too much else is going on with Venus. You will see that there will be a Venus square this month, which can basically be bringing up for you that there is so much work or so much need to organize and kind of get things in order. If you want to travel in 2025 more, if you want to make time for teaching, training, education, if you are wanting to publish something, if you're wanting to get back to school, organization is the name of the game, okay? So this is going to be very important. Other than that, let's go ahead and start with the other things that are going on. So Venus will enter into Pisces on the 2nd of January. And on the 6th of January, you're going to see Mars go back into the sign of Cancer. This is where if you have any Libra placements between like 29 and 17, maybe 16 degrees, throughout the next month or two, Mars is going to be squaring your Libra placements. Now, actually, I don't think this is a bad thing. I think it's incentivizing you to rework or restructure something about the way that you work and how you work. Funny that you're seeing the same stuff in your 6th house where it's more routine and productivity. The 10th house is going to be more about your actual career and reputation. So some Libras and Libra risings will feel like they are redirecting themselves at work, or they're reevaluating what's working for them when it comes to their career or their status. Mars rules money and how you make money, and it's also connected to relationships. So you might be reevaluating, do I hold on to this job? Do I not? Am I making enough money doing what I'm doing? Do I want to make a change in regards to my relationship with others? Could be clients, could also be romantic relationships. What's nice is that you will see Mars play nicely with Venus this month. You will see Mars also start playing nicely with North Node and Neptune. And the truth is like having your work houses in water signs means that you need to feel emotionally in alignment with what you're doing. So take your time. Now is not the time to launch new projects. It's not the time to start new jobs, nothing like that. Let's hold off. Let's do that closer to the spring. But just know that there is going to be a reevaluation or going back and forth or deciding some major decision about your career. Now you're going to see on the 8th of the month, Mercury is going to enter Capricorn. So Mercury will go into your 4th house of home and family. Also really good for doing business at home, talking to your family, organizing your home. Mercury can be talking about where you plan on going with your family, where you plan on traveling, and it can help you kind of get things organized and in order, basically, in regards to your home base. On the 19th of the month, the sun will enter into Aquarius. So it's going to go into your 5th house, which is about creativity, dating, romance, self-expression, if you're self-employed, you know, that kind of stuff, your children. So this is a really big topic now that Pluto is in your 5th house. Thankfully, you know, both of these planets will be trining your sun, moon, or rising, especially if you're an early degree Libra, like say 0 to about 3 degrees, you're going to really benefit from this. But when the sun's in the 5th house, we want to play, we want to have a good time, we want to create, we want to date. There might be more of an emphasis on these things. And then finally, on the 27th of the month, Mercury also enters into this house, and you're going to see that there's going to be an opportunity to take some of your hidden talents or things that you've been dreaming about or working on behind the scenes, or maybe things involving travel or education, and you'll start to kind of, create some of these potential future projects. Your mind is on romance and love or children, and communication with romantic partners or younger people will be amplified. Now on the 30th of the month, you're going to see Uranus go direct. It's been retrograde in Taurus in your 8th house. Maybe you've been reevaluating some changes in your finances, your investing, or your joint resources with a partner. When Uranus goes direct, there can sometimes be big news, surprising news, unexpected news, and Uranus is connected to your 5th house. So a lot of Libras and Libra risings are going to be really having a shift in their perspective when it comes to money and when it comes to either money that's spent on creative hobbies, on children. Maybe it's going to be about investments. Maybe it's going to be about changes or unexpected plot twists when it comes to relationships, because it's connected to your 5th. So big news revolving around that can come up around that time. On to the retrogrades. We talked about how Mars is retrograding back into Cancer, but it's actually starting the month in Leo in your socializing, friends, and kind of network zone. I have kind of seen this as like for Libra risings, like, you know, there is a need to reconnect with people socially. There's a need to maybe network or kind of connect with people online to be able to further the direction with where you're going with your career. So you'll see that kind of come back in a couple months time, but the retrograde is going to keep on keeping on in your 10th house, where you can honestly get a lot of work done, or you can be working on projects that you're planning on launching in the spring. Now, Jupiter is also retrograde. It's retrograde in the sign of Gemini, so it's in a fellow air sign. It'll basically be retrograde till February, but you're going to have, Jupiter helping you reevaluate what you believe in, reconnecting to courses, teachers, places that you've been to in the past. And obviously, we will see kind of Saturn coming out of a square with this, which can indicate you've been putting some career or travel aspirations on back burner, and you're going to see Venus that's going to square this as well. So it's almost like bettering your health, your day-to-day routine, or your habits is going to be so important because you're going to be more productive, more capable of being able to do all of the fun things that Jupiter wants to bring you in the 9th house. Now, for the rest of the month, starting on the 3rd of January, we're going to see Mars still in Leo before it leaves Leo in your 11th house. And Mars will make a very uncomfortable opposition to Pluto in your 5th, okay? So Pluto represents your possessions. It also represents what you're investing in. It represents your passions, in the 5th house. And Mars's relationship to other people. Go back in time, think about what was happening maybe during the Mercury retrograde over the summer in Leo, maybe during the end of October, beginning of November, when it was in Cancer. And we saw an opposition there from Mars to Pluto, except this time it's in different signs. So the 11th house is your friends, it's your networks, it's people online. It's also connected to your audience. This can be friends, and just kind of like your community. So for example, you guys as the Libra rising, you guys are my 11th house, the people who watch my stuff. And Mars can be kind of combative. So I've definitely experienced that there's been a lot of back and forth with people online, people who can be a little harsh or critical, which is fine, whatever. But I've also seen it materialize as, for me, a lot of reconnecting with friends that I haven't seen in a while. So friends that I went to high school with, it's been people who I haven't really connected with on social media, who I connect with, a lot of that stuff, and like really thinking about goals. So when Mars opposes Pluto, this means other people are going to be kind of combative and they're going to be kind of challenging something in regards to your happiness, your relationship, your children, something revolving around your heart space. So you want to protect that. You want to build up your kind of like confidence with Pluto in the 5th house. Don't let other people give you a hard time about how you create, how you love, or what you do, or criticize your children. There can also be issues with other people's kids not playing so nicely with yours. Now on the 6th, you're going to see Mercury in Sagittarius come into a square with Neptune in Pisces. So Mercury is now at a retrograde, but it's still in your 3rd house at the beginning of the month. And Mercury is pretty legit in the 3rd house. We can communicate, connect, we can plan. But when Mercury squares Neptune, we don't see very clearly. We can't communicate clearly. This is where you don't want to be self-diagnosing. If you're like, oh my God, I'm stressed out. I think I have this, ailment, something's wrong with me. And you're searching or trying to get answers online or trying to get information about a health or a work problem or solution, and you're not going to see very clearly. So please don't do that. Get off of WebMD. It's not going to help you. And there can be issues with traveling and scheduling things, so you want to watch for that as well. Also, mysterious car issues or problems that can be happening with gadgets can happen here. Now, on the 11th of the month, you're going to see the nodes are going to change signs. So now the South Node is in Virgo, the North Node is in Pisces. Can we get a hell yeah for this? Thank God it is over. I think that even though it's easier not having the nodes in the angular houses, the heat is still on because Mars is in the 10th. Anyway, with the North Node in Pisces, okay, so this will be for the next 18 months, there is an emphasis on the 6th house, okay? So what's happening with your health, what's happening with your office space, what's happening with your coworkers, what's happening with your pets, that kind of stuff. And the North Node in Pisces is about dissolving, having confusion, lack of clarity, inspiration, emotional related things. And I would encourage all my Libra risings to get into a routine where you're checking in with your emotions. You're doing, maybe work at more of your convenience. You're not allowing work to take a toll on your health. You are actively kind of wrapping up old cycles when it comes to health and service. Obviously, Neptune is there, so things are going to be extra confusing. We're also going to see Saturn there, so there can be like a sense of there needing to be better boundaries with your work and your routine or your health. And we will be watching Jupiter as we go through this transit. So for the next couple months, Jupiter is in your 9th, which means you have to do this stuff if you want more time for traveling and teaching, writing, learning. Jupiter will eventually change signs and go into your 10th house. And one thing I will say is that organization and productivity really will serve you well, because when you get into the second half of 2025, Jupiter will be in your career house and it'll start trining your planets in the 6th. So your career will expand if you can really utilize your time wisely. The South Node, going through Virgo in the 12th, both of these signs deal with health. The 6th house is more routine and habits and what you're doing. The 12th house is more your subconscious, your sleep, your mental health. So you have to be mindful that there is like a subconscious clearing going on. Stuff might change with your bedroom. Stuff can change with your sleep schedule. Things can also be changing or revolving around your subconscious. And you start to become aware of how much of an impact anxiety, being self-critical, trying to be perfect is impacting you. And throughout these transits with the nodes here, now we have to look at Mercury and we have to see what's going on with Mercury this year. So for example, Mercury is going to be going into Capricorn and then the South Node is in the 12th. Like, are you overworking? Do you need more playtime? You'll have a Mercury retrograde that'll go from your relationship zone to your health zone in the spring. And then you'll have a Mercury retrograde in your 11th house zone, which has to do with friends and networks. So those times are going to be definitely more prominent later this year. 12th house is healing, foreign lands. It can be about spiritual healing, but it could be about hospital stays and mental health issues and unhealthy habits. And like, honestly, as a Libra rising, I can tell you that I approached the Saturn and Pisces, transit about 1.5 years ago with knowing that this was coming and I wanted to prevent health issues. So I started getting the show on the road early. So Saturn has been kind of teaching us what we need to know. So you really got to kind of take care of your health and your habits right now. And you got to be aware of like where not having a routine is not serving you. On the 12th, we're going to see Mars in Cancer trine Neptune and Pisces. Well, I mean, compassionate, sensitive, divine, Mars is retrograde. So it's like where you're like, you know what? I actually have to cut back, change my job, cut my hours, let something go, not be so consumed with money and resources and more consumed with doing something that is going to work with your schedule. It's going to feel purposeful. And also you're going to be able to kind of align with the right people. And maybe it's about finding the right workspace, maybe the right schedule for you. Maybe it's going to be about working with the right company. Maybe it's about hiring somebody who can kind of help you get in tune with your productivity or also your work, your health even. On the 14th, you're going to see Venus in Pisces square Jupiter in Gemini. All right, so Venus in your health zone is squaring Jupiter. I really feel like you're looking up going like, man, I have good things to look forward to. Maybe you have like trips planned, like I know I do. I've got hopefully at least 2 of them planned this next year. And so it's incentivizing me to go, okay, I want to kind of plan my year out early, kind of get productive focus on some health and habit stuff. So that way I can really go out there and be super active and travel. But for you, it could be something different. This is a time where you really want to be attentive to what's going on with your health and also like having things to look forward to. So try to plan your year where you have things to look forward to so you can kind of make the most of some of these transits in your 6th house. You may actually have a breakthrough that's going to help you figure out how to go back to school, how to change your job, how to improve your health. On the 15th of the month, you're going to see the Sun in Capricorn oppose Mars in Cancer. Now, this is a little tricky because obviously you're a Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising, but the Sun in the 4th house can be a dominating figure. It can be like a parent, it can be a family member, a man in the home, and some kind of challenge to the home order versus what's going on with the work responsibilities. Mars is in the part of your chart that deals with work, and it also rules your relationships. So it almost looks like you're going to have a conversation with somebody in the family or somebody at home or somebody that you're in a relationship with, and you're going to be like, this is what needs to change in regards to home and work responsibilities. And it feels challenging, but it's doable. And you're going to be able to get a lot more work done in your 4th house if you're actually reevaluating just how you're working and where you're spending most of your time. Now, with that being said, we get into on the, let's see, 18th, Venus will conjunct Saturn in Pisces. So Venus conjunct Saturn means that hard work, dedication, health, organization, sacrifice. Some Libras and Libra risings are going to be building an at-home gym, or you're going to be building an office space, or you're going to be attending to an older relative and taking care of them and sacrificing time for them, or a pet, and perfecting and organizing your home. On the 21st of the month, you're going to see the Sun conjunct Pluto in Aquarius, where there is some profound change in regards to matters of the heart. It can mean that there is some goal you're becoming aware of. Maybe there is some new achievement that you're focusing on. Maybe it's a home business. Maybe it's going to be something creative. Maybe it's going to be a child. I mean, Pluto is heavy, so it can be about kind of like healing childhood trauma, a friend being there for you as you go through some kind of like difficult situation. But I think it's about this rebirth that's like, okay, there's a change happening in the way that I have fun, or there's a change happening in regards to the way that I'm looking at relationships or children, and I'm all in on this. This is like my new goal. On the 23rd of the month, Mercury in Capricorn opposes Mars in Cancer. So Mercury is the communicator in your home zone, and it's opposing Mars. So it looks like that there can be some tension in communicating with family revolving around your career or your work, and you're trying to kind of balance both. This is an energy where there can be some conflict, so be mindful. So many of the planets are beneath the horizon, so you're needing to kind of be more focused on home and private life, and that can create some tension in regards to your work responsibilities. Same day, Mercury trines Uranus in Capricorn, which means that there is a way out. It may mean that it comes from some kind of support from a partner. You know, it might create a change in your financial life. Maybe you're like, you know what, I'm okay with taking a little bit of time off, and the financial changes that may come from that. It can also mean that there's unexpected resources coming to you from family or a joint partnership. On the 25th, Venus in Pisces trines Mars in Cancer, and you're kind of getting back into the swing of things. You're feeling a little bit more incentivized, and maybe that you've taken care of the things that you need to do, so you can kind of get back on the horse and be productive at work, working well with other people and receiving support. And on the 29th, Mercury will conjunct Pluto in Aquarius. Secrets may be coming out revolving around your subconscious and ex-partners, ex-relationships, healing a broken heart. Remember, Mercury is connected to the South Node. So it's about healing something, I think, connected to your childhood, your inner child, children, a dream that might spark something that makes you feel like you want to start writing, or you want to start, sharing something or teaching other people through your experiences. Secrets can be coming out also in romantic relationships with that one. And then on the 30th, you're going to see the Sun in Aquarius trine Jupiter in Gemini. So the Sun in your 5th house of creativity and fun, trining Jupiter is an amazing writing, teaching, traveling, expansion type of day. And that's going to also be right around the new moon as well. We will see a full moon in Cancer that's going to happen in your career house. This will be on the 13th of January, okay? Full moon in the 10th house, we see big announcements, we see job changes, we see quitting jobs, we see starting things, big status change things can kind of happen here, and the moon is in its home sign. But the moon will be exactly conjunct Mars. So that basically means that there is some swift decision in regards to work. That's it, I quit type of vibe. Or now I'm ready to launch it, let's go now. And I would say be careful, because Venus is in shadow and there's still some retrogrades and eclipses here. So there's going to be some changes with your schedule, your routine in the spring. Granted, you may get offered a new opportunity. You might get paid a lump sum of money. You might get offered a higher salary. But I think that it's not even so much just work related. The conjunction to Mars means that you're making some big announcement about your relationship to other people. It could be, I'm single, I'm divorced, I'm getting engaged, something like that. I'm going to be a mom, a dad, that kind of stuff too. It's in Cancer. Then you got a new moon in Aquarius on the 29th in your 5th house. And Aquarius is a fellow sister air sign. So this is generally where we set new intentions about, okay, I want more playtime. I want to launch new creative projects. I want to try to conceive. I want to find love. And you want to do that around the time of the new moon, because it's going to trine Jupiter. So what you start writing, what you post, what you say, it's got legs, like it will grow. So maybe you're going to start dedicating yourself to a new creative endeavor, and it may actually be extremely beneficial for you, Libra. In 2025, I'm predicting for Libras and Libra risings, really kind of coming into their creative sense of selves. A lot of you guys are going to go after a creative project, or you're going to go after trying to become a parent, or you're going to go after some major shift when it comes to your status. You guys will have an amazing career year the second half of 2025. You do have a lot that's going on where you need to be mindful of changes in your relationships, which you will see in the spring as Saturn and Neptune go into your 7th house in your opposite sign. But if you can let love lead the way, it can actually be a really beautiful year for you. Now, in terms of what the cards have to say, ooh, I'll take that. Get the page, the Ace of Pentacles, the Ace of Pentacles. So new financial opportunities, which is so appropriate with, I think, conjunctions to Pluto and Mars going retrograde in your 10th. It's like, what do I really value? And I'm wanting to do work that feels more meaningful, even if that means you need to make some changes or scale back on some other things. It looks like it'll be productive and very rewarding for you. Good luck, and let me know what happens, and I'll catch you back here in February. I've got Scorpio and Scorpio rising. What's going on, Scorpio? It's nice to see you. Happy New Year. I'm excited to chat with you about the month of January, and I've got some pretty good news for you for the most part. For the most part, you got some good Venus transits. So you know I'm going to talk to you about Pluto, you know I'm going to talk to you about Mars. And the truth is that there's some stuff happening with those two planets. As always, there's always something that's kind of going on. So we got some sweet and salty aspects, but I think that you can find your way through it. If you happen to be an early degree Scorpio, sun, moon, or rising, let's say 0 to about 2 degrees, you're going to feel some pressure this month because the month is going to kick off at the beginning, right around the 3rd of January, when you're going to have Mars in Leo, okay, retrograde in your career zone. And that means that you're reevaluating, reworking something about your work, your status. Maybe you're feeling like you've run out of momentum, you know, you're kind of slowing down a little bit. And it's in opposition to Pluto, your other ruler, in the 10th house, in the 4th house. So it's almost like work is scaling back, or the direction of where you're going with your career is scaling back. And that can be because of some major changes that's happened within your home, your family, or your home zone. Mars-Pluto oppositions create tension, right? So it's like, obviously now for the next 20 years, Pluto's in your home zone. So there's going to be major transformations. Some of you guys will renovate houses. You'll move to other states. You guys will deal with, you know, major crises in family at some point. And you're like, how do I embrace this change that's coming? And how am I learning to kind of be more assertive, be more brave, put myself out there? So what you'll see with that opposition is there's some tension between the two. And I've seen for a lot of my Scorpio risings, it's been almost like learning not to be combative with certain people at work or with people in your family, and kind of just like being like, you know what, I'm just going to kind of step away. I'm not going to fight them on this, and I'm going to focus on kind of paving my own path. Simultaneously, we're going to see a number of trines happening with Mars. Okay, so Mars will like trine Venus, Mars will trine Neptune. These are good transits. Mars is actually going to go retrograde back into Cancer in your 9th house, where you have an opportunity to reevaluate and redirect yourself when it comes to traveling, education, and your belief system. As this trines planets in Pisces, it means that you can be dreamy, creative. You can put that energy into a romantic relationship. You can plan a trip. You can focus on, you know, anything that's creative and performance oriented. If you write music, if you play an instrument, if you want to get back on stage, if you want to get back into photography or anything that's going to be expressive, it's a good time to do that. Besides that, that's pretty much everything. I mean, you will see the sun come into conjunction with Pluto as well, which I think is pretty significant. That could represent a profound new beginning and change when it comes to your home and your family, and like you becoming aware of that change. And how that impacts your career or one of your parents. And you'll see a couple oppositions also to Mars, which is more educational, travel related, philosophical. There can be some debates and stuff going on. I'm just going to tell you point blank, like, there's no need to argue with people this month. If people don't want to see your perspective or they don't share your perspective, don't take it personally. Like, let people go their own way. All right, so we start the month on the 3rd where Mars in your work zone opposes Pluto, and that's a day where you're going to feel like you're pulled between, work and also, home and family stuff. There can be a bit of a standoff going on with a boss or a parent. Think back to what was kind of brewing around the end of October, beginning of November. This aspect will oppose again, and that'll be in mid-April of 25. On the 6th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in Sagittarius square Neptune in Pisces. So Mercury will actually start the month in your finance and your money house where you want to communicate resources and values, and it's going to square Neptune, which means you need to be careful when it comes to spending money on hobbies, be mindful of expenses with children, how much money you're pouring into, a creative business or a self-employed business. Not the best time to be taking a chance or taking any risks or gambling with speculative stuff, stocks or investments. Be careful there because the information's not clear. Now, on the 11th of the month, we're going to see the nodal changes. Now, the South Node is going to go into Virgo in your 11th, and the North Node is going to go into Pisces in your 5th house. Well, a little bit easier to navigate. Now, at least you've got, Saturn and Neptune in the North Node in your 5th house. So the 5th house is love affairs, children, creativity. It's about performance and self-expression and having fun. So this is a good place to have the North Node. I feel like, especially if you're a later degree Scorpio, this is going to be beneficial because you'll see some trines to your placements. But essentially, we want more of these things. So it'll be here for 18 months. It is mystical, magical, kind of dreamy. Some of you guys, your dream is to be on stage. Your dream is to have your own business or to have a baby or to meet the love of your life. So we'll be looking at Jupiter throughout this transit. And for the next couple months, Jupiter will be in Gemini in your 8th house, which means change, transformation, investments, the support of another person financially or emotionally is necessary to make these things happen, change. And then we're going to see the South Node is in Virgo, which is going through your 11th house where your goals are changing. Something is changing with your friendships or your social connections. There can be a sense of kind of feeling like you're not as friendly maybe with cliques at work or people at work because it's Virgo. You might feel like your friends are going through some stuff and you're more in tune with, well, what about my happiness? What about my joy? What am I creating? Not comparing yourself to other people. I think that's a big one for Scorpio risings is whatever everybody else is doing, whatever, you see like social media and it's just like so fake, but you're like, man, people, I see their posts and their house is perfect and it's clean and they're so productive and they're healthy and they're successful and like they have all these things. Like you can't compare yourself to other people. This is about realizing that you're on your own path. And when it comes to how you love, how you create, how you do family, it's going to look very different. So you don't want to kind of get sucked into that. And with the South Node in Virgo, we're going to watch Mercury transits now this year. So the Mercury retrogrades, like the one that we're going to be having coming up in March, which will be from Aries to Pisces in your 5th. The one that we're going to have in Leo, which is going to be in July, I believe, in your house of career. And then we'll have another one at the end of the year, which will go from your money house to your sense of self. It means that all of those times your goals are changing, okay? And your friends or your networking or shifts revolving around others do impact some of these periods. For the most part, I kind of feel like this is a great place to have the nodes, especially in Virgo and Pisces, which can be very much like health related. And if anything, you're just feeling more expressive and sensitive and wanting to kind of get lost in your own creative opportunities. And I think it could be really wonderful for artists, performers, and people who are self-employed or people who really want to find love. Now, with the January 12th transits, we're going to see a nice aspect for you where Mars in your 9th house of higher education and travel trines Neptune. It almost feels like a dream is coming true for you. It feels like either where you're going, where you're traveling, what you're experiencing, it's finally starting to kind of feel fulfilled and that you're getting on the path forward. It might feel like destined opportunities for travel, education, or even teaching. Maybe it could be publishing. That's possible here as well. Then we have got on the 14th of the month, Venus in Pisces will square Jupiter in Gemini. So Venus in your house of romance, children, and self-expression is going to square Jupiter. Honestly, it's in a superior square, so it might mean that it's really good for your love life. You might actually meet somebody. Venus rules your 7th. You might be feeling really sensitive or kind of like unsure about whether or not you want to open up and be vulnerable. It can also be a time where you're overdoing it a little bit in the love, intimacy, or kind of partying department. I would say just watch your spending habits here. On the 15th of the month, the Sun in Capricorn will come into an opposition with Mars in Cancer. Okay, so where career goals and communication is not meeting eye to eye, you know, with a teacher, with a trainer, with an attorney, with a lawyer, like there is some kind of like challenge where somebody's like, no, I'm not really agreeing with you, or, you know, I'm not willing to kind of support you. Not the best day for taking tests, not the best day for like lawsuits or legal things. You know, it's kind of challenging there. And you may have an issue with like an authority figure, and it can be really a matter of philosophy and belief system, cultural, divide, religious divide, that kind of stuff can come up here. So be mindful of that. On the 18th of the month, Venus will conjunct Saturn in Pisces. Ooh. Venus rules relationships, committed relationships and partnerships, and Saturn is about home and family and communication. So it could be a time where you're talking to someone and you're like, oh, this could be like a long-term relationship. Or you're having a conversation with a committed relationship about wanting to get married, wanting to have children, wanting to travel, wanting to move in together. Pay attention to what happens with Venus and Saturn because it's in shadow. It'll hit this several times. And you know, I think it might be that some of you guys are opening up to your children more, reconnecting with your children more. It could be you're reconnecting with a long-lost love. Certainly that could happen with Venus retrograde in your 5th house, or you're healing something within the inner child. You will see on the 21st of the month, you're going to have the Sun conjunct Pluto in Aquarius. You'll have to let me know how this goes, okay? So Pluto is your chart ruler. The Sun is coming into conjunction, so it's fusing together. So something about your responsibility when it comes to your home and family is very big. This could be just taking care of the house, taking care of a kid. It could be, you know, your parents. Some life-changing situation is kind of shaping up in regards to your home and your living situation, even your family. On the 23rd, Mercury in Capricorn opposes Mars in Cancer. So there's more of this kind of combative, not seeing eye-to-eye energy, not agreeing. You know, Mercury can be about investments. It can be about, trying to negotiate settlements. Like if you're a Scorpio or Scorpio rising going through a divorce settlement or a child support matter, it could be a little sticky because you're not going to see eye to eye in terms of who's going to give and who's going to take. However, I would say don't push communications, financial commitments, anything like that. Don't push legal documents, anything like that. And if you lean into it, actually, other than the opposition to Mars, you will have Mercury trine Uranus, which means you can find a middle ground. You can kind of say, okay, let's meet in the middle. Maybe there's going to be spontaneous conversations that allow you to get closer to your partner and kind of see things from their perspective. Maybe there's going to be spontaneous opportunities to travel or maybe reconnect with a sibling or a relative. On the 25th of the month, Venus in Pisces trines Mars in Cancer. So now you have Venus in your love house trining Mars. See, this is where there can be opportunities to meet someone. It can mean that you meet somebody, you know, who maybe you knew when you were younger. Maybe you meet somebody while you're training, going to school, traveling. Somebody can kind of pop in. If you're looking for a teacher or a trainer of some kind, this can bring the perfect person in for you. So somebody who can teach you about performance, art, teach you about children, you know, that kind of stuff. The right person can kind of pop in, and love can be found at a distance here. So you might be finding that, you know, you're traveling and then you connect with somebody, or you meet somebody while they're traveling. On the 29th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Pluto in Aquarius. So now it's very similar to the Sun conjunct Pluto, which you saw on the 21st. And now Mercury is going to be about taxes, death, inheritances, other people's money, changes in regards to your partner's money. So there's serious conversations revolving around changes at home and with resources and your family. Okay, so now you're talking to family about some home or family matter that's kind of going on, and you're kind of like more personally in the mix. I know heavy stuff, but Pluto's in your 4th. I mean, a lot of you guys will deal with like changes of your home, sometimes, you know, touch wood, death of a relative at some point. And Jupiter is in your 8th house of receiving funds from other people. So if it's not other people, it can be coming from property investments. It can be coming from joint investments with a partner. And then at the end of the month, on the 30th, you're going to see Sun in Aquarius trine Jupiter in Gemini. So the Sun in your 4th house of home and family is trining Jupiter. Something about something that's benefiting you that can be from your family. You know, some of you guys will be given an unexpected small inheritance. Some of you guys will be inheriting property, a car. You will get a document involving, you know, some kind of, you know, family matter where you have ownership of something that could happen. But I think with the Sun trine Jupiter, it's generally fortuitous. So whatever is coming your way is really going to help, you know, kind of bless you and your home situation and your family. And it might kind of, in a way, create this crisis where you got to make a change with your living situation, but it'll benefit you in the long run, or it's just a change with your family. Now, at the beginning of the month, Venus will go into your 5th. It will be there basically all month long. You will see on the 6th, Mars enters back into Cancer. So if you want to go back to places you've traveled, if you want to go back to school, if you want to reconnect with teachers and mentors, you can. This is a great time to go back and learn about health and healing or fitness. You'll see Mercury in your home zone, which is going to be on the 8th. You'll see the Sun entering also into your home zone. And that's going to be happening on the 19th. And then you're going to see, Mercury is going to go from your communication zone in Capricorn on the 8th to Aquarius, your home zone, on the 27th. I don't even remember if I said that or not. But anyway, if I repeated myself, sorry. So finally, we have the moons this month. Okay, so you're going to have on the 13th of the month a full moon in Cancer in your 9th. This is kind of important. It's going to conjunct Mars. So that basically means that there can be some need for sudden, spontaneous travel. It's like, I got to catch a flight. I got to go now, right? So it can be pertinent. Time is of the essence. It can mean also that there is some legal conflict brewing, or there is some conflict that you're having in regards to your faith or your belief system. Mars wants to cut or sever. So it tells me that you may find yourself having to get to an airport, or having to suddenly travel somewhere, or you're saying, I'm not coming, or I'm not traveling, or I'm cutting the trip short. Hello. That can happen. But you can also be completing school much more rapidly. You could be, you know, doing a spontaneous trip. All I know is that a full moon conjunct Mars is generally pretty intense. Okay. Let's see what else. And thankfully, you know, it's gonna, if you have late degrees of Scorpio, it's gonna trine you, and it's also gonna trine Neptune. So maybe it's that you're like, I'm taking time away from work to pause and reflect. I need to feel inspired. I need to go somewhere, and then you travel, and then you meet someone. That could happen as well. On the 29th of the month, you see a new moon in Aquarius at 9 degrees, and that's going to be in your 4th house of home and family. Okay, so Scorpio and Scorpio rising, if you are wanting to move, if you are wanting to renovate your home, if you are wanting to expand your private life, you know, like I think a lot of Scorpio risings and Scorpio placements are like dreaming of like their forever home. Use this new moon to set those intentions, because this is going to be a new moon in your 4th house where you plant seeds for your home and your living situation, and it will trine Jupiter, which is your house, your planet of possessions, and it's in the 8th house of receiving. So if you're like, we want to make enough money to buy a home or have a down payment, we want to have the funds to renovate something, we want to buy a second home, whatever, this is the one that you want to do it. And it's going to be interesting because Uranus is going to be stationing, and that's the ruler. So it's going to be in your 7th house, which means whatever change that's coming in your home is actually going to be based off of your partner. It's going to be off of either a relationship coming in, somebody that you're in a relationship with, and it's going to kind of help you kind of further, you know, push you into this new change in home direction. My prediction for 2025 for Scorpios is this. You have to focus on what you love. If you focus on things that you love and that you really enjoy doing, And that could be a person, that could be a hobby, that could be a kid, finally launching your own business, finally healing inner child issues. You guys can have everything that you want and more, really. Relationship stuff will kind of settle out a little bit in this next year, believe it or not. Uranus will leave your relationship house. Mars is trying to get you to think about where you're going long-term with your career. But remember, all of these planets are at the bottom part of your chart. So in order to kind of figure out where you want to go, you have to kind of figure out where home is, where the home base is going to be, so you can start kind of building that life and thinking about your long-term professional goals, which will be built upon that. You're going to see in the spring there could be changes with work in your routine, big time, like new offices, new schedule, and a huge emphasis on health. Health is going to be a big deal for Scorpios next year, okay? So let's take a look. Let's see. I like this card. I'll take it. We got the Knight of Pentacles. It could be a message about money, which wouldn't surprise me with, you know, trines to Jupiter and stuff that's kind of going on in your 4th house. Look for some kind of message, okay? And it can be coming from a Virgo, a Capricorn, or a Taurus. This can also be that you're thinking about where you want to put your money, where you want to invest your money. You're thinking about how you can grow it, how you can bring more. But likely there's going to be a message about financials that are coming, which does not surprise me looking at some of the transits. Proceeding cautiously when it comes to making financial decisions this month, especially when Venus squares Neptune. That's going to be very important for you. I hope that's helpful, Scorpio. I'll catch you guys back here in Feb. What's up, my Sag and Sag risings? How are you guys doing? Happy New Year. I hope it's a good one for you guys, and I'm excited to chat with you all about what's going on in your astrology for the month of January 2025. You know, I'm going to tell you all about Jupiter and Jupiter things, and there are some Jupiter things that are happening this month. Mostly good things, actually. You got another month before Jupiter goes direct, so you'll see more kind of growth and things kind of moving forward in February. Truth be told, you know, the year is kind of off to a slow start, so you're not going to see things immediately change. Jupiter is retrograde still until February in your relationship zone, where a lot of Sag and Sag risings are either reconnecting with partners, reflecting on relationships, or thinking about whether or not they want to get into one. If not, it's your relationship with clients, maybe with siblings, or even with neighbors, right? Because it's in the sign of Gemini. So you will see some beneficial aspects, especially right around the time that we're getting into the end of the month. You will see the Sun trine Jupiter, which can be great for communication with partners, contracts, and business. You're also going to see a new moon in your 3rd house of communication, which will be trining Jupiter as well. So it's pretty good. The key is keeping things moving, right? Running around, getting stuff done, connecting, emailing, texting, calling. The only challenge that I see this month is that Venus is going to square Jupiter. So it almost seems like there is a need to deal with a home or family matter, an emotional matter, something in regards to a woman at home. So it can be a female relative coming to stay with you, an older female relative taking care of or tending to someone, or bringing somebody in to help you with the home or family kind of dynamics so you can better relationships. So it may mean you need a mediator. It may mean that you're going to need a housekeeper, that you're going to need somebody for healthcare, for an older relative, or to take care of a pet or something. So you have either more time to travel, be with partners, or what have you, okay? Now, this month in terms of ingresses, on January 2nd, we're going to see Venus enter into Pisces in your 4th house. Obviously, look at the 4th house. There is a huge emphasis in Pisces. Sag, this is a very important area of your chart. It's going to be important for the next couple months, so pay attention. Venus in the 4th is nice because if you want to beautify your home, if you want to buy new art, if you want to buy new furniture, decor, if you want to socialize and have parties and bring people in, you can do that. Venus loves being in Pisces, so that's the good news. But the second part of January of 2025, Venus will come into shadow. So basically this means she's going to hit the degrees, which she will retrograde through in March. That doesn't sound like a big deal right now, but it's a big deal because you're going to start seeing the effects of the Venus retrograde. So when I think of, like, for example, I'll give you an example. Venus came into shadow last year when I was moving, and it was getting ready to go through, I think it was my 4th house. Yeah, or one of the years when I moved. And I ended up moving during the shadow, and I had this art piece that I bought that I really liked. And I was like, oh, I love this. And it was like all these like bright kind of like neon colors, and it was like a Japanese kind of scene. And I was like, I'm going to base everything around this one piece of art. I bought bedding, I bought pillows, I bought all this stuff. And then when everything came and I put it together, and then I hung up my husband hung up the paintings, nothing matched. It looked like literally like a blind person designed this house. It was horrific. It was like way too many colors going on, too many patterns. And I was like, shit. And I knew that I had to take this stuff back. So I tell you this now so you can learn from me. You're going to feel like wanting to bring in art, design, buy real estate. Maybe you're going to be thinking about wanting to, like rework parts of your home. Take it easy. Focus more on visuals, right? So when I think about like when you're going to, go and, refinish a house, or you're going to, add new tiles and textiles and stuff, you lay it all out and you look at how it looks. Create your vision boards. Don't do anything right now, I guess is what I'm getting at. Because when Venus goes retrograde, it is possible that you've made a home purchase. Maybe you have decided that your vision didn't quite come together the way that you thought it would. Maybe, you find out that the house that you loved and had to have has water damage, or it's got some foundation issues. Trust me, you guys are going to see some of this stuff in the spring. So you need to thoroughly plan and look through everything in regards to home and housing stuff. The positive is that, yeah, you can have family come and stay with you. Okay. So know that it's not only going to come into shadow where it will retrograde in March, but it's going to hit Saturn, which could be like you're making some big investments. Like I think some Sag and Sag risings are like, I'm going to get a hot tub. I'm going to renovate the kitchen. I'm going to buy a new washer and dryer. And then you're going to realize like you bought it, but you didn't measure it and it doesn't fit and you can't return it, or you can, and it's got a high, restock fee. And you're going to go, I'm paying 15% of this just to return it. What the heck? Because you didn't measure. So make sure everything fits and everything works with your aesthetics, and maybe hold off on some of this stuff in terms of executing it until the second half of April. On to January 6th, where you're going to have Mars retrograde in Cancer. So the retrograde is going to continue. It's now dropping into your 8th house at that point. Mars does okay in the 8th house, but the retrograde is like changes with other people's money, changes with your credit, changes with your investments, changes with your partner's money. So your partner might have a cut in their income. You may not be able to get a loan. You may have a difficult time restructuring your debt. You may not be able to pay things back. I know, things you don't want to hear, right? And it's in the sign of Cancer, which is about changes with your home. So what's nice is it's almost like January, February, March is planning to do these things, but getting your ducks in a row first. All right, so when Mars goes into the 8th house, you want to be mindful that there can be reversals of money. So things that people gave you. So like be careful if you're doing taxes and stuff here with all the details. Be careful also in regards to like romantic entanglements with people, because there can be some karmic stuff kind of happening here with the retrograde in your 8th house. And money that is meant to find its way back to you, or that people are supposed to give you, there may be a delay. All right, and then we get into, on the 8th of the month, Mercury enters Capricorn. So your mind is on your money, your money's on your mind. You're talking to people, you're doing business, you're focusing on getting your resources in order, you're very productive, and work can be good. On the 19th, the sun enters Aquarius, so it goes into your 3rd house of communications and learning. So you're going to be focusing on road trips, cars, communication, websites, things revolving around short distance trips or siblings. You might be planning a trip, doing some research for a trip, or getting away for a weekend. And then Mercury is going to hit that house next on the 27th. And you might be traveling with a partner, or talking to a partner about traveling, talking to them about moving, maybe going somewhere with them, maybe taking a class or learning something with them, or just more kind of busyness with siblings or neighbors. Now, on the 30th of the month, Uranus turns direct. So it's been retrograde in your health and work zone. When Uranus turns direct, there can be a change going on, or an unexpected plot twist or surprise that can be happening with your daily routine, your health, or your workspace. So I think about, the new moon in your 3rd And then you've got Uranus in your 6th. Like there may be announcements and stuff going out, emails. Hey, we've had a change of schedule. Hey, we're updating software. Hey, we're going to, be working with a new team and putting out emails and newsletters and stuff like that revolving around those things. Pay attention to your health with Uranus going direct, especially anything relating to your ankles, your calves, your hands, your shoulders. There can also be some like nervous system stuff, dietary changes, and changes revolving around how you navigate health. Specifically, I think it's going to be mental health. Taurus needs more downtime on the 6th house cusp. So it means that you might be feeling kind of frazzled and you need time to kind of rest and recuperate. On to the retrogrades. You guys know that Mars starts at retrograde at the beginning of the month in the 9th, and it's dipping into the 8th. It will continue its retrograde into February, but that might mean that there's a change in direction happening with education or travel. So maybe you're like, I'm, having to cancel a trip. I'm trying to get my money back. It can mean that there is a back and forth going on with a father figure or in-laws. It can mean that there is some change in direction with your education schedule, right? And you're reevaluating like funding before you continue your education. So anything in regards to that can kind of come up here. And Jupiter, your chart ruler, like we talked about, is retrograde till next month in your relationship zone. Besides that, on the 3rd of January, we're going to see Mars in opposition to Pluto, and Mars will be in your travel zone, and it will be opposing Pluto in your communications zone. I foresee unexpected travel delays and issues, or some kind of stress or anxiety coming up revolving around traveling or going somewhere, specifically by plane. And you might be like, I don't want to travel by plane. Like, let's postpone, or let's rent a car, or let's do something different. There could also be a little bit of tension in communication with like a teacher or with a sibling. Philosophical differences, learning differences, cultural differences is very much the 3rd and the 9th house. And you need to be careful for legal issues or lawsuits. Like somebody could be threatening something against you, and there could be a back and forth revolving around if you need to take that seriously and you need to like really abide by the law with that opposition. On the 6th of the month, Mercury in your sign will square Neptune. So you're trying to communicate and connect with people and tell people how you feel, but you feel like people at home, family, romantic relationships, siblings, even roommates aren't listening. They're not getting it. And you're trying to be like, hey, I need some help, or I'm kind of struggling with this. And they're like oblivious, Equally, if you don't say anything, they don't know. So it can mean that you're struggling and you're kind of going through it silently, but you need to kind of tell people what's happening and what's going on. On the 11th of the month, the nodes change signs. So we'll see the South Node go into Virgo and the North Node go into Pisces. If you pay attention, this is squaring you in a very big way, Sag, especially with Jupiter in your 7th house. It's a grand mutable cross. So it means that it's like a 4-way stop, right? Like not everybody can go at the same time. So you impact home, which impacts career, which impacts relationships. And there's going to be like a season to like every season. So every mutable season, there's going to be changes going on in your life, to put it simply. I think about, I have Saturn and Neptune in my 4th house natally. And I think about when I had my Jupiter transit here and my Saturn return, I was like, oh, I'm so ready to move. Like, I'm going to go somewhere else. I'm like getting out of like LA. I hate it here. And was trying to like leave. And then I had a bunch of like relationship changes, and somebody kind of came in that was like more optimistic about relationships in my living situation, and I moved. I use that example because I think you can see something like that. You can have a partner that's like, hey, let's relocate. You can have a partner who's trying to incentivize you to get out of the house. You could have somebody who's trying to kind of help you overcome some of your emotional challenges or challenges with your family. And they're meant to do that. They're meant to kind of help you throughout this period. So be open. I say that because Jupiter rules the North Node transit in the 4th. So as the North Node goes through the 4th house, your attention is being brought to 4th house things, but Pisces is the end, it's completion. So you're wrapping up storylines of my family's always been this way. I've always lived this way. I don't know where home is, emotional stuff that's kind of going on. And you're supposed to be focused more on your inner world. Where do you live? What's your home like? Do you like where you're living? What's going on with your family? And that's going to be brought on by support from a therapist, an astrologer, a partner, a sibling maybe, and helping you kind of figure that stuff out. I know a lot of you guys are dealing with older parents or relatives that have health issues or dementia, or there's issues with them living alone. So you might have help from a partner. And the South Node going through Virgo is kind of clearing out or having you reevaluate or take a step back from work. So if you're working, it's like, I want to create a lifestyle or a schedule or get into a job where I don't have to be there all the time. You know, it becomes more self-sufficient. So I have a better work-life balance. I can have a family. I can focus on my private life. I can be better emotionally, all that stuff. So what can happen during these particular periods with the South Node in your 10th house is changing jobs, quitting jobs, bosses stepping down, companies closing. I know, things you don't want to hear. But I think of a lot of Sag risings that are like kind of saying, it's okay, I want to work from home. I'm trying to find an at-home job. Good. You can be watching Mercury transit. So for example, when Mercury turns retrograde in the spring, it'll go from your 5th to your 4th, and that might be where you start your own business. You focus on having a kid, having a family. You're focusing on your romantic life. You'll have a Mercury retrograde in July, which will be in your 9th, which could be, you know, maybe going back to school, changing your career because it's feeding off the South Node. And then you'll have another one that's going to start in Sag and go into Scorpio, and that's going to be taking time to kind of rest and recuperate in the fall. So you're going to want to watch those Mercury retrograde periods. They're going to be very important. I do think that if you need a coach, a therapist, an astrologer, or a support system, Jupiter is here to help. So hire me to help you plan your next year because I know all about that square, and it can be really beneficial actually for relationships. A lot of you guys may move, get married, settle into serious relationships, make big changes in relationships which impact your home as well. So it depends on your chart. On the 12th of the month, you're going to see Mars in Cancer, trine Neptune in Pisces. So Mars reworking your joint resources phase, and it's going to trine Neptune. So it's like, okay, there is some significant change going on at home or with family or with joint money, which is going to be impacting a home or a living situation. It can mean a partner comes in and says, hey, I'll help you. Let's move in together. I'll help you pay the bills. It could mean there is some refund, some insurance matter. There is some inheritance matter, which is relieving some of the pressure of having to figure out and take care of all of the home expenses or the family expenses. So it could be that. Negotiating property sales, negotiating, divorce settlements, that can happen too. We've got on the 14th of the month, Venus will square Jupiter. So Venus in your home sector squares Jupiter. I feel like this is just a lot of love and support and beauty at home, creating a really, I kind of say like your 4th house Pisces is like your Zen den, right? So something that's going to be filled with art and beauty and mysticism and magic, so you can have more togetherness at home. So if you feel kind of like confined to your 4th house, you'll be like, we're going to do wine and paint at home, or we're going to have a romantic dinner at home, and still find a way to be able to kind of connect and have time together. It might include family, by the way. You're going to see on the 15th of the month, the Sun in Capricorn opposes Mars in Cancer. So something revolving around your money, your resources, your finances being challenged by the changes of another person. It can mean that you're going back and forth on a financial matter with a bank, with a law firm. You could be going back and forth in regards to expenses with children or a romantic partner. And excessive spending can come up here, and you're like dealing with that. Excessive expenses regarding children can also come up here. And usually it's going to be like you wanting to be like, it's the principal being like, I want my refund, and somebody being like, no, I'm not going to give it to you. And then you're like, okay, well, that's wrong. You're going to kind of get into like the moral kind of like integrity side of right from wrong with money. Anyway, so there could be a bit of a clash about who will give who what and whether it's right or wrong. So watch out for that. We're going to see on the 18th, Venus will conjunct Saturn in Pisces. So there is some commitment to home, family, and matters of love and money. or you're committing to a specific person or somebody at home. You're spending time with an older relative and maybe you're making a sacrifice and spending time with them and taking care of them. You've also got on the 21st, the sun will conjunct Pluto in Aquarius. So that's going to be in your third house, where I predict a lot of Sag and Sag risings are like having to have heart-to-heart conversations with siblings, which can seem really difficult or kind of intense this month, especially when it's like involving travel or when it's involving legal matters. You can see some cars break down with this aspect. Obviously, I hope not. Be careful if you're doing any long distance traveling here. And you're going to see communication matters are just intense, or there is some information or some insight that you get that you're like, what? That you didn't know before. On the 23rd, Mercury will oppose Mars in Cancer. So Mercury rules career and relationships, or this could be clients. So you could have a back and forth with somebody about what you owe them or what they've given you versus what you've done for them. And it can be like a little bit of like a tit for a tat. So, you know, if you have a client-based business, there could be a spat about somebody like wanting a refund or wanting their money back. And Mercury will trine Uranus, which means you might be like, you know what, I'm giving this to somebody else to deal with. Like, I'm giving this to my assistant. I'm giving this to another employee. I'm going to call it, you know, a wash. I'm just going to like let it go, because somebody can be extremely critical. And it might mean that you have a solution to kind of like pacify the conflict that's kind of coming up about a financial situation, right? And you're able to kind of like work around it in some way. But it's gonna definitely be a little bit of a pain in the butt trying to kind of come up with a solution for somebody. On the 25th of the month, Venus in Pisces trines Mars in Cancer. So you got Venus in your home zone trining Mars, where changes and transformations of joint resources can be beneficial and beautiful when it comes to the home and the family. I like Mars retrograde in the 8th for like trying to do debt consolidation, trying to you know, get a lower interest rate on a mortgage, trying to you know, maybe kind of tap into your inner creativity, finding more time for intimacy. And a lot of that's kind of being founded at home. So it's kind of creating that space to have that either with like home or family. And then on the 29th of the month, Mercury conjuncts Pluto in Aquarius. This is that day where you get tested in how you communicate. And it could mean there is like a tiff that you have with a sibling. There could be a tiff that you have with a neighbor. There could be some difficult issues revolving around other people and vehicles. There could be, yeah, like be careful with that. Like there could be, I mean, I've seen some people have, you know, car problems, like where there's like accident issues there. And with Mars going retrograde in your 8th house of insurance, like, you know, make sure your car's insured, make sure you have everything on you if you're going to be traveling and kind of going places, and watch your tone and how you're communicating with people on the 29th. You may kind of receive like a subconscious message too, or a dream that's like, hey, watch out for this, or you have a hunch about something, so pay attention to it. And then on the 30th, the sun will in Aquarius trine Jupiter in Gemini, so things, they clear up. The sun trine Jupiter really is about being optimistic and communicating with clients, relationships, siblings in a more positive, optimistic way. It's kind of like, okay, well, we had some tension. What did we learn? You know, you're kind of like tapping into Jupiter. Like, what is like the bigger meaning of all of this? And how did that squabble, or how did that kind of difference of opinion, you know, teach us how to be able to resolve conflict and how to kind of deal with crisis if crisis hits. All right, so outside of all of that, we move on to the moons. And on the 13th of January, you're going to have a full moon in Cancer. Full moon in the 8th house definitely kind of like, it kind of shakes stuff out a little bit. Like there can definitely be a conclusion, a completion, an ending with a full moon, but in the 8th house especially, and the moon's at home. So there's a major change or transformation going on with home or family emotionally. And this is ruled obviously by the moon, and it's conjunct Mars. And Mars is about children. Okay, so it can be some major, you know, kind of financial matters with children, insurance matters with children, intimacy matters in relationships. And Mars is hot. And the 8th house is like where money needs to be received. So you could unexpectedly get a bill or an invoice for something, and you're like, I thought I paid it. And it says like, if you don't pay this, it's going to go to collections, you know, and you're like, oh my God, I got to pay this right now. It also might be a time where there is like a sudden unexpected cut or change with your partner's resources. It's hard to say. I mean, it is in a Gemini degree. So if you're somebody who's had more than one income, I mean, you might temporarily see a cut for one of them. There can definitely be some unexpected emotional things that can kind of come up with the full moon here as well. And it will trine Neptune. So it can mean that there is a dramatic end or a change happening with either the home or a financial situation. Now, the new moon, which is going to come in the 29th of January in Aquarius in your third, is planting a new seed when it comes to getting around town, communicating, learning gadgets. This is a great new moon, okay? So this is going to trine Jupiter in your seventh, which is your chart ruler. So it's saying if you can work well under pressure, because it's conjunct Pluto, if you can change the way that you communicate, if you can change the way that you can think, if you could be open-minded about where you live, where you're traveling, what you're learning, it can really expand your relationships. And maybe you need another person to have a heart-to-heart with you. Maybe you need a therapist or a reading with an astrologer or somebody who can give you that feedback to say, hey, it's okay. Like, change is a good thing. And it's about how you're navigating it. After this new moon, if you want to move, if you want to buy a vehicle, if you want to start a new course, you want to launch a new website, you want to put out some kind of email blast or something, it's a good time to do it. Okay? I know, Sag, it sounds like a bit of a mixed bag this month. I understand. But what I'm going to tell you is this. Look, 2025, in my opinion, is going to be the year that you really start kind of prioritizing the things that are most important to you. And I think that's going to be feeling like you can finally build a firm foundation in your life. You can figure out where home is. You can find your dream home. You can get into a relationship. You can meet new people if you're leaving a relationship. You can finally start to kind of break away a little bit from this need to constantly be on at work and be perfect. And you're not going to be giving yourself so much, I think, of a hard time when it comes to whether or not you're working enough or being productive. That's what I think. Yes, you'll see some changes next year with Uranus in your seventh house, but some of you guys might sporadically get engaged, or you might elope, or some of you guys might suddenly move in with a partner or travel more with a partner. I don't think it has to be a bad thing. Jupiter there right now is trying to help you expand more so you are ready for some of those changes. And if there's one thing I know, I guarantee with Jupiter going into your 8th house of Cancer and Saturn and Neptune in and out of your 4th, your home's going to change. And good things are on the horizon, but you're having to kind of wrap things up in how things have always been before you move on into the future. All right, so I hope that's helpful for you. Let's take a look and see what the cards say for my Sag and Sag risings. Of course, not often a card I get for you guys. It's not very often you guys are indecisive. But, you know, Two of Swords is kind of like, do I do this? Do I not do this? Taking too long to say something. Maybe it means that you're being a little bit more cautious after the Mercury retrograde, and you're learning when to speak out and say something and when to kind of just wait. Right? You're learning that words are very powerful now with Pluto in your 3rd house. Don't take too long to overthink things. Maybe watch out for that Mercury square Neptune, which will be in your sign. Maybe it's a matter of waiting for the right moment, but it looks like you're going back and forth on a situation. And I would see that anyway, with back and forth with a relationship, back and forth with communication. What are you back and forth about? What are you second guessing? Things are going to become a lot more clear at the end of the month. So if you're waiting for a bit of a reprieve towards the end of January, I think communication and decisions are going to be easier to make. Okay? Good luck, my Saggies. I will see you here next month in February. All right, we got Capricorn and Capricorn rising. I've got all of my Saturn crew now, so I can talk to all my Saturn people. You guys are so patient. You guys always wait. You, Aquarius, and I guess right now, Pisces. What's up, Capricorn? Happy maybe birthday. I don't know if it's your birthday. Happy birthday. Happy New Year. I hope you're well. I'm excited to chat with you about what's going on in January of 2025. It's a brand new year, and we got a lot going on. So I'm going to talk to you about Saturn because Saturn rules your chart. All you need to know is that there are some planets kind of dancing with Saturn this month. We're going to see Venus dancing with Saturn, which is good news for you when it comes to work and vehicles and communications and contracts. I think you're going to have a way with words and people are really going to like it. We're also simultaneously going to be seeing that there are going to be some oppositions between Capricorn and Cancer, okay? So with these oppositions, we see where either people are challenging us or people are showing up. It could mean that there is some, I think there are some very karmic things happening in relationships because Mars is going to dip back into your 7th, but it'll oppose some of your placements. So there is going to be like this sense of like deja vu with what's happened a couple of months ago. Maybe people are coming back around. But for the most part, you're good. You're not going to see too many squares going on with Saturn, so things are going to get easier. And you're going to speak up more because Mercury is going to be in your sign, so you're going to have a lot to say, okay? All right, so Saturn is still in Pisces. Nothing is changing here. Saturn is direct, so that means when it comes to matters of travel, learning, communication, gadgets, contracts, siblings, all of these things are full speed ahead. All right, so when we think about the ingresses this month, on the 2nd of January, Venus will enter into Pisces. So it'll go into your 3rd house. So things like luxury car purchases, gadgets, indulging in, nice books, out-of-town weekend trips, spending more time with neighbors, spending more time with relatives, focusing more on negotiations and business contracts and meetings. These things go well. The only downside is that Venus is going to be in shadow, which means that in March she will retrograde and she's going to go back over the degrees she's in now. So you'll start to see some of the effects of the Venus retrograde, I predict. And actually it's really good for Saturn placements because, well, you're Saturn. So it's bringing you more growth when it comes to your career. It's bringing you more relationship opportunities. It's allowing you to indulge more in traveling, learning, luxury vehicles, that kind of stuff. But just know that you may change your mind because Venus is in shadow. So before you go buy that really expensive new car, before you buy that new computer, before you go and buy that new watch or ring or anything that's going to be kind of like, a luxury purchase, really think about it. Okay, really, really think about it. Maybe make a decision closer to the end of April. That's just me. Now, you will also see on the 6th, Mars will go retrograde back into Cancer. So it's dropping back into your 7th house of relationships where you're either going to be kind of getting revved up in a relationship and there's somebody coming in and you're feeling kind of excited and feisty and spicy, or you're feeling like people are just really grinding your gears and they're kind of agitating you. There can be squabbles and conflict with family or roommates, or having issues with partners revolving around home and living situation, and there's a back and forth because it's retrograde. The retrograde started in Leo and it dropped out of your 8th house into your 7th. So a lot of this might be about like dealing with financial matters with the home and family. It can be about going back and forth about joint resources, whether or not there is some kind of negotiation or settlement going on that could be involving an estate, or a separation or a divorce proceeding can be happening for some of you guys as well. And you're kind of like going back and forth with them and trying to find a way to find the middle ground. On the 8th of the month, you will see Mercury enter Capricorn. So Mercury enters into your sign where you're speaking up, speaking your mind. Maybe you're interested in travel, law, education, and also health. You're very focused, like the beginning of the year when you're like, this is going to be my new habit, Mercury's connected to Jupiter. So it can mean that you're like very kind of adamant about, I will get a second job. I will focus on my health. I will be more active. And those words are going to have some kind of like power behind them. On the 19th of the month, the sun enters Aquarius. So then there is an emphasis going on with your money, your resources, and your spending habits. And it can be a time where you're actually bringing money in because, well, the sun rules other people's resources. And you're going to see Mercury enter into this too. Are some Capricorn and Capricorn risings going to be accepting jobs that are going to allow them to relocate and make more money? Maybe. Are there going to be legal proceedings and decisions that are going to award you some kind of cash, settlement? Maybe. Or are you spending more money on travel and education? It could be that as well. On the 30th of the month, Uranus turns direct in your 5th house of creativity, dating, romance, children, self-expression. You may have some amazing money-making opportunities, or maybe you're investing more in children, in pregnancy, in art, in playtime. And there could be some shocks and surprises. And I kind of predict some of you guys are going to be either trying to get pregnant, or some of you guys are going to be making some investments into maybe the market. And you're kind of thinking about how you can make your money work for you, and you're feeling like kind of gambling or taking a chance here. If not, you're investing money in children, or it could be in hobbies. Obviously, like I said, Mars is retrograde from your 8th to your 7th, and that can be a back and forth, but it can also be partners from the past coming back. Just because they come back does not mean you take them back. Okay, you guys have heard me say this before. You can do it, or you cannot do it. You have to ask yourself if them coming back means that they've actually changed. Especially because you will see, Mercury come into an opposition with Mars, Sun make an opposition with Mars, and that means that if you've been standing your ground and being like, I'm not going to budge, or, I've reached my limit, or no more of this, or I'm not going to agree until you, I guess, meet me halfway, people are going to have to swallow their pride, come back, and they're going to have to be willing to kind of work with you. So there is like almost a sense of, I really feel inclined to tell you, like, dig your heels in a little bit this month. Don't make it easy for people, especially if you feel like there's been a lot of back and forth in a relationship. Really make sure that there is going to be a change in direction with their actions. On to other things. So let's go ahead and talk about the transits this month outside of that. So on the 3rd of January, you're going to see a Mars-Pluto opposition. And Mars will be making the second opposition of Pluto, but this time it's in your financial houses. So Mars will actually be in your 8th house of other people's money, and it'll oppose Pluto in your house of money, which means there's going to be a little bit of a standoff revolving around whether other people have to give you and what you receive. This could be about home, family, property matters. And you're going to see on the 6th of the month, Mercury in Sag squares Neptune and Pisces. So Mercury will be in your 12th house of the subconscious, hidden, intuitive, spiritual side, and it's squaring Neptune. So you're like, I am feeling so mentally exhausted. I need to rest. I'm not thinking so clearly. I'm kind of spun out. You could make some mistakes in sending emails or making phone calls or text messages. You could misread things. You also want to be really careful when you're driving, because you may not see everything clearly, or you could be really tired. And traveling can kind of get unexpectedly kind of like delayed, usually due to weather. On January 11th, the nodes change signs. We got the South Node in Virgo in your 9th and the North Node in Pisces in your 3rd. I feel like this is actually pretty good for the Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn. I feel like because Saturn is going to come into conjunction with the North Node, it's really encouraging you to lean into these themes of the 3rd house. And the 3rd house is learning, it's moving, it's vehicles, it's reading, it's contracts, communications, websites, podcasts, that kind of stuff. And honestly, Pisces, we don't know which end is up generally. There is like this mystical, magical side of things. So what it's trying to get you to do is to tap in to ways that you might be able to make money. Saturn's connected to your 2nd house traditionally. Your intuition through 3rd house ventures. So like if you're somebody who's like, I really want to move, but I don't know where I'm going to go, you're going to figure it out soon. I really want to learn how to drive, but I'm afraid. You're going to overcome it. I want to start a podcast. Maybe you're going to kind of figure out the ins and outs of how to do that. If you've ever wanted to learn tarot, this is a good transit for learning tarot because it's very abstract. But it can also mean that there's some crazy neighbors. There's some weird, you're just noticing the neighborhood's got more crime or homelessness or drug-related issues. There can be strange things happening to your car or your gadgets where they're kind of like not working. And you could be noticing there's some issues with communication or relationships to your siblings where they can be having some mental health issues or some addiction issues. Unfortunately, that can happen. So Saturn is a boundary. Neptune knows no boundaries. So as Saturn and Neptune are coming into conjunction, you're going to be like, I can or cannot interact with this, or I can or cannot talk to this person, or I can or cannot, whatever. So, you know, it's going to test you mentally. And we're looking at Jupiter when this happens. So it's about juggling too much stuff work-wise, or where your mental health stuff is impacting your physical health. And on the flip side, the south node is going through Virgo. So at least it's in a sign that is an earth sign, so it's compatible with you. The south node in Virgo, in a nutshell, is like, we are not perfect. Things are kind of messy. We have to kind of move away from this super analytical kind of way of thinking about things. It does deal with health issues. It also does deal with like busy work. So with the south node going through the 9th house, some of you guys are going to say, I am working, you know, I took a new job, I'm working too much, I can't go back to school, or I can't complete my diploma. Some of you guys are going to say, you know what, I just don't have time to be traveling right now, I can't swing it. Or you might be graduating and leaving school. You might be, you know, returning back to a country you've been to before. You might be reconnecting with a teacher. And when the south node is in Virgo, we're looking at Mercury. So you're going to look at the Mercury retrogrades this year, and that's going to be reflecting what's going on with Virgo. Obviously, we're going to have one that's going to be in your 4th house into your 3rd. So some of you guys may actually relocate or move back home or move to a foreign land. We will see another one that's going to be in Leo in the summer, which is going to be about reevaluating your expenses. And then you'll see another one that's going to start in Sag in the 12th house, and it's going to go into Scorpio. And that might be about reconnecting with friends and people in foreign places. Okay, just to put it very simply. So yeah, kind of, I mean, tricky nodal signs, I think. But, you know, really it's going to be about mental stuff, communication, clarity, and you're going to have to become a stickler for reading the fine print and things, whether it's leases, buying cars, houses, whatever. On the 12th of the month, Mars in Cancer trines Neptune in Pisces. Okay, so Mars in your relationship house trines Neptune. So you can communicate more sensitively, emotionally, compassionately. You know, you can be a little bit more open to healing relationship rifts. You can also see on the 14th that Venus in Pisces square Jupiter in Gemini. Okay, so Venus in Pisces square Jupiter is pushing you to find a solution to a health issue or a work issue. Maybe you're getting support from a relative, maybe it's from a neighbor, maybe you're finding a new application or a new software or something that can kind of help you manage your health or your workflow better. And you will see on the 15th, this is a day where there could be some static, where Mars in your relationship zone opposes your sun in your 1st house of Capricorn. This is where somebody, I think, is going to try to enforce something on you, or like enforce their will on you. Like a partner might try to influence you to move somewhere or move in or out of a house, or they might try to get you to, you know, move to be closer to them, or they might be coming back to you being like, oh, it's a shame you're so far away. You know, something like that can happen where you're getting challenged. But you know, Mars can be also about friends at a distance. You're reconnecting with friends and you're like, hey, I'm not around, I'll be back later. You know, I'm traveling, or I've, you know, relocated. On the 18th, Venus will be conjunct Saturn in Pisces. Great day for you. This aspect will happen several times. And so Venus is going to be about your status out in the world, your relationship. It can also be about work. So there can be important contracts, meetings, negotiations, or things that you're signing. But you may also make a statement about your career or your relationship online. Some of you guys who are ending relationships might start telling people, telling family, or changing your relationship status. On the 21st, you're going to see the Sun conjunct Pluto in Aquarius. And this is a big turning point when it comes to your money and what you have power and control over. Sun rules other people's resources. So it looks like there can be some big changes with your resources where suddenly you feel like you have more control, or you have more money, and you feel free to do more of the things that you want to do. On the 23rd, Mercury in your sign opposes Mars. So you may not see eye to eye with somebody this day. There can definitely be a sense of you trying to reach out and connect with somebody, and they're kind of combative. But Mercury will trine Uranus, which means rather than going through a relationship partner, or rather than trying to reach out to somebody, you're looking for an unconventional, creative way of being able to kind of deal with those thoughts. Maybe you're writing, you create, you play an instrument. If If you're married and having marital issues, it's possible that you may involve your children and you're like talking to your kids about, you know, like what's going on or why you guys aren't seeing eye to eye, or your kids may be involved or give you some really interesting kind of feedback on your relationship dynamic. On the, sorry, just pulling up my notes here. You guys keep seeing me do this. I'm holding this, I swear. You have got, let's see, so we did the opposition. On the 25th, Venus in Pisces will trine Mars in Cancer. So what's going to happen here is Venus is still in your third house of communications, and now you can kind of like maybe smooth things over or get along better with a relative or with a romantic partner. I would encourage you to write a letter or a note. Like if you got into a fight with somebody, like send them an email, leave them a sticky note, like send them a text message or voicemail, something that's like, hey, I don't want to fight with you. Like, let's make amends. Let's find a way to be able to kind of work together. Something to kind of smooth it over, because that would be a good way to be able to kind of handle that. Or forgiveness can be a theme here too. Now on the 29th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Pluto in Aquarius, where there's more conversations and in-depth discussions about money, travel, legal fees, what you're paying for education, what you're paying for health as well. So there can be some expenses coming up. And on the, let's see, and on the 30th, you'll see the Sun in Aquarius trine Jupiter in Gemini. So the Sun in your money house, trining Jupiter in your work house means that there can be some almost like reprieve, like you're kind of like, you're relieved that there's been some changes either financially or with your health or with work. And you're like, okay, now I can breathe. You know, it's been kind of settled and like it's done. You will also have a new moon here. Okay, so I'll get to that in a second. Now on the 13th of the month, you want to pay attention. There is going to be one heck of a full moon in your 7th house of relationships. And this will be a full moon in Cancer, which is always bringing attention to other people, your relationships, your family, your romantic partnerships, committed relationships, clients, what have you. But it will be conjunct Mars. So it means that you may see outbursts from other people, okay, because it's about home and family or emotional reactions. It can also mean that you see people that are like, that's it, I'm done, I'm walking away, no more, or people who are threatened and they want to fight with you. Okay, remember Mars has been in opposition to Pluto. So it's definitely about resources, it's definitely about money, something's going on there. My advice would be, you know, I mean, like make love, not war. You know, Mars is kind of coming into a trine with Venus, it is kind of trine Saturn. So it is possible that you can smooth some of this stuff over, but some people are just going to want to fight on this full moon. Just stay out of the way. And if you need to end a relationship, if you need to cut something or sever it, like somebody might beat you to it, or somebody may say, you know, they're the ones walking away and that they're done. Otherwise, if you're single, you could meet someone. It could be very passionate. You know, you might be like, I met somebody and I'm taking them home. I mean, I hate to be like that, but Mars is connected to your 4th house. So it might be that you connect with somebody, you know, even from the past. Especially if Mars rules your 4th house, connecting with somebody from the past is very possible. So there can be a sense of being like, okay, we're giving it another shot, and if it doesn't work, we're done. Or if you've given it another shot and you've decided it's not working, you could be like, okay, we're going to call it quits. Otherwise, watch out for tension with family and also roommates. And then you have a new moon in Aquarius on the 29th. This is going to be in your 2nd house of money and income. Beautiful new moon. Okay, this is the money manifesting moon. That's what I want you guys to call it. New moon in your house of income. It's going to be trining Jupiter in your 6th house. It may bring you more than one job, more than one opportunity, better health, better habits, and a little bit more optimism as well. So if you need to set any intentions around working, you know, changes with your schedule, changes with your health, or just making more money, this is definitely the time you want to do it. Now, for my Capricorn and Capricorn risings, for 2025, I'm predicting for you guys that there is this huge shift in the way that you communicate and connect with other people. I do think that you're going to see at some point in 2025, you're finally going to feel more independent and more established, especially in your private life. Buying houses, moving, you know, adventures to new places that you've never lived before is very possible. I also foresee lots of opportunities the 2nd half of next year in relationships. So some of you guys will be seriously settling into a relationship. You might be getting married, you might be meeting foreigners. There's going to be really beautiful aspects the second half of 2025 for partnerships and love. So it's going to get good, but you have to communicate and learn how to express what it is you want and what does and does not work for you. So that way you can be more decisive and help the universe bring you what you need. For you in the next month, the card that I got is the Queen of Wands, sassy. I like this with like the Sun and Mercury going through your first house. I think there's a lot of like, nope, this is how it's going to work. This is how it's going to be. And kind of telling other people like what you need. And the Mars retrograde is other people kind of coming correct and like needing to kind of make adjustments if they want to connect with you. You're done with all the trauma drama. You know, Pluto's no longer in your sign. So there's like a new and improved you now. The Queen of Wands can be a fire sign, so like an Aries or a Leo or a Sag can pop in, but this can be about more kind of tapping into that personal fire, that confidence, that creativity, feeling like it's your time and not letting other people get in the way of some of your goals. And that can really be about where you're traveling to, where you're living, and also just having a little bit more freedom and spontaneity. So great for creativity, also great for, you know, passion projects and creative stuff and self-expressive stuff. And maybe there's somebody who comes along that helps kind of reignite the fire for you with that card coming up. Hope that's helpful. I hope you have a happy birthday if you're a January Capricorn, and I will catch you next month in February. What's up, Aquarius and Aquarius rising? Welcome to your January 2025 horoscopes. I'm happy to be here. If you have a birthday this month, happy birthday. I hope it's a good one for you guys. You know that I'm going to talk to you about all things Saturn and Uranus. And guess what? There are Saturn and Uranus things happening this month. But we've also got some conjunctions and oppositions to Pluto. Wow, yours is probably going to be like the most like involved, I can tell already. Where do I start? Okay, well, let's start with the fact that at some point in the month, both of your chart rulers will be direct. So you're actually going to see Saturn start the month direct in Pisces in your second house, where your mind is on your money. There is a focus on making more, building yourself up, you know, believing in your financial capabilities, and also being a little bit more conservative with your spending. Then you will see later in the month, at the end of the month, Uranus will go direct around the 30th. And so that's also kind of turning your chart on, because it means both of your planetary rulers are working. And now you can move forward with making the necessary changes when it comes to your home and your family or your living situation. Thankfully, in 2025, Uranus will leave your fourth house. So you might actually see that things calm down a little bit briefly. Anyway, we will see, you know, a full moon in a new moon in your sign, which is going to be a complete reset button. Like you're hitting the reset button completely. You'll have a blank slate to set intentions, which is very, very good, especially for happiness, creativity, children, dating, all that stuff. And you're also going to see planets conjunct Saturn, which wants to bring you more money, more love, more resources. Okay, so this is the good stuff. Where you're getting kind of checked a little bit is you're going to see Mars in opposition to your sign. So there's this ongoing back and forth that you're having with a relationship. Okay, seventh house can just be people in general, but it could be like your kids because it's in Leo. It could be a romantic partner. It could be a back and forth revolving around a committed partnership, business, or a spouse. Maybe you're breaking up with a therapist. I don't know. Maybe you switched astrologers and now you're cheating on them with me. I don't know. Something like that's going on. So these are all seventh house people. What I focus on is what's happening in this part of the chart. And so many planets going through Aquarius is more like, what do I want? What do I need? What are my goals? How's my body? How am I feeling? How can I feel about myself? And it means that maybe with the oppositions to Mars, you're taking space away from some of your relationships, or maybe you're taking a step back and not being so overly consumed with other people, and you're turning that influence on yourself, okay? So when you hear Uranus, Saturn, Pluto, these are all kind of impacting you. All right, so let's start with actually the moons, because one of them is yours. So on the 13th of the month, you're going to see that there is going to be a new moon that's going to happen in Cancer. Excuse me, a full moon. Hello. A full moon in Cancer on January 13th. So this will be at 27 degrees in your sixth house. This is a time where there can be changes with your health, so you need to be mindful of that. Full moons bring some kind of conclusion and completion. So if you've been working on your health, if you've been trying to get a job, if you've been trying to work on productivity and being kind of like busy and organized, you can start to see some of those things come full circle. The only challenge is that the full moon is going to be conjunct Mars. And Mars is like, I need it now. We need to do it right now. Let's hurry up. And Mars can bring accidents, inflammation, conflicts, cuts, burns, bruises, fevers. Watch your digestion, watch issues revolving around these things, rashes even. So that full moon can bring that stuff up, and likely it could be accidents and issues involving vehicles, because Mars rules vehicles, conflicts with coworkers, and rushing through work and not looking at all the details. Okay, so be careful here. Now the new moon, which is like a chef's kiss new moon for you guys, is going to be happening on the 29th of January. And you'll see as we get on to the end of January, the month gets better and better for you. So new moon is going to be around 9 degrees in Aquarius. So if you have 8, 9, 10 degrees of Aquarius in your chart, this is going to be a new beginning for you. I love this because it's conjunct Pluto, which basically means like we really do have to make a change. And maybe some of the new beginnings come from this fact that you're like, I don't identify with an old version of myself, or I don't like the way that I look and I want to look different, or I want a new career. Something new is going to start to emerge, and it may feel like a personal crisis. Okay, welcome to Pluto. Every time I see somebody go through like a Sun-Pluto transit, or like the 48 hours where the sun's conjunct Pluto, I'm very, almost like very insensitive with people. I'm like, welcome to my life all the time, because I have Pluto on my sun. But that's why you guys love me, because I tell you the truth. You know, I think that this is what a great time if you really want to change your career, if you really want to go through a major transformation. This is going to be in your house, in your first house, and it's going to trine Jupiter. So the change that's coming up is being brought forth by, I want more happiness, more romance, more creativity, more fun, more children, maybe. It's also being brought forth by Uranus getting ready to go direct, which means that the change is going to be within your home or your living situation. And you're like, how do I navigate this change with my family or my kids or whatever? But it'll be good. So set intentions on that new moon, okay? All right, so outside of that, on the 2nd of the month, you're going to see Venus enter Pisces. And Venus likes being here. She loves Pisces. She loves the 2nd house. So this is a really good transit for you for money. And in a lot of ways, this is going to be an interesting transit, because Venus coming into the 2nd house, we can make more money. We can indulge in luxury investments and purchases. And you are Saturn. So it means like money is coming your way. It could mean that it's related to income with home and property. It could mean it's due to partnerships from people far away, or some kind of legal matter, or education or publishing. It could also mean that you're just feeling more confident and you're investing in yourself more. The 2nd half of January, Venus will go into shadow, which means she will hit the degrees which she'll retrograde back through, which will be happening in March of 2025. Now, it doesn't sound like a big deal, but it is, because when we have shadow planets, or planets go into shadow degrees, we start to see the effects of the Venus retrograde early. So retrogrades mean reevaluation, redirection, reviewing, right? Sometimes it means that it's delayed. So this is your spending house. So you're already being conservative. So if you're somebody who's an Aquarius rising, who's been very conservative with your money, you have been saving, you've been pinching pennies, you've been really cautious with how you spend things, then the retrograde could bring you a lot of abundance, right? It could bring you a lot of travel. It could bring you a bigger house. It could bring you more things. However, if you're not sure where your money's going, or you're spending frivolously, and you're not being cautious with your resources and conservative, then you could feel like there could be a tightening of the belt that can kind of happen in the spring. So my advice is be careful how much money you're spending on traveling. Be careful in purchasing property. Be careful with changing your style. Your 2nd house is your style. I have gone through a retrograde here, I swear to God, where, and I have a bunch of planets in my 2nd house. So I was like, oh, I want to change my style, and this is what I want. And I bought all of these clothes that were like a completely different style than what I would usually wear. And then when the retrograde was over, I was like, I hate these patterns. I hate these colors. Like, what am I doing? So in Pisces, I could see some of you guys like buying swimwear early that you think looks cool, and you get to summer and you're like, why did I spend money on this? You know? Maybe purchasing cosmetics and beauty related things that you think you like, but you don't. Maybe spending a lot of money also on, like clothing, like things that are kind of like sheer and etheric and whatever. It's like, then 3 months later, you're like, why do I feel like I look like Stevie Nicks? Gross. Something like that could happen. So just don't invest too much money on luxury stuff right now. Start doing some soul searching and asking yourself, what do you really love and value? And when Venus hits Saturn, you're going to like those transits. Now, on the 6th, Mars is going to go retrograde in Cancer. So this basically means that, the retrograde Mars is now leaving your relationship zone. It's dipping into your health zone. This and the new moon says, watch your body, watch your health, what's going on with people at work. Specifically, this could be like working on vehicles, like I said, or reassessing or redirecting schedules at work, or if you've hired people or people that you're working with, you could be changing offices, you could be making changes to how often you're working. Time to also reveal and get back into healthier habits as well. And a lot of it's mental and emotional. On the 8th, Mercury enters Capricorn. So it goes into your 12th house where you're kind of reflective, you're a little bit more sensitive. Maybe there is some sense of doing work behind the scenes. Maybe you're having to let go of any fears you have revolving around work or career-related matters. Pay attention to your dreams. There can be some very significant dreams that can come through for you that can kind of guide you this month. On the 19th of the month, you're going to see the sun go into the sign of Aquarius. So Aquarius season begins. Happy birthday. If you're born in January, the sun in your first house is giving you energy, giving you vitality, drawing people and partners to you. And it will come into conjunction with Pluto, which means that you could be going through a personal change or transformation and you need somebody to help you do it. Support of a partner, support of a kid. Maybe you're needing a coach, a therapist, an astrologer, right? Maybe you are helping people through crisis and transformation. So you could be in a business where you're helping other people and you can help them navigate that change. Then on the 27th, Mercury enters your sign where you're going to be really focusing on communicating and expressing and sharing with people your thoughts, your ideas, and your perspective. You'll feel more creative and a little bit more vocal. On the 30th, Uranus goes direct, so one of your chart rulers wakes up. This can bring about or promote some kind of change when it comes to your home or your living situation. Now, we talked about how Mars will go from your relationship house to your health house, but Jupiter is also retrograde in your 5th. So you're reevaluating creative projects, self-employment, investments, and maybe your relationship with children, what you're willing to take risks on. Jupiter is connected to your 2nd house. So for a lot of you guys, big risk, big reward, obviously. But maybe you're feeling like you really want to invest yourself in some kind of creative project that feels more fulfilling. So it could be things like writing or teaching or learning. As for the moons this month, we talked about those too. So let's get into the rest of the transits for January. On the 3rd of the month, Mars will retrograde in Leo before it goes back into Cancer. This is where you need to watch out because Mars is going to oppose Pluto in your sign, which means there can be somebody looking for a fight, and it's your job to respond by saying, I'm not doing that. I have changed. My reactions are changing. I'm not going to respond to conflict this way. It's not working. You're not going to get a rise out of me. Other people are definitely going to try to get your goat, and it's your job to be the bigger person and respond differently in that situation. Now, on the 6th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in Sag square Neptune in Pisces. This is where Mercury is going to be in your friend zone, and it's about goals and networking, and it's going to square Neptune. You may feel like you're not being as valued or appreciated by some people. You may feel like other people are kind of taking you for granted or not seeing your value or your worth, and trying to express that or communicate that is not ideal during this time. If it's not with a friend, it could be with a romantic partner or a child, and there can definitely be some miscommunications and misunderstandings about give and take when it comes to relationships or money. On the 11th of the month, you'll see the nodal changes. We're going to see the North Node go into Pisces in your 2nd and the South Node go into Virgo in your 8th. Well, you're going to work hard for the money. You might want to listen to that song a lot, actually, over like the next year and a half. I kind of feel like, wherever there is Pisces in our charts, it doesn't matter what rising sign we're looking at. There is eclipses, retrograde, Saturn, Neptune, North Node. It's like the universe really wants us to kind of hone in on Pisces. The second house is, what do I have? What do I possess? It can be about being more minimalist. It can be about being generous, giving to other people, needing to focus on where there are some kind of like blind spots in your finances and where you need to kind of believe in yourself. So finances are going to be important. You can see a lot of financial growth over the next 2 years, but there needs to kind of be getting more clarity in regards to financial matters. We're going to look at Jupiter with those transits, and Jupiter is the ruler of Pisces traditionally, and it's in your 5th. So it's about money and kids, your self-esteem and dating, the money that you make from creativity, writing, investments, that kind of stuff. And like, this is important for you to do this. Even if the money doesn't come yet, your heart and soul is in this 5th house matter, and you're going to enjoy doing it, and you're going to wait for the money to come. On the other hand, the South Node in Virgo, which is about kind of, coming to terms with the fact that things aren't organized, things are kind of disorienting. There is a sense of not having clarity with the North Node in Pisces. So the South Node in Virgo is like, how do we deal with stress and health and anxiety, and how do we kind of like let go of the need to kind of have everything like perfect? So the South Node's going to go through your 8th house, which means that there's going to be this shift where if you have relied on inheritance, if you have relied on investments, if you have relied on, like spousal support, unemployment, some kind of benefits, like those may run out. You may not have that support any longer. There's also going to be this clearing that's going to go on for you in terms of emotional and psychological health related matters. And you're going to want to watch, for the South Node, it can be, clearing out debt. It could be, letting go of a need to feel like you resist change. And we're going to watch Mercury retrogrades and Mercury transits throughout this next 18 months. So there will be a big one in your money house in the spring. There's going to be one in your relationship house in the summer. And then there's going to be one that's going to start in your friendship house and go into your career house in the fall. Watch the Mercury transits. They will bring you information regarding other people's income and resources. And like, a lot of people are not going to be as financially capable of being able to support you. But you seem to be very focused and very steadfast on making your own way with all those planets in your 2nd house and kind of building something. On the 12th, you see Mars in Cancer, trine Neptune in Pisces. So Mars will be in your health zone. It's trining Neptune. Honestly, I've seen a lot of Aquarius and Aquarius risings. For a lot of you guys, this has been about, honestly, like cutting back on the drinking, cutting things out of your diet, trying to do an anti-inflammatory diet. It can be about going swimming for healing or soaking. It's about also making changes, I think, in your daily routine and making time for the things that you love to do. So that's basically the long and short of what starts to kind of come up for you with that trine. On the 14th of the month, you're going to see Venus in Pisces, square Jupiter in Gemini. So, with Venus coming into conjunction with Saturn, you may be feeling like being very generous with a younger person, with a kid, with a romantic partner, or you're really pushing for an investment, or you're investing more of the time and the energy into a hobby that you love. Watch for overdoing it, overspending, overeating, overpartying, overindulging. On the 15th of the month, you'll see the Sun in Capricorn oppose Mars in Cancer. So the Sun will be in your 12th house of healing, rest, and recuperation, and it's opposing Mars. This wants you to rest and not work too much and kind of scale back and not feel like you have to do too much, like busy work. I mean, the 12th house is like hospitals, bedrooms, hidden places and spaces. So it doesn't want you doing too much. It wants you to focus on maintaining some of your energy, I think, and not overworking. There can be also, a sense of feeling like you need some privacy maybe from a relationship or some space from a partnership. So that way you can rest and recuperate and just kind of clear your head. You will also see on the 18th of the month, Venus will be conjunct Saturn in Pisces. So this is a good transit for you. Venus can be about travel. It can be about your faith, your belief system, about your home and your family. You might be considering spending money traveling to visit family that's further away. You might be looking at property or real estate that could be further away. Maybe this is like starting to think about, you know, planning some like luxury trip. You know, it could be that with your family or with like a partner. Let's see. So what else do we have here? We have got on the 21st, the sun will conjunct Pluto. That's a big one, where you're looking at yourself and you're going, oh my goodness, I am changing. Or you're getting some feedback from a client, from a partner, a spouse, a child who is saying like, you've changed. And you're going to look at them and go, yeah, I have changed. Because Pluto is in your sign now. So some people can accuse you of being mean, cold-hearted, detached, indifferent, you know, whatever. When in reality, I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think what's going on is that you're starting to realize I have to do what's best for me, and what's best for me sometimes isn't best for other people. And when I'm changing who I am, it's going to change the dynamic I have with others. And so other people may not like that. And I could see that happening at the beginning of the month anyway. So, you know, are you being mean? Are you being cruel? I don't think so. I mean, you could be a little bit harder on yourself than you could be on others, but other people may be giving you some feedback that can be a little intense. And I would just watch for trying to push for change too quickly. This is something that's going to evolve over time with Pluto in your sign. All right, so we got on the 26th, Mercury will oppose Mars. So Mercury is in your hidden zone. It's opposing Mars in your health zone, which means stress, anxiety, or kind of being in your head or working too much is coming into conflict with health in your daily routine. And you're realizing maybe you're feeling a little cagey, you know, you're kind of like, maybe you are kind of short-tempered and you're like, I just need to kind of rest and, you know, take a step back, count to 10, meditate. And you're recognizing that either stress or anxiety or being overworked is what's causing some of this frustration and tension with other people. So you want to reflect on, how can I change? What's nice is that Mercury will trine Uranus. So that's your chart ruler. And it means that the way out of stress and anxiety and, you know, health related issues is you're going to go, you know what? Let's just let this be the end of it. Like if you really do want me to quit, you know, working for you, or if you really, you know, want to take some space from each other or whatever, it can be a positive thing. Change is connected, you know, to Mercury in your 8th house. Maybe these changes or these conversations are difficult, but they're coming up likely to bring you more happiness or to bring you more free time or to bring you, you know, better relationships, I think. And this means that your intuition can be telling you that there is about to be something that's going to go off or go down in regards to your home or your family. It might come through a dream, or maybe just a gut kind of hunch that you're getting. On the 25th of the month, Venus in Pisces trine Mars in Cancer. So Venus in your money house is going to trine Mars, where it's like maybe you are spending a little bit more time investing in health, wellness, you know, seeing practitioners, going to gyms, you know, getting, new supplements and other things. Maybe you're spending money on pets. Maybe you're spending money on organizing your office or on some kind of like trainer or coach or something. But whatever it is, it's a good thing. It's money well spent. And you're going to find that you're going to feel better or feel more productive as a result of that. And on the 29th of the month, then Mercury comes in for a conjunction with Pluto. So it's very similar to the 21st. This can be a time where, I mean, mentally you can feel a little frazzled, okay? Just full disclosure. It can be a time where you're recognizing and realizing like, oh, things are changing. And your mental health can be very sensitive. You can also be really obsessive and fixated on other people's things. So if you're going back and forth, like with a health matter, you're like, I need to know what's wrong. I need to know now. Or if you're going back and forth with a situation where you're going and trying to get a refund or an exchange, or maybe there's some conflict with somebody else over a financial situation, you can be very intense in how you're communicating your financial needs and your values, right? You know, Venus is connected to your home and your family. So with Venus conjunct Saturn, there are some people you're going to be very generous with, who you're like, I'll help you with anything. I'll give you what you need, your time, energy, money, whatever. And then there's other people where you're like, nope, that's enough. No more. I've been taken advantage of, you know, and you're going to be very kind of black and white with certain people. On the 30th, The sun will conjunct, the sun in Aquarius will trine Jupiter. So relationships with romantic partners, spouses, kids, end up being better. It's like, and I've seen quite a few Aquarius risings that have been telling me they've been having tension in their relationships and they're trying to figure out what it is. And in reality, there's been some tension or stress maybe with children that's been causing some issues. And that could be back and forth, you know, in communication, how you communicate with somebody because of kids and changes in the home dynamic. So the sun trine Jupiter is like you looking at it like, you know what? Let's just have a day where we can go and have fun. Let's have a day where we can blow off steam, where we can go on a date, we can enjoy ourselves, we can just kind of get out of this rut that we've been on. Like, let's just go and have some playtime together. And it can smooth things over, it can better relationships. And I see the same thing also with the new moon that's going to be happening in your sign. In 2025, I predict for Aquarius and Aquarius risings that your whole life is going to change. And a lot of this is brought on by Pluto and the Mars retrograde in opposition to that, where you're changing and that's impacting relationships. I think you're going to work your ass off financially to make money and to also make your own way, but you're doing it in a way where you're investing your time and your energy in something that feels like it's a bigger purpose for you. Whether that's creating art, starting your own business, whatever it is, there is going to be a big breakthrough that you're going to see. Health is an important factor with Pluto in your first house and Mars retrograde in your sixth. But next year, Jupiter goes into your sixth house. So your health will improve, so will work, and you will be very productive, especially the second half of 2025. I do encourage you guys to think about who you want to be out in the world. You can change. It is possible to change from how you look to your career to your status, and I would totally embrace that change. For the tarot that you get for this month, ooh, you get the Six of Wands. You will be successful in all of your endeavors. People will celebrate you, work with you, and welcome some of these changes that you're bringing in. This is the card of victory. This is also the homecoming card. So with Uranus going direct in your fourth house, are you going home? Have you found home? Have you figured out who home is with? Is there some big, trip or travel that's coming? Are you planning on reconnecting with people from the past? Certainly that can be happening with Mars retrograde in your seventh house. I hope that's helpful, and I hope you have a happy birthday, and I'll catch you guys back here next month. All right, well, last but certainly not the least, right? I always laugh. Some of you guys watch these all the way through. How do you guys do it? It's crazy. Well, welcome to January of 2025, my Pisces and Pisces risings. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to chat with you about everything going on in Pisces world. And well, there is a lot happening. So let's start off with what's going on with Jupiter and Neptune, and then we'll switch to everything else going on in your sign. Month kicks off with Jupiter retrograde. It'll be retrograde in your fourth house of home until February of 25, which means you're reevaluating what's going on with your home, your family, and your living situation. Some of you guys have felt in this last month with Saturn and Jupiter square that it's not the right time to make a move, to relocate, to travel, or choose where home is going to be. So you've kind of had to be flexible. That's going to get a little bit easier now that we're coming out of the square, and even easier in February. Now, in terms of Neptune, nothing's really going on quite yet. Towards the end of the month, you are going to see Venus come in conjunction with Neptune, which can be the perfect time to take photos of yourself, okay? So many selfies this month. I want to see all of them. I think they're going to be really good. Obviously, take it easy on the filters, but we can definitely see some really great photo opportunities with Venus in your first house enhancing your beauty, and Neptune can be this kind of etheric vibe. I do think that one thing that comes to mind for me is that, Venus is going to be in your sign, but the second half of the month she'll be in shadow, which basically means that you're going to see her go through the territory of hitting Saturn, where you may be figuring out what your personal goals are and your health and body goals are, hitting Neptune, where there can be some sense of not knowing your value or how beautiful or worthy or attractive you are, or feeling kind of lost. Hitting the North Node, where you have to be more in tune with yourself and your body, and then it will come into retrograde in March. So aesthetic changes, injuries to your feet, changes with your appearance, changes that are cosmetic, emotional changes. Everything is going to change. Pisces is like, you know, it's like the ocean. There's current, there's waves. So you're going to see phases of things come, or moods come and moods go. And you're going to feel really inclined to want to change something. And I would say Pisces, cosmetic surgery is not something I would do. Some of you guys are going to feel inclined to do something and make a change to your body. And I would say, please don't, not yet. Let's just wait. Let's wait until the second half of April when everything is a little bit more clear. If you really want to dye your hair, use like a demi color or something that's going to wash out. Wear a wig, you know, get a temporary tattoo. Like, don't do anything super crazy yet. And a lot of you guys are going to be like in your mermaid phase because you got these late degrees in Pisces. So the long wavy hair, all of like the kind of like bohemian outfits and stuff. On the other hand, the late degrees of Pisces is very mopey. It's very sensitive. So you're going through Saturn, Neptune, Venus in the first house. You're trying to figure out who you are, and that's getting all worked out over the next couple of months. So try not to take yourself too seriously or kind of pigeonhole yourself into a situation where you have to be a specific person or look a certain way. Okay, it's all fluid. The good news is like you're gonna have a lot of time with Venus in your first house. So this is really cool because now the North Node is there too. So you have the ability to kind of say, you know what, it's my time. It's all about me, and I'm giving you the okay to be a little selfish. Come on, Mars is retrograde in your fifth. I mean, a lot of you guys are just trying to romanticize your life. Now you're going to be focusing on your appearance, your body, how you feel, your intuition, and that's going to be super, super important moving forward. So enjoy Venus in your sign. Be mindful that the conjunction to Saturn is more about your goals and caring less about what other people think about you and caring more about what you think about you. Anything else? I think that's most of it. Okay. So let's start off with the ingresses. So on the 3rd of January, you're going to see Venus move into your sign, and it will be there for several weeks. So it's bringing in love, money, beauty. You're going to be able to communicate with people better. You're going to be kind of persuasive. So when it comes to creating content, media, writing, sharing things with people, you know, people are going to be more receptive of that. On the 6th, sorry, Venus goes into Pisces on the 2nd, not the 3rd. On the 6th, Mars is going to go retrograde in Cancer. So it's been retrograde since December. Now it's going to be retrograde in your 5th house. This is a fun retrograde. This is giving you an extended period of time to focus more on dating, romance, if you're trying to get pregnant, pregnancy, reconnecting with old flames, reconnecting with your inner child, having the opportunity to party, create, or maybe even start your own business. So that's what your focus is on. Thankfully, it plays very nicely with planets in Pisces. So the more inspired, more creative, romantic, open to new creative or romantic ventures you are, the better it's going to go for you. On the 8th, Mercury enters Capricorn, so there's more focus on communication and relationships with people professionally, networking, or maybe through networking or business opportunities, you're able to find work, clients, or find love. On the 19th, you're going to see the Sun enter Aquarius. So it's going to go into your 12th house where it's kind of reflective, quiet, you know, behind the scenes. This is as we're getting ready to go into Pisces season. So there is this reevaluation of the whole year. What are you taking with you? What are you leaving behind? And you may feel like you just need more time to be alone, to pause, reflect, and rest. Taking care of your health is really important this month because, well, you've got planets in shadow in your 1st. Now the North Node is in your 1st, and your health ruler, the Sun, is going to go through your 12th. All things lead to, if you have burnout, you're going to be feeling exhausted, under the weather, and now is not the time to push things forward. It's just to kind of be. You'll see on the 27th, Mercury enters Aquarius, so Mercury will go into the 12th house. You might be a little bit more reflective, spiritual. You might find that you're needing some space or you're taking some space from relationships. Not that they have to end, but you're just not feeling like very social. And it can be a time that you're away or traveling from a partner, or that you're needing time to kind of think things over in regards to a relationship. And, you know, maybe you just kind of feel like there's just a little bit of distance. Nothing's bad is going on, but you guys maybe aren't connecting as frequently as you're kind of used to. All right, so on the 30th, Uranus goes direct. So where it's been retrograde in your third house of communication in the mind, now it is waking up. And if you've been thinking about things or having dreams or hunches about things, write them down because they can become quite literal. They can be precognitive dreams or things that are going to happen. And this is also about maybe learning tarot, learning astrology, and something starting to click. And you're like, oh, now it's like making sense to me. You know, great transit for divination. On the retrograde side of things, we talked about how Mars is retrograde from your health zone into your romance zone or your creativity zone. Yes, romantic partners can come back. It doesn't mean they're going to stay, or you might be kind of feeling like you're wanting to reevaluate children, you know, if you want to have them, how to handle them, or you're thinking about starting your own business. Be careful with investments, speculative investments, as well as I would say spending too much on hobbies, partying, you know, and also investments like the stock market or gambling. I would say that would be another thing that I would watch for there. That will continue till next month. And Jupiter, your chart ruler, is still retrograde in the 4th, where we talked about reevaluating your home situation and your family or reconnecting with these people. Now, for the rest of the transits this month, we've got on the 3rd of January, Mars will be in Leo in your work and health sector, and it'll oppose Pluto in your private sector. So you got to be really careful here when you're dealing with legal matters, travel matters, when you've got stuff that's kind of going on that's also relating to health and habits, okay? Bad habits can kind of come up now with Mars retrograde in your 6th house, and it can be like the bad habit is hiding away, isolating yourself, not speaking to people and telling people what you've got going on, and keeping people in the dark. So you want to watch out for that and take care of your health. On the 6th, Mercury in Sagittarius in your career zone is going to square Neptune in your 1st house, where you're kind of feeling like people can be asking you questions about, you know, did you get the job done? Did you get the work done? Are you going back to work? What's happening with your relationships? And you can kind of feel like you don't have the answers, you know, or you're not as checked in, or you're kind of like daydreamy and not so sure how to respond to bosses asking you questions or timelines or, you know, expectations. And so there can be this sense of being like, I don't know if I want to respond to this, you know, just take it easy with communication on that day. On the 11th of the month, the big news is that, well, the North Node moves into Pisces and the South Node moves into Virgo. And this is the first time it's been here since about 18 years. North Node in the 1st house is paying so much attention to you. Who are you? And the truth is you are still kind of evolving, you're changing. Saturn and Neptune are going to go in and out of your sign this year. So that means that there's a new you emerging, but there's first this peeling back the layers and kind of releasing who you used to be, dealing with your emotions, and if there's any emotional, psychological issues or confusion. Exhaustion, health-related issues can come up here as well. So that needs to be kind of dealt with also. With the North Node in your 1st house, you're going to benefit from being really attentive to your emotions and your feelings. And the way that I think it's going to work is at first it's very sensitive, emotional, kind of weepy, or you're coming to terms with the fact that maybe you haven't been seeing yourself so clearly, and then Saturn and Neptune will go into your 2nd. You start building on your finances and your self-esteem and believing in yourself. Then it will retrograde back to your 1st house, and you're going to have to make sure that you're kind of staying the path with what's best for you this year and very clear about your goals and where you're going. Pay attention to your intuition. Take good care of your body, especially your feet, your immune system, anything that has to do with your morning routines, getting up in the morning, you know, all of that stuff. And your mental health does impact your physical health. Now, this transit is ruled by Jupiter. So right now, Jupiter is in your 4th, which means you're trying to navigate things in regards to home and family intuitively, but next year, Jupiter will go into Cancer. So a lot of Pisces and Pisces risings are going to be focusing on taking care of their health and prioritizing their health if they want to have children or if they want to get pregnant. Very important for you if that's something you want to do. Otherwise, it can mean that you're reimagining where you're going to be living. You know, you're going to be starting your own creative business. It's going to be more fulfilling. It'll be really good the 2nd half of next year. The South Node in Virgo. This is where things get kind of tricky. So when you have eclipses, which you will now every 6 months, pretty much in these signs, it's going to bring up changes in who you are versus relationships. So the South Node will go through your 7th house. You know, some of you guys will separate, get divorced. Some of you guys will reconnect with soulmates or people from the past. Some of you guys will also feel like you can stay in your relationship. You're just less relationship consumed and you're more focused on what's going on with you. Okay, so this will be a big theme in the spring. What I would say is there could be issues with relationships with coworkers, Virgo, and also with your healthcare team. So you might be changing who your therapist is. You might be changing who your dentist is, you know, what hospitals you go to, like things like that. And you might be feeling like your partner is kind of going through some changes in a way. So we look at the Mercury retrogrades for this, which will obviously be happening in Pisces and Aries in the spring, Leo in the summer, and Sag and Scorpio taking place in the fall. So yeah, watch those relationships, guys. There can be some changes going on there in a very big way. On the 12th of the month, you're going to see Mars in Cancer, trine Neptune in Pisces, where creativity, passion, inspiration is really aligning with your vision. And I think that it's a great creative day, a great romance day, and a great day if you're trying to have some sexy time with someone or be dating. You have got on the 14th Venus in Pisces square Jupiter in Gemini. So Venus in your first house is squaring Jupiter, which means that, you know, you're trying to approach growth in regards to home and family in a loving way. And maybe you're wanting to, you know, have more appreciation for your home. You're wanting to beautify your home. Maybe you're seeking to travel and move or check out a second potential home location. On the 15th of the month, the Sun in Capricorn opposes Mars in Cancer. So the Sun in your 11th house of goals, friends, and allies oppose Mars retrograde in your 5th. It's almost like if you're going and you're being more active with friends and socializing, they can incentivize you to get on the show on the road with, you know, having a creative project, supporting things that you're working on, supporting a new relationship, or maybe anything revolving around art and self-employment. So I like this. It's like people being like, oh, what have you created? Show me more. Do you have any more? And you're going to be like, oh, actually, no, I don't, but let me get on that. So it can be incentivizing you actually to, you know, do that stuff. Or wanting to buy things that you have or things that you're creating or services that you have. On the 18th of the month, Venus will conjunct Saturn in Pisces, which will happen several times throughout the retrograde phase. I mean, it's been my experience, you know, Venus really, really likes being in Pisces. And also Venus and Saturn love each other. So this is like loving yourself and loving yourself some more and realizing and recognizing that you can't sell yourself short. Great for skincare, great for anti-aging, great for anything that's going to be about bringing in positive transformation within yourself. And you're going to see on the 21st that the Sun will conjunct Pluto in Aquarius. This will happen in your 12th house. This is definitely going to put an emphasis on healing and dealing with romantic matters behind the scenes, maybe letting some jobs go, some bad habits go. And you need to be really aware of just isolating yourself. Okay, that seems to be really important. Like, don't isolate yourself. Like, talk to people if you need help with something. On the 28th, you're going to see Mercury oppose Mars in Cancer. Mercury in your friend zone opposing Mars. You may have a friend that is trying to set you up with somebody. You may have a friend that's trying to kind of date you. You may have somebody that's kind of trying to connect with you in a romantic way. Maybe they're trying to talk to you about, you know, what you got going on, and you're a little reluctant to want to kind of share any information. But this is great with like socializing and people wanting to spend time with you, or there being some romantic interest, and you're like, I don't know. You know, I don't know if I want to do that because Mars is retrograde in your 5th. So you're more consumed with your own, you know, hobbies and your own children or your own love life. And they may just be pushing you to kind of come out and hang out and connect. And you're like, I don't know about that, which can be good. I think they're trying to get you out of hermit zone. The same day, Mercury is going to trine Uranus. So it means that there's going to be spontaneous opportunities for traveling. Emails, phone calls, text messages from people that you don't see coming. So there could be last minute plans and somebody's inviting you to something. On the 25th of the month, Venus will trine Mars in Cancer. So Venus in your sign trines Mars, another creative, passionate, inspired day. Good for creativity, love, and money. And people who are in arts, creativity, performance, or design could definitely bring in some resources. And on the 29th of the month, you're going to see Mercury conjunct Pluto in Aquarius. So it's kind of like deja vu with what happened around the 21st. This is where there can be some relationship drama because Mercury rules either clients, it can be, fellow employees and coworkers, or this could also be relationship issues that are kind of coming up and you're like, okay, there are some critical things happening in a relationship, or, I can't talk to them. I need time away from them. It could be family related. Mercury is connected to family. So it could be an ending of a relationship, an ending of a living situation, or finally releasing or letting something go, coming to terms with something, healing and forgiving someone can happen here. And then on the 30th, the sun in your 12th house will trine Jupiter in your 4th, where, maybe you're resting and healing, or you're letting something go and taking time to reflect, and it can be on home and family matters. I really feel like this is actually putting an end to where there's been some squabbles or issues with family. And it's like, finally, that's going to be kind of like resting. We're going to see that kind of cease to continue. Now, you will see in terms of lunations this month, you're going to have on the 13th, a full moon in Cancer in your 5th house. Sexy. It's going to be conjunct Mars. And it's going to trine some of your planets in the first. At the very least, it's going to be very creative and fun, and you're going to feel inspired to jump into something, whether it's a relationship, whether it's an investment, starting a project, what have you. And Mars rules your money, and it also rules travel. So you might be like, you know what? I'm going to buy that ticket. I'm going to, take that course. I'm going to, do a weekend getaway with somebody, or you're traveling and then you meet someone. There is a lot of romance in the air with this full moon, and also full moons are about completion. So some Pisces and Pisces risings are going to find out they're pregnant. Some are going to be hearing I love you. Some are going to be meeting, a really significant potential partnership. Just putting it out there. But just be careful with like taking risks and spending a lot of money on the stock market, on gambling, on traveling. And you might be like, you know what, I don't care. It's what I love. I'm going to spend money on it. And it's also big themes around your kids. If you have kids, there can be big things happening with your kids. On the 29th of the month, you have a new moon in Aquarius in your 12th house, which is quiet, reflective, spiritual. It's about setting intentions for kind of your, spiritual practice for the next 6 months. Take a little time alone, to kind of hang out and think about what intentions are coming in. What's nice is that, the ruler, Uranus, is going to go direct. So I would write stuff down because it's in your 3rd house. You might have breakthroughs and epiphanies, and it's going to trine Jupiter, which is your chart ruler. So if you can come to terms with what needs to change and what's ending, and you can see it as positive and open the door to these endings and kind of get in touch with your intuition or your dreams or your visualization, it can bring you to new homes, new countries, new places. It can give you healing. It can give you clarity in regards to home or living situation matters. So it can be a really, really amazing time. I'm predicting in 2025 for Pisces and Pisces risings that you finally come home to yourself. And there is no longer this sense of having confusion of who you are and where you're going and what you're doing. You're learning to define who you are outside of relationships. You're finally getting serious about making money in some way. Many of you guys are going to have epic opportunities for love stories, self-employment, or having kids in 2025. And I really think that a lot of you guys are really figuring out who you are. And a lot of that is going to require you to make changes with relationships and also with your home. But in doing so, I think you're going to feel more fulfilled. And you're also going to be a lot better off in the financial and also kind of self-esteem department by making some of these changes this year. Okay? So let's see what the cards have to say for my Pisces and my Pisces risings. Why am I not surprised by this card? Please tell me why. Even if it takes you guys until March or April to figure this out, I do predict a lot of 8 of Cups energy. It's like, I am moving on. moving on. It doesn't have to be from a relationship, it could be, but moving on, moving away, moving on with my life, moving away from confusion, leaving this behind. And this may be the month where you start coming to terms with the fact that you feel that way. You may be kind of executing this more March and April. But it's about what you're walking away from and creating that space to allow something new to come in. Literally what I just said. But when you have the Eight of Cups, you're walking away, you're not looking back. And the next card that comes up is the Nine of Cups, which means wish fulfillment. So if you want to get what you want, sometimes you have to walk away from things, even if you don't know what's next. And I see a lot of that for you in 2025. Watch for the eclipses coming in the spring. March and April is going to be lit when it comes to your astrology. Take care of your emotions, tend to them, be aware of them, and take time to kind of reflect this month. Next month's going to be your birthday, or March, depending on when you were born. Anyway, I hope this is helpful for you, and I hope you enjoy the month of January. And to everybody who has been watching these over the years, I just want to say a big thank you. You know, it's the end of the year, and I'm just reflecting on how thankful that I am to be able to have this platform and to be able to do what I love to do every day of my life. It is like the best thing ever. I never thought that I would be here like a couple of years ago, so it's kind of weird. But thank you so much for your support, for you guys commenting on these videos, for you liking them. I know so many of you guys hang out in the lives, you get readings. You get readings with me, you buy my courses, you support me as a full-time content creator. And for that, I'm so incredibly grateful to get to serve the YouTube community. I'm wishing you all a very happy holiday season and a very happy new year. 2025 is going to kick ass. I'm so excited to see some of the new things that are going to come. It will be eventful, but we are all in this together. So with that being said, thank you guys so much. Enjoy the month of January. And if you could, please give me a thumbs up, like this video, share it on your YouTube, share it on your Instagram, your X's, your Facebook accounts, and follow me on X at BTVAstro. Until next time, I'll see you all soon. Enjoy the month of January, and you guys take care.